Side 8. I will fear no evil.
Friends, dear friends, you have taken me back into the human race with your lips. I am so very grateful to Eunice Branca, that she kissed you before I did and won your friendship, your love. I think so, for it meant that you let me in, treated me as people. Tell me this. I must know, even if it makes you, Tom, call me Joanne Eunice again. Did Eunice kiss Anton, too? Boss, I'm not going to tell you anything until we're alone. Didn't ask you, dear. Won't anyone tell me? Well, I suppose it's an unfair question. Finchley said suddenly, Teams shift around. I drive with Fred and Shorty with Ski and so forth. Been times when I rode shotgun for Ski. Eunice, she treated us all alike. But don't never think anything bad about it. I don't, because there wasn't any such. She was so warm and friendly and good that she could kiss a man friend just for loving kindness, Shorty supplied. For loving kindness. Kissed us thank you and good night as quick with her husband there as any other time. Always did if we stopped for a late bit of supper with them. All right, twin. Fred and Anton, not Tom and Hugo. Happened only once. Oh, Tom would have, but no chance, so I kept it cool. Hugo, nobody gets past Hugo's guard, and I never tried. He has moral character, something you and I don't know anything about. Thank you for telling me, Tom. I'll never let Anton guess, but he'll find me easy to kiss if he wishes to, now that I know that she shared loving kindness with him. Abrupt change of subject. Tom, is that pretty little stream polluted? It looks so clean. It's clean. Clean as a creek can be, I mean. I know because I found out about this place through the company lending it to our guild for a picnic. Some of us went swimming after the farm super told it was okay. Oh, wonderful, because I want to swim. I last went swimming in natural water. Old swimming hole style, I mean. Let me see. Goodness, more than 3/4 of a century ago. Eunice, I don't think you should. Why? Because it can be polluted another way. Dropouts. Not all the dropouts are in the AAs. Any wild countryside attracts them, like this. I didn't make a fuss, but when you walked down to the bank by yourself, Fred had you flanked one side and me the other. Well, heavens, if you can keep me safe on the bank, you can keep me safe in the water. It ain't quite the same. Truly it ain't. I was a few seconds late once. I won't be again. Some dropouts are real nasty weirdos, not just harmless nuts. Tom, why argue? I want to get into that water, feel it all over me. I intend to. I wish you wouldn't, Joanne Eunice. She jerked her head around at the last 2 words. Then she grinned and pouted her lower lip. Okay, Tom. Darn it, I've handed you 3 a leash you can lead me by any time you see fit. And yet I'm supposed to be boss. It's comical. It's like the Secret Service, Finchley answered soberly. The president is the top boss of any, but he gives in when his guards tell him not to do something. Oh, I wasn't complaining. I was wryly amused. But don't jerk that leash too much, Tom. I don't think Eunice would stand for it, and neither will I. I'm hoping you won't pull on the leash as much as she did. If she, well, things could have been different. Fred said, Tom, don't cry over spilt milk. Joanne said quickly, I'm sorry. Boys, I think the picnic is over. Maybe someday we can all have that swim somewhere safe and just as beautiful. Eunice, can you swim? Red Cross lifesaver. You knew that. It was in my snoop sheet. Never went out for the team, though. Cheerleader was more fun. I could make a comment. Look who's talking. No Pants Smith. Who taught me? You didn't need teaching. You have the instincts. Chapter 19. A short time later they were again in the car. Finchley said, Home, Miss Smith? Tom, I can't hear you. I asked, Did you want to go home, miss? I understood that part, but this intercom must be out of order. I heard something that sounded like Miss Smith. There was a silence. Eunice, do you want to go home? Not until dinner time, Tom. I want all of this lovely day I can have. Okay, Eunice. Do I cruise or go somewhere? I have one more item on my list, and there's time enough for anything you three may want to pick up, too, so check around. Will do. Where do we take you for what you want, Eunice? I don't know. I lost touch with such matters years ago. Tom, I want to buy a present for Mr. Solomon. Something nice, but unnecessary. Presents should be unnecessary. A luxury a person might not buy himself. So it probably would be a men's shop that stocks luxurious unnecessaries. Abercrombie & Fitch used to be that sort, but I'm not certain they're still in business. They are, but let me ask Fred and Shorty. Shortly, Finchley reported. There are a dozen places that would do, but we think the 21st Century Stud has the fastest stock. Roz, let's giddy up and get there. That is, if you don't mind their prices, twigs and leaves. I don't mind. I've met thieves before. Tom, all of you, I came out of this operation with more money than I had last year, and it's a nuisance. I've played the money game, and I'm bored with it. Any time any of you can think of a good way to help me get rid of some, a good way, I said, I won't be played for a sucker, you'll be doing me a favor to tell me. Hugo, are there any poor people in your church? His answer was slow. Lots of them, Eunice, but not hurtin' poor, just welfare poor. I'd like to think about it, because it don't do a man no good to plain give him what he ought to root for. So the book says in different words. That's the trouble, Hugo. I've given away money many times, and usually did harm when I meant to do good. But the book also says something about the eye of the needle. All right, think about it. Now let's go see those thieves. I'll need a man to help me. Which one of you dresses the most far out when you aren't in uniform? She heard Fred laugh. Eunice, it's no race. You should see the get-ups Tom wears. A Christmas tree, a light show. Finchley growled, then said, Don't listen to him, Eunice. He's probably jealous, Tom. All right, if there is parking inside or near this shop, you come help me. As they passed through the second gate, Finchley said, Crash belts, Eunice? I'm wearing the Swedish, and it's comfortable now that Hugo has adjusted it. Could we get along with just it and the collision net if we didn't go so fast? Or does that make me Joanne Eunice again? Will you wear the forehead strap? All right. It's just that I don't like to be tied down all over. It reminds me of the way the doctors kept me strapped down after the operation. Necessary, but I hated it. She did not mention that a forehead strap was what she disliked the most. We heard about that. Must have been horrid. But you need the forehead strap. Say I'm doing only 100. A slam stop could break your neck, if you don't wear it. So I wear it. I don't see the light on the board, because I haven't put it on yet. There. Did the light go on? Yes. Thank you, Eunice. Thank you, Tom, for taking care of me. Let's mush. I wasn't pulling on the leash. Truly I wasn't. Says you. Boss, you're mendacious, untruthful, and a fibber. Where did I learn it, dearie? They're sweet boys, Eunice, but we've got to work out a way to live so that we don't have to clear everything with 40 other people. Good servants are priceless, but you work for them as much as they work for you. Life should be simpler. Honey, how would you like to go to India and be a guru and sit on a mountaintop and never have any plans? Just sit and wait for your grateful chelas to gather around. Might be a long wait. Why not sit at the bottom of the mountain and wait for the boys to gather around? One-track mind. Yes, yours, you dirty old man. Conceited, but I try to act like a lady. Not too hard, you don't. As hard as you ever did, little trollop. I was called Joanne Eunice once, and the issue had nothing to do with sex. You'll be surprised how much sex had to do with it, Joanne. Well, from that point of view, yes. But as long as they call me Eunice, I'll go on believing that I've done just perfect. Honestly, though, good servants can be smothering. Take Winnie. She's a darling, but she's underfoot every minute. Eunice, how the devil can we manage that actively female life you want, we want, with so much chaperonage? Take a tip from Winnie. How, dear? Let her in on your plans. Then she'll keep your secrets and never ask a question, just as you do for her. Try it. I may have to. I'm sure she won't talk, and will happily listen to anything I need to spill. But, Eunice, if I go outside the house, it's going to be hard to keep Tom and Hugo or Anton and Fred from guessing. You saw the elaborate maneuver I had to use today. You didn't have to, boss. They won't talk. Perhaps they won't, but I don't want them even to think. They're beginning to think I'm an angel named Eunice, and I'd rather keep it that way. Boss, they know darned well that Eunice is no angel. Even Hugo knows it, because Hugo is the smartest of the four, even if he is an ill-lit. Knows people, understands them from having been there himself, forgives them their transgressions, and loves them anyhow. Boss dear, they loved me the way I was, feet of clay and all, and they'll love you the same way. Maybe. I hope so. I know I love you more, knowing more about you and things I never suspected than I did before we consolidated. Immoral little wench. What's this about you and Fred and Anton? Did you really? Wondered when you get around to that. Those good-night kisses did start out just friendly, brotherly, fatherly in Hugo's case. Never got past that with Tom, as we were always either under Hugo's eye or Jake's or both. I just knew darn well a man was kissing me. But Fred and Anton weren't much chaperonage for each other, and they were both charged up over me. So when a chance turned up, I thought, why not? Pure charity, huh? Was that sarcasm, boss? Anyhow, they took me home late one night. Not a blood donation call, just working late with Jake when we were very rushed getting things arranged for you. The Warm Body Project. I invited them in for a Coke and a snack as usual, only it turned out Joe wasn't home. So human nature won again. You seem to have a low opinion of human nature, boss darling. I have a high opinion of human nature. I think it will prevail in spite of all efforts of wowsers to suppress it. But that's all it took. 2 men, cold sober, and a chance that your husband might walk in. Lovely fallen angel, your story not only has holes, it is inconsistent. I do know something about men, having been one. What they'll risk, what they won't. Plenty, that is, for a woman, but 2 men tend to be wary of each other, and still more so when a husband might turn up. Darling, you've left out something. This does not sound like a first time. Boss, cross our heart, it was a first time, and the only time, for I was killed soon after. All right, I'll fill in the holes. Joe wasn't likely to walk in, and they knew it. Couldn't, as our door was hand-bolted from the inside whenever either of us was there. Joe was even more careful about it than I was, as he had always been a city boy. But they knew also that Joe was not due home until midnight, and they brought me home about 21:30. No hurry, no worry, no flurry. While Joe can't read, he can tell time. You know those little dummy clocks some one-man shops use? Back at such and such a time, and mark the time by setting the hands? We had one of those to tell the other one when he would be back. That night the door opened to my voice, so I looked for the dummy clock and found it set for midnight, and told Anton and Fred that I was sorry, but Joe wasn't going to be home soon enough for a visit. Called attention to it, minx. Sounds like a setup. Well, I knew what I was ready for, once I knew we had the place to ourselves. Oh, shucks, boss, I'm still trying to be your nice girl. I had had my ear cocked for a late arrival with that team for over a month. When Jake asked me to work after dinner, I phoned Joe, just as usual, and set it up under Jake's nose. Short-talked it. Almost another language if spoken by a husband and wife. What Jake heard was me telling Joe that I wouldn't be home until 21:30. What Jake didn't hear, or would not understand, was that I was asking Joe if he minded being elsewhere, in family short-talk code we used if we wanted that favor. It was all right, boss darling. I made myself scarce for Joe's sake oftener than I asked it of him. The only question was he painting? Turned out he was not, so I was home free. Joe asked if I wanted him to be away all night. What he said was, "Roz, punch or phone?" Not that Joe ever punched me to wake me, but I answered, "Judy," meaning that it was up to him, but I hoped he would punch me, and added, "Blackbirds," and gave him a phone kiss and signed off. All set, no sweat. Knew what I would find at home. Blackbirds. 24 blackbirds baked in a pie. Set midnight on the clock, even if you stay out all night, Joe darling. Oh, it could have been pumpkin, or Christmas Eve, or reach, or solid gold, but what I used was blackbirds. Did you kids ever talk English? Of course we did, boss. Joe speaks good English when he needs to, but short talk settled it in a dozen words, without giving Jake any hint that I was late dating him. If I'd had Betsy at hand, I would have used hush and spoken standard English. But we weren't actually working late. Not that late. I was using the phone you used yesterday, with Jake only feet away from me. Had to be short-talked. Let me get this straight. Joe set the dummy clock, saying he would not be home until midnight. Did he come home then? About 10 minutes after midnight. Joe wouldn't embarrass a guest by being too prompt. Joe is a natural gentleman. Never had to learn, he just is. It was the first thing that attracted me to him, and the quality that caused me to ask him to marry him. An illit, certainly, but I'll take an illit gentleman over an Ivy League squeak any year. I agree, beloved. The more I hear about Mr. Jose Branca, the better I like him, and respect him, and regret his tragic loss, meaning you, beloved little strumpet. I was just trying to get the schedule straight for what must have been a busy night. Okay, Joe got home shortly after midnight, but early that evening you phoned him and set things up for this date with Anton and Fred. Then you got back into bed with Jake. Oh, dear. Boss, I've shocked you again. No, my darling. Surprised, not shocked. I find your memoirs fascinating. Shocked. That schedule sounds like a whore on payday. But it wasn't that at all, boss. It was love. Love and respect for Jake. Love and affection for Anton and Fred. Love and devotion and understanding and mutual trust and respect with Joe. If my husband didn't disapprove, what right have you or anybody to look down your nose at me? Darling, darling, I was not shocked. I have never been shocked by you. Damn it, that's the generation gap. You can't believe that I packed far more offbeat behavior into my long years of lechery than you possibly could have crowded into the 14 years you claim. You've been a busy body, that's clear, but I had more than 5 times as many years at it, and quite as much enthusiasm. Probably not as frequent opportunities, but beautiful girls get asked oftener than do homely boys. But it was never for lack of trying on my part, nor do I have any complaints, as I received more cooperation than I had any reason to expect. I think you were shocked. No, little innocent. Sheer admiration, plus surprise at your endurance. You must have been half dead the next day. On the contrary, I felt grand, glowing, happy. You remarked on it. You may even recall it. It was the day Joe painted me with tiger stripes and a cat's face makeup. Be darned if I don't. You were bouncy as a kitten, and I said you looked like the cat who ate the canary. Darling girl, I was hurting that day. You cheered me up. I'm glad. How much sleep did you get? Oh, plenty. 6 hours, 5 at least, plus a nap stretched out on my tummy while Joe did most of the stripes. Joanne, a well-loved woman doesn't need as much sleep as a lonely one. You'll find out. As for it being too much for me, boss, who told me just last week that nothing encourages sex the way sex does? You, that's who. Yes, but I was speaking from a man's viewpoint. Works the same for a woman, twin. You'll see. I hope so. I know that most people, in my day, assumed the opposite. But it's not true. Sex, whatever else it is, much else, is an athletic skill. The more you practice, the more you can. The more you want to, the more you enjoy it, the less it tires you. I'm glad to hear, very personally glad, that it works that way for a woman, too. But you aren't the first girl to tell me so. First time I heard a girl say that, or roughly that, was when Harding was president. Not a girl, a very sweet young married woman who had more in common with you than you were likely to believe. Almost certainly dead now, God rest her soul. She would be over 100 years old. What was her name? Does it matter? Little busybody, you were telling me about Fred and Anton. I still don't understand how you swung it. The setup, yes, but how did you gentle them to it? Did you split the time and take them into your apartment separately? Oh, heavens no, that would be rude and embarrassing for everyone. It would have turned me off utterly. It was a Troy. Well, boss, can you imagine how excited two men can get while kissing, fondling the same girl, if she's willing, if they trust each other, which they did. They were driver and shotgun together. Yes, that's true, but I can't visualize. Whoops, I just remembered something that happened so many years ago I had almost forgotten it. Tell me. No, you go on. Just that history repeats itself, as it always does. Go on. Well, they do, boss. Excite each other even if they don't touch each other at all, just her. Heterodyning is the term I learned for it in secretonics. I don't know what the Kinseys call it, but I had been kissing them good night almost every other night for weeks, and kissing them when they picked me up in the mornings, and the kisses got warmer, and it's never been my nature to discourage a man if I like him, which I did. I felt affectionate toward both of them. They're nice people. Presently we were stopping for a necking session, could no longer call it a good-night kiss, in the basement parking before they would take me up the lift. I had to slow that down by saying, "Watch it, boys. You're not only getting body paint on your uniforms, you're getting me so mussed up I'll have trouble getting neat enough that Joe won't notice it," which did slow them down, more on my account than any fret about uniforms. They liked Joe. Everybody likes Joe, and did not want to cause me worry at home. Didn't tell them that Joe wasn't fooled. His artist's eye sees much more than most people see. But we settled it that night, boss. I told them that I was not a tease, and that I was as eager as they were, but that I was not going to be spread in a basement, but that I would find a chance. They're both nice boys. Oh, men, sure. Anton is 40, and Fred is as old as I am. Was. So they waited, and didn't do more than kiss me and grab a friendly feel. Then, twice we almost had it made, but Joe was busy painting, which I would not interrupt to take the president to bed. Then we hit the jackpot. Almost missed at the last minute. Jake was going to send me home in his car. He told me to cancel the call I had put in for my car. Yours, I mean. I surprised Jake by being balky. Told him that I didn't feel safe with Charlie unless Jake, was along. True, as far as it went. Charlie is a bad one. Not like our four. So dear old Jake was going to get dressed and ride with me. I said that was silly, that Finchley and Shorty— I never referred to them as Tom and Hugo, and wouldn't advise you to. I'm not stupid, dearest. When I'm Miss Smith, they are Finchley and Shorty. Sorry, boss darling, I know you're not stupid, but I have more experience in being a woman than you have. So you have, and you keep me straight, darling. But what's this about Tom and Hugo? Misdirection. I knew who was on call that night, so Fred and Anton picked me up, and I was tempted to tell them, getting excited all the time myself. Couldn't. Would have spoiled it some for them, since men enjoy so much spreading a married woman without her husband knowing it. Even sweet old Jake relished me more for that naughty reason. I always went along with this quirk, because it gave me more control over a situation not easy to control once a man has had you. Gives you a lever. You might remember that, Joanne. I will, but I'll need a husband to make use of it. You'll get us a husband, never fear, dear. I still think we ought to marry Jake. He'll come around. But don't hold out on him, Joanne. Jake is not a man you can pressure that way. Eunice, I won't hold out on Jake 1/2 second. I've never had any respect for that female tactic, and won't use it now that I am female. I have never used it, boss. I've used almost every other female deception, but not that one. That one is whoring, but not honest whoring. Minds me, how do you feel about whores, boss? Me? Why, the way I feel about any professional who performs a personal service. Say, a dentist, or a lawyer, or a nurse. If he's honest, I respect him. If he is competent as well, my respect is limited only by his degree of competence. Why? Have you ever patronized whores? Hired their services, I mean? Not patronize in the snooty sense. If I give that a simple affirmative, will you get on with your story? We're already downtown, damn it. Yes, sir. Yes, twin sister, you knocked-up virgin. Got home, went up the lift with them, was surprised to find Joe not at home, found the dummy clock propped on the sink, hand set at midnight, and told them what it meant. That did it. Finis. Hey! Well, what is there to tell? You already know what we did. Joanne sighed. That is the skimpiest account of a gang-bang I ever heard in my long and evil life. What? But it wasn't a gang-bang, boss. Quit dragging your feet and come on into this century. A Troy is not a gang-bang, nor is it a frimp session, or needn't be, and this was not. A Troy is friendly and loving. They're both married, and they treated me as sweetly as they would treat their wives. And I loved the way they treated me, and loved both of them quite a lot, and still do, long before the evening was over, when up to then it had been just affectionate, sex-charged friendship. Boss, one of the regrets I have about being killed is that I was never able to offer them the second chance at me they had earned, and I had promised. Do you think you might make it up to them? Huh? As you pointed out, I'm their boss. It wouldn't be easy. And besides, well, hell, I'm scared. 2 men? You didn't seem scared of Mac and Alec. Not quite the same thing. Nothing ever is, boss, especially about sex. But I want to tell you this. A Troy, if it works right, and it can't unless there is trust and respect all the way around, if it works, it is the nicest thing that can happen to a woman. Not just twice as nice, because she gets twice as much of what she wants so badly. That's not it. She might even get less than some rutty young stud could manage alone. It's the warm and friendly and loving and trusting aspect that makes it so good. 4 times better at least. Maybe 8. Oh, arithmetic can't measure it. But, Joanne, darling, listen to me. Until you have been in bed between 2 sweet and loving men who love each other almost as much or even more than they love you, with your head pillowed on both their arms and surrounded by their love, until that's happened to you, you still have one virginity to go, and an important one. Darling, I was crying most of the time they were with me. Cried again when I kissed them good night. Was still crying happy after they left. Then jumped out of bed and rushed to unbolt the door when Joe got home a few minutes later, and blubbered all over him, and took him straight to bed and told him all about it, while he was being especially sweet to me. Did he want to hear about it? Wouldn't you want to? Yes, but no 2 men are alike, and some husbands get headaches from horns. Some do. Maybe most of them, Joanne. I was always careful of Joe's feelings. Sometimes I strayed and carefully kept it from him. I never told him about Jake. Why not? I would think that Joe would approve of Jake for you if he approved of anyone. Jake respects Joe very highly. You know it, too. You heard him. Yes, but Jake is rich, and Joe is dirt poor. Perhaps Joe could have accepted Jake. I now think he could have, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't risk hurting him. But Anton and Fred, well, they are just mobile guards. Joe treated them as friends and equals, and secretly, I think, felt a little superior to them, since he is an artist and they are just stiffs. I knew they wouldn't trouble Joe's mind, and I was right. He was delighted for me, happy that I was happy. Can't explain it, Joanne. You get an instinct for it. But a man's pride is a fragile thing, and it is all the armor he has. They are far more vulnerable than we are. You have to be oh so careful in handling them, or they droop. I know, Eunice, literally droop in some cases. Did I tell you that my second wife made me psychically impotent for almost a year? Oh, you poor darling. Got over it, not through a shrink, through the warm and generous help of a lady who didn't assume that it was my fault. and I was never troubled again until I was too feeble for any sort of proper physical functioning.
I'm glad you found her. I wish I could thank her. Joanne, I wasn't born knowing this about men. I found out the hard way. Twin, I made some bad mistakes in high school. Look, males are so much bigger and more muscular than we are, I didn't dream that they could be so fragile. Until I hurt one boy's pride so badly, he dropped out of school. And I've tried never to hurt any boy or man since. I was stupid, boss, but I did learn.
Eunice, how long has it been since I last told you I love you?
Oh, at least 20 minutes.
Too long. I love you. Finchley's voice interrupted her reverie. We're about to park, Miss Eunice.
What's this Miss Eunice nonsense? We're not in public.
Seemed like a good compromise.
It does, huh? Why just dabble your toes? Why not go whole hog and call me Miss Smith? And I won't kiss you good night.
Very well, Miss.
Oh, Tom, don't tease me. It's been a perfect day. Don't remind me that I must be Miss Smith again. You know I'll kiss you good night if you let me.
Or the real Eunice wouldn't speak to me.
Hugo, make him behave.
I'll fix his clock, Eunice. Tom, you call her Eunice. Real nice.
I'm sorry, Eunice. That makes me feel better, Tom. Are you going to be able to park this wagon close enough that you can come with me?
Sure thing, Eunice. But keep quiet right now, please. I've got to work close with the traffic computer to get us in.
Chapter 20. Good evening, Chief. Joanne rested her hand on O'Neill's forearm, stepped lightly down.
Good evening, miss. Message from Mr. Solomon. His respects to you and regrets he will not be back for dinner. 21 o'clock, he hopes.
I'm sorry to hear it. Then I shan't dine downstairs. Please tell Cunningham or Della that I want trays in my lounge for Winnie and me. No service.
2 trays and no service, miss. Right.
And tell Dabrowski that I want him to drive me tomorrow.
He's gone home, miss, but he knows he has the duty. He'll be ready.
Perhaps you didn't understand what I said, Chief. I want to tell him now that I want him to drive me tomorrow. 10, possibly, not earlier. So after you phone the pantry, call Dabrowski and give him that message from me. Leave the call in until you reach him, and phone me at once when Mr. Salomon's car returns, no matter what hour. Don't consult him. Do it before Rockford unbuttons.
Yes, miss. Phone the pantry. Phone Dabrowski immediately thereafter. Phone you instantly when Mr. Salomon's car returns, before he is out of his car. If I may say so, miss, it feels good to have your firm hand back at the controls.
You may say so to me, but not to Mr. Salomon, for his firm hand has been invaluable, as you and I know.
As we both know. He's a fine gentleman, miss. I respect him. Shall I tell Cunningham to send down for your packages?
No, Finchley and his guns can handle them, though I did go on quite a shopping spree.
Joanne gave her security boss Eunice's best happy little girl grin.
I was drunk with excitement, bad as a kid on Christmas, and tried to buy out the town. Finchley, split those packages 3 ways, and you 3 come up with me. Yes, I know it's not your work, so don't report me to your guild.
Packages, 3 men and 1 woman, almost filled the front lift. Joanne waited until Finchley had punched for her floor and the lift had started. Then she quickly punched the stop touch plate, held them between floors.
Put those packages down.
She went first to Shorty, took his face between her hands.
Thank you, Hugo. Thank you most of all, as your gentle wisdom got us all straightened out.
She pulled his face down, kissed him softly and unhurriedly, lips closed.
Good night.
She turned to Fred.
Thank you, Fred. I thank you, and Eunice thanks you.
As his arms closed, she let her lips come open.
See what I mean, Twin? That's a sample.
I see. I shall be very careful not to get him alone unless I expect more than a sample.
Good night, Fred. Tom, it's been the best day of my life. I hope you enjoyed it half as much as I did. Thank you.
Joanne went straight into the kiss without waiting for Finchley to answer, her face up, eyes closed, and with her back to Shorty in case her driver decided to take advantage of it. which he did. "Goodness, Eunice, are you sure you never laid him?" "Quite sure, darn it. Are you going to?" I don't know. Breathless, she broke from him, turning her back to all of them to punch again for her floor and trying to regain her composure. The car stopped, and she said, "Put everything in my bedroom, boys. Winnie, wait till you see." The little redhead had been waiting at the lift. "Miss Joanne, you've been gone all day." "And why not? Put them anywhere, on the floor, on the bed. Winnie, have you had dinner?" "That's all, thanks. Good night, and thank you all." "Good night, Miss Smith." As soon as the door sealed, Joanne hugged her maid, lifting her off her feet. "You didn't answer. Did you eat with the staff, or did you wait?" "Couldn't eat. Oh, Joanne, I've been so worried. You ran away and didn't tell anybody where you were going. Bad girl to worry me so." "Pooh, I had guards with me. You knew I was safe." "But guards aren't nurses. I'm supposed to watch you for Dr. Garcia." "Oh, pooh all over dear doctor, too. Winsome, I'm no longer a patient. I'm no longer a ward. I'm a free woman and healthy as a horse, and you can't mother me every minute like a broody hen. All right, we've got supper coming up, and they'll leave it in the lounge, and we'll eat it when we feel like it." "I know. I was backstairs when the order came in, so I hurried up the service lift and thought I had missed you as the indicator was stopped. Then it started again." "Something wrong with that lift. It stalled. But we kept punching buttons until the Yehudi woke up. Too many gadgets in this house." "Eunice, I thought a stalled elevator was as safe as a grave. Is there no privacy anywhere?" "Afraid not, boss, honey. But I never worried much about such things. I just worried about hurting people." "I stand corrected. Ever been caught with your legs up, hussy?" "Only once when it was embarrassing, and that's all it was. It's nothing to worry about." "Shall I tell maintenance about the lift?" "No, Finchley will report it. Winsome, maintenance is no part of your duties. You're here to giggle with me and to give me a shoulder to cry on and to cry on mine, and to keep dear doctor from fussing." Joanne started undressing. "Get your clothes off. We're going to model clothes. I've been shopping. Boy, oh boy, did I shop. Gave the economy a shot in the arm, I did. Get those duds off. Have you had your bath, you dirty girl? Or are you going to bathe with me? Come here and let me smell you." "Had a bath when I got up." "You smell all right. I fear me I'm well marinated. It's been a busy day." "Okay, we'll dunk together and get stinking good later, before giving dear Jake another lesson in how to relax. But now we model. Give us a kiss first." "Eunice, will that rubber dingus stay in place in the tub?" "It'll stay seated anywhere, or I would have left a dozen orphans behind me. You can even use the fountain, and you had better." "Joanne, since you were going shopping, why didn't you take me along? Meanie." "Complaints, complaints, complaints. I thought you needed sleep, dear. Or didn't Bob show up?" Winifred blushed clear down her breasts, but she answered happily, "Oh, yes, he did. But I would have been up at once if you had called me. Love to shop." "What time did you wake up?" The blush renewed. "Not till almost 13. Long past noon." The defense rests. "Winsome, baby, I didn't take you along because I bought things for you, too. And if I had you along, you would have fussed every time I spent $1 on you. And to set a precedent, too. I'm not a prisoner any longer. I'm free to come and go just as you are. If I don't take you along, you mustn't ask why, and I may not tell you where or what." The younger girl looked crushed. "Yes, Miss Joanne, I'll remember." So Joanne Eunice again took her in her arms. There, pet, don't quiver your lip. I'll take you with me mostly, and if I don't, I'll tell you about it. Mostly. But I might tell you a fib instead. I might have a date with some horny interns and would not want to shock my Winsome." "You're teasing me." "Not mean teasing. I'm at least half serious. Winnie, if you want to see your Bob, no one in this house cares but me, and my interest is friendly. But me, there are 40-odd people staring down my neck. If I ever have a man in my bed, the whole household will know it, and it's at least 50-50 that some member of my ever-loyal staff would sell the fact to a news scoop and it would be on the morning gossip program, phrased so that I can't sue without making it worse. Not? Oh, sounds horrible, but I guess it could happen. You know it could. Every gossip column, every gossip program proves it. Hon, if a person is too rich or too prominent, all the public lets him wear is the emperor's new clothes, and what they like best is bad news. Good news is too bland. Back when I was running it, Smith Enterprises spent many thousands of dollars every quarter to give me a totally false public image, poisonous phrase, for business reasons. But that's done with, and now I'm fair game. Still more interesting fair game now that I'm miraculously young and female and pretty. No? Beautiful. Let's be fair to Eunice Branca. You saw what they did yesterday. You watched the Babel box. What would they do if they could prove something on me? Something nasty, I guess. I know they would. I'm not guessing. I've had too many years of trying to avoid the spotlight. The old Romans knew what they were doing when they tossed living victims to the lions. Most people are fairly decent, but collectively they love blood. I'm going to do something about getting out of the spotlight. But in the meantime, I'm vulnerable. Winnie, what would you do if I woke you some night and asked you to let me slide a man into your bed so that you could be caught, not me? Be certain to be caught, I mean. Public as a show window. So caught that Bob would know, too. The little girl took a deep breath. I'd do it. Bob would understand. Ah, but if I begged you not to explain it to Bob, just take the rap for me, I'd still do it. Joanne kissed her. I know you would, but you won't have to, sweet Winsome. When I slip, I won't load it onto my chum. But I may ask you to tell lies for me someday, jigger for me, help me cover up. Would you? Of course I would. And I knew it and didn't need to ask. It might be soon. I'm feeling more female every day. Now, let's play Christmas. I think that round, flubsy box is for Winnie. Shortly, Winifred was parading in front of mirrors with an awed look on her face. Oh, Joanne, you shouldn't have. That's why I made you stay home. It's a maid's uniform, dear. An allowable deduction for me by terms of the cook's, domestics, and hotel workers' approved contract. Maid's uniform, indeed. It's a Stagnaro original, straight from Rome. I read the label. As may be, I'll tell my accountant to list it as a deduction just to annoy the IRS. Take it off, dear, and let's see what else we find. Hey, here's one from me. Joanne quickly got dressed. What do you think? Of course, with this, I ought to have my body painted. I wouldn't use paint if I were you. You look yummy, and that off-white sets off your skin. It's a delicious design, even though kind of wicked. Joanne, how do you know so much about buying women's clothes? You mean, how does an old man who hasn't picked out a dress for a woman in at least half a century manage it? Genius, dear. Sheer genius. You ought to hear my bird imitations. Hey, don't I get any credit? Not unless you want to break your cover, Mata Hari. The men in the white coats are just outside that door. Pee on you, twin. Maybe someday we can tell Winnie. I hope so, darling. I not only love you, I'm proud of you. Kiss. They worked down to 2 boxes which Joanne had held back. When Winifred saw the synthetic emerald set, G-patch, and 2 half-moon cups shaped for bare nipples, she gasped. Oh, goodness! Put it on, Joanne, and let me find your highest heels. You find your highest heels, darling. Those green rhinestone stilts you were wearing earlier. They didn't have stilts to match this outfit in your size. I've ordered them. This is for me? Oh, no! Then put it down the trash chute. G-strings can't be exchanged, Winsome. That dress was designed for a redhead, and the cups are too small for me. Put it on. That envelope contains a floor-length transparent skirt, silk with a hint of matching green. With the skirt, it's just right for formal dinner parties. You could wear 1 emerald on your forehead. Not any other jewelry, nor paint. But, Joanne, I never go to that sort of party.
I've never ever been invited to one." "Perhaps it's time I gave one. The banquet hall hasn't been used in 10 years. You would look beautiful. Junior hostess at the other end of the long table. But, dear, besides an ultra-formal party, it's intended without the skirt for most informal occasions. Would you enjoy wearing it for Bob? And would he enjoy taking it off?" Winifred caught her breath. "I can't wait." "Got a date tonight, hon?" "No, that's why I said I can't wait. Because I can't resist it. Want Bob to see me in it. Want him to take it off me. Joanne, I shouldn't accept it. It's much too expensive. But I will. I do. Goodness, you make me feel like a kept woman." "You are one, dear. I'm keeping you, and enjoying it very much." The little nurse stopped smiling. Then she faced her mistress, looked up directly into her eyes. "Joanne, maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe it'll spoil everything. But I think I must. She stopped and took a deep breath. 2 or 3 times, it seemed to me you almost made a pass at me." "There's the pitch, Twin. Too late for me to help." "It's been more than 3 times, Winifred." "Well, yes. But why did you stop?" Joanne sighed. "Because I was scared." "Of me?" "Of me. Winsome, darling, I've done many hard things in my life, such as waiting in a landing boat, bobbing around and seasick and stinking with fear, then dropping off into 4 feet of water with machine guns raking us and killing my buddies on both sides. But this is the hardest thing I've ever tried, being a woman. I have to think about it every instant, do consciously the things you do automatically. Goodness, today I came within a split second of walking into a men's toilet instead of the ladies' powder room. And now, you. Darling, can you guess what a temptation you are to me? Can you realize that old Johann is looking at your winsome loveliness out of Joanne's eyes? Winnie, there hasn't been a moment but what I've wanted to touch you, hold you in my lap, kiss you, make love to you. If I were a man, I'd be trying my damnedest to crowd Bob out, or at least make room for me." "Joanne?" "Yes, dear?" "There's room for you." Joanne found that she was trembling. "Darling, please, can't we wait? You have Bob, and I have still to learn to be a woman." She started to cry, and found Winifred's arms around her. "Stop it, dear. Please stop. I didn't mean to upset you. I'll help, of course I'll help. We'll wait. Years, if you need that long, until you're calmed down and sure of yourself, and want me. But Winnie isn't trying to seduce her Joni. Oh, it can be sweet, truly it can. But you're right, and I do have Bob, and my nerves aren't frayed the way yours must be. Someday you'll fall in love with a man, and may forget all about me, wanting to touch me, I mean. And that's all right, as long as I can love you and be your friend." Joanne dashed away a tear and sniffed. "Thank you, Winnie. I've made a fool of myself again." "No, you haven't. I just have trouble remembering sometimes. You want a tranquilizer?" "No, I'm all right now." "Would you rather I didn't touch you?" "No. I want you to kiss me, Winnie. Hard. Best you ever have. Then put on the green G-string dress and let us look at it. Then we'll eat, and then grab some soap suds and make me smell better for our prayer meeting with Jake. I need those prayers tonight. They're the right tranquilizer. Put it on, dear, but kiss me first." Winnie kissed her, started to hold back, then flared like a prairie fire and did make it best she ever had. "Break, Twin, before the house burns down. That's the fanciest tap dancing since Bojangles died." "What do you know about Bojangles? You can't know about him." "Ever hear of classic films, boss? Now see to it that Bob marries her. You owe her that for the hurdles you make her jump." "How can I when I don't know who he is?" "You can find out. Cheat. O'Neill knows. After you know who he is, find out what he wants. He'll geek. Men. Boss, I love you, but sometimes I'm not sure why." After Winnie modeled the emerald dress, she fetched in their trays from Joanne's upstairs lounge, while Joanne opened the last package. It contained her present for Jake. "Winnie, tell me what you think of this."
It was a necklace, rich and simple, a heavy gold chain with tripled linkage, supporting a large gold ankh, a crux ansata. Winifred took it in her hands. "It's lovely," she said slowly, "but it's not a woman's necklace, you know. Or did you?" "It's a man's necklace, a present for Jake." Winifred frowned slightly. "Joanne, you do want me to help you to learn how to behave as a woman." "You know I do." "Yes, I know. When I see that you are about to make a mistake, I must tell you." "You don't think Jake will like this?" "I don't know. He may not know what it means, and you may not know. This cross with a loop is called an ankh, and it's what my granddaddy would have called a heathen symbol. It means, well, it means most of the things our meditation prayer means, life and goodness and love and so forth, but specifically it means sex. It's an ancient Egyptian symbol for the generative forces, both male and female. It's no accident that the loop looks something like a vulva, and that the rest of the design could be interpreted as a male symbol. The way it's used now, among people my age, people the age you have become, is, well, a wife could give it to her husband, or a husband could give a smaller one to his wife. Or they might not be married, but it always means sexual love, flatly, and no nonsense about it. If that's not what you mean, Joanne, if you just want to give him a nice necklace, take it back and exchange it for another that isn't so specific in its symbolism. Any necklace means love, but perhaps you want one that a daughter could give her father." Joanne shook her head. "No, Winnie, I've known what the ankh means since a course in comparative religion, 3/4 of a century ago. I assume that Jake knows, too. He has solid classical training. I hadn't been sure you kids knew its ancient meaning. I see I was mistaken. Winnie, this present is no accident. I've asked Jake to marry me several times. He won't, because of age." "Well, I can see why he might feel that way." "It's ridiculous. Sure, I'm 1/4 of a century older than he is, but it no longer shows, and I'm healthy enough for marriage, even though dear doctor thinks I may drop dead." "But Dr. Garcia doesn't really think you'll drop dead. And I didn't mean you were too old. I meant he... Oh, dear." Yes, I know. He's being noble, damn him. But he doesn't have to marry me, Winnie. I'll accept any crumb I'm offered. This present is intended to say so." Winifred looked solemn, suddenly kissed the ankh, and handed it back. "You and me both, Joanne. Any crumb we're offered. Well, I wish you luck. With all my heart." "Good, Winnie. Let's sop up some calories. It's getting latish, and Jake will be home, I hope, by 21. I want to be clean as a kitten, and just as pretty, and smelling even prettier when the stubborn darling gets here. Help me?" "Love to. And look, Joni, we douse you in harem breeze, both the cologne and the perfume, and the powder, and I won't wear any scent. I'll scrub off what I'm wearing." "No, we'll renew the bait on you, too. Maybe we'll heterodyne." "Heterodyne?" Term that used to be used a lot in radio. In this case, it means that if one girl isn't enough, 2 might do the trick. Last night, Jake was polite about not staring, except that he was noticing my winsome with both eyes all the time he was pretending not to. I'm not trying to crowd you into a Troy, but I have no scruples about staking you out as bait." They were out of the tub and working on the finishing touches when the house phone sounded. "Miss Smith, Mr. Salomon's car just rolled in." "Thank you, O'Neill." A few minutes later, Joanne phoned the Green Suite. "Jake, dear, this is your resident guru. If you wish to share a prayer meeting, Guru and Chela will call on you whenever you say." "That's welcome news. I'm tired, and last night was the best sleep I've had in years, Guru." "I'm glad. Have you had dinner?" "At the Jib, hours ago. Ready for bed now. If you let me have, 20 minutes for a tub." "Shall we be there in exactly 20 minutes? I don't want to run into Hubert." "I sent him to bed. Nobody here but just us chickens." 20 minutes, dear. Off." Again, 2 girls went barefoot down the hallway. Joanne was wearing under a negligee the ankh necklace. The door opened for them, and Jake came toward them. He was wearing a bathrobe and had a book in hand with a finger marking his place. "Hello, my dears. You both look charming. Joanne, I took the liberty of stopping in your downstairs library and borrowing this book."
"It's not a liberty, and you know it. What is it, Jake?"
He handed it to her. "Vishnu Devananda's Yoga text. Thought there might be some of the simpler postures I could try. But I'm afraid I must stick to meditation."
Joanne looked puzzled. "This was downstairs?"
She glanced at the end paper, saw her bookplate. Ex Libris, J.S.B. Smith.
"I'd forgotten I owned it."
"You're a pack rat, dear. This house must have 10,000 books in it."
"More, I think. There were that many the last time I had them catalogued. Well, after you're done with it, Winnie and I will look through it. We might find exercises we haven't tried."
She handed it back. He put it aside.
"Ready for auto-hypnosis?"
"Ready for prayers, and I'm sorry I sounded disparaging last night."
"I can't see what difference a name makes, Jake. But first—"
Joanne opened her robe, lifted the necklace from her neck.
"A present for you, Jake. Bend your head down."
He did so. She placed it around his neck with a ceremonial kiss. He lifted the ankh, looked at it. "Thank you, Eunice. It's a beautiful present. Am I to wear it now?"
"As you wish, or wear it in your mind. I know you've never been one for much jewelry. Ready, Winnie?"
Joanne Eunice dropped her robe, melted into lotus. Winnie followed her. Jake got out of his bathrobe, leaving the necklace on. Joined them.
"Jake, will you lead us tonight? No need to say hold or breathe. We'll stay in step. Just like last night, a prayer for each of the 4 parts. Keep the tempo slow."
"I'll try. Om Mani Padma Hum."
Om Mani Padma Hum.
Jake Solomon appeared to fall asleep instantly once they put him to bed. The girls quietly left the darkened room. Joanne stopped a few feet down the hall.
"Winnie, will you do something for me?" "Anything, dear." "What time do people start stirring in the morning?" "I don't know what time Cook gets up. About 6, maybe. Mostly 7 or near it, for the others. Staff breakfast is at 7:30.
Della doesn't matter. She never comes upstairs. I mean this floor."
"Well, cleaning starts at 9, but no one cleans near your room until you phone down for your tray. Have you been disturbed?"
"No, and I don't mean to be. I guess Hubert is the only one who worries me. I'm going back and sleep with Jake."
"Oh!"
"I'm not going this instant. I want to be sure he's sound asleep. If he sleeps all night, I shan't wake him. The poor dear needs his rest. But sleep with him I will. I don't want Hubert barging in. Can you think of a way to divert him?"
"Oh, I see. I'm pretty sure Hubert never goes to Mr. Salomon's room until Mr. Salomon sends for breakfast and Hubert takes it up. Some mornings I've eaten downstairs and seen Hubert sit and drink coffee and watch the news, quite a long time, waiting for Mr. Salomon to phone."
"That's a relief. It's not likely that anyone but you will know it then. Not that I mind for myself, but I would hate to be the cause of Jake being dragged into a gossip item."
"All right. Will you do 3 things for me? Read or sleep in my bed a while. Muss it up. Stay all night if you like, but muss yours too. And will you set your alarm for 8? And if I'm not in my own bed by then, phone the Green Suite. I'm sure Jake would rather know that you knew than have us caught by someone else. Then, one other thing. Would you fetch me lounging pajamas and slippers? Then if anything slips, I'll put a bold face on it. I'll be dressed, and to hell with snoops. While you get them, I'm going to put my robe down here and say a few more money hums. My mind is made up, but I'm a touch nervy. Afraid Jake will scold me, I guess." "Afraid Jake won't scold you, I guess."
"Don't you want us to, Eunice?"
"Yes. Quit yattering and get on with it." "Right away, Joan. Oh, I'm excited myself. I think I'll sleep in your bed, if you don't mind."
"You know I don't. But I may come back and wake you most any time."
"Don't mind. If you need a shoulder to cry on, I want to be there. Or maybe just for snuggle."
"Or I might have something to tell you. You don't fool me a bit, Winsome. Never mind. I would like to find you there when I return, no matter when or why. A few minutes later, Joanne slipped silently into the bedroom of the Green Suite, dropped her clothing without lighting a light, found her way to the bed by Jake's soft snores. Cautiously she got into bed, felt the radiant warmth of his body close to hers, sighed happily, and went to sleep. Some indefinite time later, Joanne felt a hand on her in the dark, came instantly awake. "What?" "General quarters, Twin. It's now." "I'm scared." "I've taken over, dearest. The body remembers. Say a money hum." Without a word, Jake firmly took possession of her. "Oh, God, Eunice, why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" "That for a woman it's so much better." "Is it?" 10 times, 100 times. I don't know. I'm fainting." "How could I guess that it's better? Kiss him as you faint." Chapter 21. The occupation of the Oklahoma State House by the People's Agrarian Emergency Government continued. The Martian Manned Field Laboratory reported finding artifacts age 1.4 times 10 to the 6th power plus or minus 14% years, indicating extinct human equivalent intelligence. A second report, signed by the Chinese members of the expedition, denied that the exhibits were artifacts, but were simply automatic and instinctive byproducts, analogous to coral rings or to honeycombs, of sub-intelligent life closely related to the anaerobic life now present on Mars. The International Flat Earth Society, in annual convention in Surrey, England, passed its usual sanctions on any national government wasting taxpayers' money on alleged space travel. The suicide rate was up for the 19th successive year, as were also rates for death by accident and by violence. World population appreciation passed 300,000 persons per day and continued up, with 6 babies born every second versus 2.5 persons dying each second, for a net gain of 7 people every 2 seconds. A hen in Izard County, Arkansas, laid an egg with the sign of the cross on it. A spokesman for the Treasury Department, speaking off the record, announced that the administration would not push the administration bill for total abolition of paper currency in favor of universal credit cards and computer accounting. "We must face the fact," he told the Washington Press Club, "that black market transactions, bribes, and other quasi-legal exchanges are as much a part of our economy as is interest on the national debt, and that to create conditions which would make these voluntary exchanges impractical would bring on a depression the country could not stand. To put it poetically, gentlemen, the small amount of physical currency still in circulation, only a few billions, is our lubricant for the gears of progress. You have my assurance that the President recognizes this truth." The first Satanist Church Incorporated, 44 branches in California, 5 in other states, brought suit in federal court for relief from discriminatory taxation. The first disciple stated, "If other churches aren't badgered and taxed and investigated concerning their sacred objects, a glory hand should enjoy the same protection. That's American as apple pie." Reno again repealed its ordinance for licensed prostitution. The city manager stated that the fees weren't sufficient to pay the inspectors, and besides, there wasn't all that much commercial prostitution anyhow since the closing of the Federal Youth Training Center. The Rally for Human Beings gained speed in its drive to fold, spindle, and mutilate computer cards and drop them into the nearest mailbox. Despite arrests by postal inspectors, there was almost no cooperation by local police, and no jury had brought in a verdict of guilty, no matter how compelling the evidence. The post office's chief inspector stated that the mutilated cards were almost always bills, and that so far no mutilated checks or money orders had been reported, and that the government had no great interest in the matter, but he was getting damn sick and tired of the country's mailboxes being used as trash baskets. The chairman of the Rally for Human Beings answered that the country's mailboxes had been trash baskets for years, and both the Postmaster General and Congress knew why. The traffic computer for downtown Houston went into spastic breakdown during the evening rush hour, leaving thousands of people stranded on the streets overnight. The estimated deaths exceeded 7,000, including heart stoppage, smog poisoning, and mugging, but excluding suicide. The Southern States Automobile Assurance Company's Trade Association repudiated all claims based on the incident on the theory that deaths or injuries in stationary vehicles were not covered by the fine print. The lunar colonies dedicated 2 more super-large, balanced aquarium food caves, the George Washington Carver and the Gregor Mendel, and the Commission again announced an increase in subsidized out-migration quota, but again with no relaxation in standards. The injunction against the Commission issued by Mr. Justice Handy of the United States Supreme Court was quietly ignored on the grounds of no jurisdiction. The common stock of Las Vegas in the sky continued to move up against the downward trend of the market. Most investment advice peddlers remained bullish, basing their expectations on past correlations between weather, the market, and women's styles. The Interstellar Advisory Subcommittee to the Lunar Commission settled on Tau Ceti rather than Alpha Centauri for the first attempt. Jodrell Bank lost touch with the manned Pluto probe. The official casualties in Ukraine dropped below the official casualties in Mato Grosso, and in both places the dead did not argue. Whereas id is not a scientific concept, it is merely the first syllable of idiot, as my esteemed colleague should know best. Will be order in the courtroom. Let me cite the incontestable conclusions of that great scientist. Garbage in, garbage out. Any graduate assistant can draw pretty graphs and make half-right conclusions from irrelevant data. May I ask my esteemed colleague to repeat that slur outside the courtroom? Bailiff is directed to keep order during... Jake, with any luck we'll get this so fouled up that nobody can play left field. With those bright lights, don't shine them in my eyes, or KPOX will lack your services a few days. Inquire of the court whether esteemed counsel has any serious purpose in subjecting the court and these spectators to the offensive sight of this grisly carcass. Can't stand it myself, Jake. Did I really look that bad? I still think we should take a dive on this. Hush, dear. Mac knows what he is doing, and so do I. Respectfully suggest that the witness himself should be conclusively identified before his testimony can be used to identify another person. State and county. This set of prints I am now projecting on the screen you have just seen me take from the cadaver marked Exhibit MM. I will now compare them with prints supplied by Veterans Administration Archives and previously marked as Exhibit JJ, using jump stereo superposition. Personally take those photographs which you now hold and which have been tentatively marked as Exhibit SS, numbers 1 through 127. Will not be cleared. This will be a public hearing, but the court will take time to sentence for contempt as needed. And Evelyn, you can start by putting that spectator, that one, the woman with the glasses and the fright wig, on ice for 10 days. Get her name, give it to the clerk, take her away. Any more morons who can't keep quiet? You back there, eating a candy bar. Stuff it into your pocket. This is not a lunchroom. Is counsel for the challenged party suggesting that this is not Jose Branca? Goodness, no. I'll help identify him if you need me. I'm simply urging that you lay a proper foundation. Jake, Joe looks ghastly. I must go see him as soon as this nonsense is over. Do you think that is wise? I don't know, Jake, but I know that I must. Look around you, Mr. Branca. Tell the court, tell the judge, that is, whether or not your wife is in this room. Not here. Mr. Branca, look where I am pointing. Not here, I told you. Your Honor, we are faced with a reluctant witness. It becomes necessary to lead him. Very well, but counsel is reminded that he cannot impeach his own witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Branca, I am pointing at this young woman. Look at her closely. I have my hand on her shoulder. Keep your hands to yourself. Judge, if he puts a hand on me again, I'll bite it. Order. Counsel, it is not necessary to touch the challenged party, and you will not do so again. Your witness knows which young woman you mean. Very well, Your Honor, and if I have given offense to this young lady, I am sorry. Mr. Branca, I put it to you that this is your wife, Eunice Branca, née Evans. Not Eunice. She dead. Judge, do I gotta take this cock? That lion fixer knows the score. He talked to me 2-3 hours. Sure, that's Eunice's body, but she's dead. Everybody knows what happened. Sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Branca, please confine yourself to answering my questions. You say your wife is dead, but did you ever see your wife, Eunice Branca, dead? Huh? No, this operation... Just answer the question. You never at any time saw her dead. I put it to you that you were paid $1 million to testify that this woman is not your wife, Eunice Branca. Jake, can they do this to Joe? Look at him. I'm sorry, darling. I didn't call him. Judge, this cocky bastard's lying. They got this club, see? Rare blood. I got this funny blood, see? Eunice, too. Save lives. Sure, they offer money. 1,000, million. I don't know, don't care. You think I'm a pimp, maybe? For Eunice? I tell 'em, shove it. Your Honor, I pray your help in bringing this witness to order. I think he's making a responsive answer to your question. Go on, Mr. Branca. They offered you money. For what? Oh, Eunice got a boss, see? Mr. Smith, Johann Smith. So rich he cocks in gold pot. But poor old Muck is dying, see? Only the Medicares don't let him die. Pitiful. But he's got the same funny blood, see? Like me, like Eunice. I tell him, sure, he can have Eunice's body. She don't need it no more. But not for money. So we rig a swindle. Me and his fixer over there, Mr. Jake Solomon. He knows how I feel. He helps. Eunice Evans Branca Memorial Fund for free rare blood. All paid to Rare Blood Club. Ask Mr. Jake Solomon, he knows. I don't touch one goddamn frimpin' dime. Jake, he won't even look at me. Put your veil up, dear, and cry under it. Does counsel for petitioners have any more questions to ask this witness? No, Your Honor. Counsel may inquire. No cross-examination, Your Honor. Does either counsel wish to question this witness at a later time? This is not a trial, and the court intends to allow the widest latitude for inquiry, even at the cost of permitting irrelevancies to creep into the record. Counsel? Petitioners have no further use for this witness. No questions now or later, Your Honor. Very well. Court will reconvene at 10 tomorrow morning. Bailiff is directed to provide this witness with transportation home or wherever he wishes to go, and to protect him from annoyance in so doing. Off the top, Evelyn. He's been harried enough. Judge, can I say something? If you wish, Mr. Branca. That cocky fixer, not Mr. Solomon, other one, gets dark every night. Some night he winds up in bird's nest turf. Order! Mr. Branca, you must not make threats in court. Wasn't no threat, Judge. Was prophesying. I wouldn't hurt anybody, but Eunice had lots and lots and lots of friends. Very well. You're excused, Mr. Branca. You won't have to come back. Clerk will take charge of exhibits. Bailiff will provide heel and toe guards. Recessed. All rise. Greatest possible respect for the scholarly qualifications of my distinguished colleague. Nevertheless, the opinions he has expressed are the most arrant nonsense, as proved by that great scientist in his paper of 1976, from which I now quote. The very concept of personality is but a shadow of a figment, of a fantasy, of a pre-scientific speculation. All life phenomena are fully explained by the laws of biochemistry as exemplified. Even an existential phenomenology requires a teleological foundation, and I so concede, but a close study of dialectical materialism proves to any but the hopelessly biased that who's in charge here? An unborn child is not a person. It is merely an inchoate protoplasmic structure with a potentiality to become, from its environment. Mathematical laws of genetic inheritance account for every possible event misnamed. In words familiar to the court and to everyone, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Shocked to discover that the learned judge presiding over this trial is in fact a fraternity brother of Johann S.B. Smith. This clandestine relationship may be verified in records open to the public, and I ask that this court today, and any later court seeing this record, take judicial notice, and I demand that opposing counsel stipulate the fact. Stipulated.
Jake, how did they find out?
We leaked it through Alec last night. Time to get it into the record rather than in an appeal. Aha! This damning fact having been stipulated, petitioners are now forced to demand that the judge presiding disqualify himself and declare this a mistrial.
Jake, seems to me they've got us on the hip. Much as I like Mac and Alec, I have to admit that this has the flavor of finding a strawberry mark on a missing heir.
No, my dear. In the course of a long life, a prominent man acquires direct linkage to every other prominent man. If it hadn't turned out that you and Mac were in the same fraternity, it would have been some other link as close or closer. How many members of the Supreme Court do you know?
I think it's 5.
There's your answer. At the top of the pyramid, everybody knows everybody else.
And sleeps with them.
Shut up, Eunice. Counsel, I find this interesting. First, let me set you straight on a point of law. Twice you have used the word trial, and now you speak of a mistrial. This is, as you know, not a trial. It is not even an adversary situation. It is merely an inquiry for the purpose of determining the identity of the young woman there who calls herself Miss Smith. She is charged with no crime. No civil suit against her is before this court. It is simply that her claimed identity has been challenged by petitioners who assert an interest. So this court is assisting in a friendly investigation, helping like a good neighbor in attempting to straighten out a mix-up. Not a trial. I stand corrected, Your Honor. Please be careful in your use of technical language. If there is no trial, there can be no mistrial. Do you agree?
Perhaps I should use other language, Your Honor.
Petitioners feel that under these disclosed circumstances, you are not the judge who should preside over this friendly investigation. That is possible, but the matter has reached me in the course of due process, and it will continue to remain before me unless compelling reasons are shown why I should step aside. Again, on the matter of language, you use the word clandestine. The court will not, at this moment, consider whether or not counsel's choice of this word implies contempt. Your Honor, I assure you, order, I am speaking. Nor will you discuss that aspect at this time. We will now consider only the meaning of this word. Clandestine means hidden, secret, concealed, with a flavor or connotation of surreptitious or underhanded or illicit. Tell me, this alleged relationship, could it be verified in Who's Who? Oh, certainly, Your Honor. That's where I found it. I know that my own fraternity is noted there. I assume that if appropriate, it would be listed in the case of Johann Sebastian Bach Smith. Since you tell me that you have checked it, the court takes judicial notice for whatever it is worth and requires no further substantiation, other than to comment that we could hardly have been members of the same chapter at the same time, since we differ by almost half a century in age. Did your investigators show that Johann Smith and I were jointly members of other organizations? For example, Johann Smith was a founding member of the Gibraltar Club, and I am a member, and Miss Smith's counsel, Mr. Salomon, is a member, and you are a member. In what other organizations do I share membership with Johann Smith, now or in the past? Petitioners have not investigated. Oh, come now, I feel sure that you could turn up others. The Red Cross, for example. Probably the Chamber of Commerce at some time. I seem to recall that when I was a scout commissioner, Johann Smith was one also. Possibly we're both in other fraternal bodies. Almost certainly we have served as trustees or such for the same charitable or service groups, either simultaneously or successively. I note that you are a Shriner. So am I. Care to comment on the fact? No comment, Your Honor. But you and I almost certainly share several fraternal bonds. The court takes notice of the wry fact that since lawyers are not permitted to advertise, As a class, they tend to join more organizations, fraternal, social, service, and religious, than do laymen as a class. Since you choose not to comment on the ones that you and I share in common, the court will, on its own motion, investigate and place the results in the record. Now, as to my alleged obligation to disqualify myself, do you wish to clarify your reasoning? Think it over while we take a recess, as your answer will go into the record. 10 minutes. Order. Counsel for the petitioners, you have had time to think. Petitioners move that all remarks concerning fraternal associations and like matters be struck from the record. Motion denied. Nothing will be struck from this record. Come now, Counselor, you must have had some theory. State it. Your Honor, at the time I raised the point, it seemed important. I now no longer think so. But you must have had a theory, or you would not have raised it. Please speak freely. I want to know. Well, if Your Honor will indulge me, the disclosed fact seemed to admit of the possibility of prejudice on the part of the court. No contempt is intended, and the court will assume that none exists. But your answer is less than complete. Prejudice in favor of whom? The petitioners? Because of my fraternal relationship with their grandparent? What? Oh, no, Your Honor. Prejudice in favor of the challenged party. You are stipulating that she is indeed Johann Sebastian Bach Smith? My God, Jake, Max got him biting his own tail. Yes, who has got whom on whose hip? Oh, no, Your Honor, we're not stipulating that. That is the very matter we are challenging. But counsel cannot have it both ways. If this young woman is not Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, as petitioners allege, then she is not of my college fraternity. Conversely, under your own theory, she is Johann Sebastian Bach Smith. Which way will you have it? I'm afraid I have been guilty of faulty reasoning. I pray the court's indulgence. We all reason faultily at times. Are you quite finished? Shall we go on with examination of witnesses? Quite finished, Your Honor. But, Dr. Boyle, do you know that you removed the brain from this body, this cadaver, and transplanted it into the body of that woman? Don't be an ass, old chap. You heard my answer. Your Honor, petitioners feel that this is proper cross-examination and ask for the court's assistance. The court orders the witness to answer the questions as stated. Judge, you don't scare me, you know. I'm here as a voluntary witness, and I am not and never was a citizen of your quaint country. I am now a citizen of China. Your State Department promised our Foreign Affairs Minister that I would have full immunity during my entire stay if only I would appear. So don't bother to throw your weight around. It won't go. Care to see my passport? Diplomatic immunity? Dr. Boyle, this court is aware of your immunity. However, you have been induced to come here at considerable expense, I would assume, and clearly at some inconvenience to you, to give evidence that only you can give. The court requests you to answer all questions put to you as fully, explicitly, and clearly as possible in terms a layman can comprehend, even if it means repeating yourself. We want to find out exactly what you did and what you know of your own knowledge, which might directly or indirectly assist this court in determining the identity of this woman. Oh, certainly, my dear fellow. Put that way. Well, let's go back and run it through again, from A to Z. A year ago, more or less, I was approached by that old bugger over there, barrister, Mr. Jacob Salomon, to do what the Sunday sheets call a brain transplant. I accepted the commission. After this and that, you can get the trivia from him, I did it. Moved a brain and some ancillary parts from one human skull to another. That brain was alive in its new digs when I left. Now, as to whom? The brain donor was a very elderly male. The body donor was a young, mature female. And that is about the size of it. They are covered, you know, sterile sheeting and such, before the surgeon in charge comes in. Prepped. I can add only these hints. The male was in bad shape, kept alive by major supportive means. The female was in worse shape. She was dead. Massive trauma to skull and cortex about here. Head bashed in, I mean to say, and the yolk spattered. Dead as Queen Anne, save that her body had been kept alive by extreme support measures. Now, that unsightly hunk of pickled meat over there has had its brain, etc., removed in a fashion consistent with my own unique surgical techniques. I doubt if there is another surgeon alive who can do it my way. I have examined that cadaver carefully. I conclude that it is my work, and by elimination, I conclude that it must be the body Salomon hired me to carve on. There is no conflicting evidence, and the cadaver is not from any other case of mine. Identifying the young female is another matter. If her head were shaved, I might look for scar tissue. If her skull were x-rayed, I might look for prosthesis. Teflon Vitae does not throw the same shadow on a plate as does natural bone. But such tests would only be indicative. Scar tissue is easily come by, and other trephining could produce similar X-ray shadow without disturbing the central nervous system. Dr. Boyle, let us stipulate momentarily that you removed a living brain from Exhibit JJ, the cadaver. Stipulate? I did do so. You heard me say so. I am not contradicting you. I am simply using appropriate language. Very well. You have so testified, and you have also testified that you transplanted that brain into a young female body. Look about and see if you can identify that female body. Oh, you're being an ass again, 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 being an ass again.
Side 9. I will fear no evil.
I'm neither a witch doctor nor a beauty contest judge. I'm a surgeon. No, thank you. If that young woman, that composite human female body, male brain, survived and is alive today, a point on which I have no opinion of my own knowledge, and I assure you that I have had strong reason to acquaint myself both with relevant forensic medicine and medical jurisprudence, you are not about to trip me into being the ass you are. I would not today be able to single her out with certainty from 10,000 other young women of approximately the same size, weight, build, skin shade, and such. Counsel, have you ever seen a human body hooked up for extreme life support and prepared for such surgery? I'm sure you have not, or you would not ask such silly questions. But I assure you that you would not recognize your own wife under such circumstances. If you want me to perjure myself, you've come to the wrong shop. Your Honor, petitioners seem unable to get a responsive answer on this key point. The court finds it responsive. Witness states that he can and does identify the male body, but is unable to identify the female body. Doctor, I confess that I am puzzled on one point, perhaps through not being a medical man myself. Nevertheless, I am puzzled. Are we to understand that you would perform such an operation without being certain of the identity of the bodies? Judge, I've never been one to fret about trivia. Mr. Salomon assured me in legalistic language that the fix was on, if I have your American idiom correct. His assurances meant to me that the paperwork was done, the legal requirements met, etc., and that I was free to operate. I believed him and did so. Was I mistaken? Should I expect an attempt to extradite me after I return home? I think it would be difficult. I have at last found a country where my work is respected. I am not aware that anyone has any intention of trying to extradite you. I was curious, that's all. What counsel was getting at is this. There is present in this room a woman who claims to be that composite from your surgery. You can't point her out? Oh, certainly I can, though not as a sworn witness. It's that young lady seated by Jake Salomon. How are you, my dear? Feeling chipper? Very much so, Doctor. Sorry if I've disappointed you. Oh, I could make positive identification by sawing off the top of your skull, then digging out your brain and looking for certain indications. But you would not be much use to yourself afterwards. I prefer seeing you alive, a monument to my skill. I prefer it too, Doctor, and truly I'm not disappointed. I'm eternally grateful to you. Your Honor, this is hardly proper. Counsel, I will be the judge of that. Under these most unusual circumstances, I will permit a few human amenities in court. Miss Smith, I'd like to examine you before I go home. For my journal, you know.
Certainly, Doctor. Anything short of sawing off my skull.
Oh, just chest thumping and such. The usual rituals. Shall we say tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock-ish?
My car will be waiting for you at 9:30, Doctor. Or earlier, if you will do me the honor of having breakfast with me.
The court finds it necessary to interrupt. I'm sorry to say that both of you will be here at 10 o'clock. The hour of recessing is almost on us, and... No, Judge.
What, Dr. Boyle?
I said no. I will not be here tomorrow morning. I speak this evening at 20 o'clock at a dinner of one of your chop-em-up societies, the American College of Surgeons. Until shortly before that time, I'm at your disposal. I suppose you can require the presence of Miss Smith tomorrow morning, but not mine. I'm off to merry old China as quickly as possible. No shortage of opportunities for research there. You would be amazed what condemned prisoners will agree to. So I shan't waste another day on silly-ass questions. But I am willing to tolerate them now. I'm afraid that the court must concede that this is a case of Mohammed and the mountain. Very well, we will not recess at the usual hour. Witness will stand down. Do petitioners offer more witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel? Miss Johann Smith offers no further evidence. Mr. Salomon, is it your intention to present an argument or summary? No, Your Honor. The facts speak for themselves. Petitioners?
Your Honor, is it your intention to bring this to a terminus today?
That's what I'm trying to find out. We've been at this for many weary days, and I find myself in sympathy with Dr. Boyle's attitude. Let's sweep up the mess and go home. Both sides agree that there are no more witnesses, no more questions, no more exhibits. Counsel for Miss Smith states that he will not offer an argument. If petitioner's counsel wishes to argue, he may do so, in which case Miss Smith, in person or through counsel or both, is privileged to rebut. What I had in mind, counsel, was a recess. Then, if you have your thoughts in order, you can say what you wish. If you can't, we can let it go over till tomorrow morning. You may, at that time, argue for a postponement, but I warn you that a lengthy postponement will not be tolerated. The court has become impatient with delaying tactics and red herrings, not to mention language and attitudes flavored with contempt. What is your wish?
May it please the court, if we continue this evening, how long a recess does the court contemplate?
And rebuttal having been concluded, we are ready to rule. But first, a statement by the court. Inasmuch as a novel point in constitutional law is involved in this matter, if an appeal is made, the court will, under the Declaratory Relief Act of 1984, on its own motion send the matter directly to Federal Appellate Court with recommendation that it be referred at once to the Supreme Court. We cannot say that this will happen, but there are aspects which lead us to believe that it could happen. This matter is not trivial. We have heard the petition, we have heard witnesses, and seen exhibits. It is possible to rule in one of four ways: that both Johann Sebastian Bach Smith and Eunice Evans Branca are alive, that Eunice is alive and Johann is dead, that Eunice is dead and Johann is alive, that both Eunice and Johann are dead. The court rules, please stand up, Miss Smith, that this person before us is a physiological composite of the body of Eunice Evans Branca and the brain of Johann Sebastian Bach Smith, and that in accordance with the equitable principle set forth in Estate of Henry M. Parsons versus Rhode Island, this female person is Johann Sebastian Bach Smith.
Chapter 22. Take it that you are offering me your lovely body. Sorry, my dear. I have no interest in women, nor in men, nor in rubber garments or high heels or other toys. I'm a sadist, Miss Smith, a genius sadist, who realized quite young that he must become a surgeon to stay out of the clutches of Jack Ketch. Sublimation, you know. Thanks just the same. A pity. You do have a magnificent body. Well, boss, you got turned down. It's a lesson every woman must learn. So you brush your hair and start all over again. Eunice, I'm relieved, but he was entitled to the lagniappe if he wanted it. I'm your Galatea, Dr. Boyle. I owe you everything you care to name, short of sawing off my skull. The debt remains on the books. All I was offering was symbolic down payment. But you don't respond like a typical Australian, nor sound like one either. Oh, that. I'm a fake, dear. From the Sydney slums into a sadist's finishing school, a stylish British boarding school, a public school right out of the second drawer, then on to the University of London and the best surgeons in the world. Put your pretty robe on, and I'll be going. I say, would you mind having that extraordinary slow-motion somersault filmed in stereo cinema from my archives? Where shall I send it, Doctor? Jake Salomon knows. Keep your pecker up, my dear, and try to live a long time. You're my masterpiece. I'll certainly try. Do. Ta-ta. An unidentified flying object, roughly disc-shaped, was reported to have landed in Pernambuco, and its humanoid crew to have visited with local yokels. The report was denied officially, almost faster than it reached the news services. The number of licensed private police in the United States reached triple the number of public peace officers. Miss Joanne Ney Johann Smith received over 2,000 proposals of marriage, more than that number of less formal proposals, 187 death threats, an undisclosed number of extortion notes, and 4 bombs, not any of which she received in person, as they were diverted to Mercury Private Courier Service under procedures set up years earlier. The Waldos of one package opening bunker had to be replaced. The other bombs were disarmed. The Postmaster General died from an overdose of barbiturates. The career Assistant Postmaster General declined an interim appointment and put in for retirement. A woman in Albany gave birth to a fawn, which was baptized, dead, and cremated in 87 minutes. No flowers, no photographs, no interviews, but the priest wrote a letter to his seminary roommate. The FBI reported that recidivism was up to 71%, while the same rate figured only on major felonies, armed robbery, rape, assault with a deadly weapon, murder, and attempted murder, had climbed to 84%. The paralysis at Harvard University continued. Jake, the last time you refused to marry me, you did promise me a night on the town if we won. Mr. Solomon put down his cup. A delightful lunch, my dear. As I recall, you told me at the time that a nightclub check was no substitute for a marriage license. Nor is it, but I haven't nagged you about marrying me since you accorded me the honor of first concubine. Erase first. I have no idea what you do with your time when you're not here. Well, I don't have to be first. Twin, never crowd a man about sex. He'll lie. Pussycat, I'm not crowding Jake about sex. I'm confusing the issue. He's going to take us night clubbing, and we're going to wear that lush blue and gold job. It's meant to be seen, not just modeled for Winnie and put away. Eunice, surely you don't think I have anyone else? It would be presumptuous of me to have an opinion, sir. Jake, I've stayed close to home all during this hearing. A little shopping, mostly with Winnie along. But now we've won, and I see no reason to be a prisoner. Look, dear, we can make it a party of 4. A girl for you and a boy for me. And you can come home early and not lose any sleep if you don't want to. You surely don't think that I would go home and leave you at a nightclub? I surely think I can stay up all night and celebrate if I want to. I'm free, over 21. My God, am I over 21, and can afford a licensed escort. But there is no reason to keep you up all night. We'll call Gold Seal bonded escorts and fill out our party. Winnie's been teaching me what the kids call dancing, and I've been teaching her real dancing. Say, maybe you'd rather escort Winnie than some Dollican picked out of a catalog. Winnie thinks you're wonderful. Eunice, are you seriously proposing to hire a gigolo? Jake, I'm not going to marry him. I'm not even going to sleep with him. I expect him to dance with me, smile, and make polite conversation at about what a plumber charges. This is doom. I won't have it. If you won't, and heaven knows I would rather be on your arm than that of a paid escort, will you take a nap? I'll get a nap, too. Do you need help to get to sleep?
Money hums, not horizontal calisthenics, although we have that in stock, too. I don't recall saying that we were going out, nor is there anything to celebrate, Eunice. We haven't won until the Supreme Court rules on it. We have plenty to celebrate. I'm legally me, thanks to you, darling, and you no longer have to report as my conservator. My granddaughters have lost on all points. If we hold off celebrating until the Supreme Court maunders over it, we might both be dead. Oh, nonsense. You know I'm about to leave for Washington. I expect to be able to arrange for an early spot on the calendar. Be patient. Patient is what I'm not, dear. Surely you'll arrange it. You always do arrange things. And the administration owes me that and will expect more from me. But, Jake, your jet might crash. That doesn't sway me. It's my death of choice. Since my genetic background doesn't permit me to hope for heart failure, I've been counting on cancer. But a crash is still better. Anything but a long, slow, helpless dying. You're rubbing my nose in the mistake I made, sir. Will you let me finish? You once pointed out that you had only 10 or 12 years, based on the actuarials, whereas I had at least half a century. Not true, Jake. My life expectancy is null. Eunice, what the devil are you talking about? The truth. The truth you have conveniently forgotten, but which I'm aware of every golden second. I'm a transplant, Jake. A unique transplant. No statistics apply to me. Nobody knows, no one can guess. So I live each wonderful day as all eternity. Jake, my beloved master, I'm not being morbid. I'm being happy. When I was a little boy, there was a prayer Mama taught me. It goes, "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." It's like that, Jake. I had not used that prayer in almost 90 years. But now I use it and go happily to sleep, unworried about tomorrow. Twin, you lying little bitch. All you ever say is a money hum. It's the same thing, Puss. A prayer means what you want it to mean. Joanne Eunice, you once told me that you had no religion. So why do you say this child's prayer? As I recall, what I told you was that I had been a relaxed agnostic until I was dead for a while. I'm still an agnostic, meaning that I don't have any answers. But I am now a happy agnostic, one who feels sure deep in her heart that the world has meaning, is somehow good, and that my being here has purpose, even if I don't know what it is. As for that prayer, a prayer means whatever you make it mean. It's an inner ritual. What this one means to me is a good intention, to live every moment as Eunice would live it, did live, serenely, happily, and unworried by any later moment, including death. Jake, you said you were still worried about Parkinson. Somewhat. As a lawyer, I don't see how he can get his hands on it again, but as a shyster at heart, don't quote me, who has taken part in many a backroom deal, I know that even the Supreme Court is made up of men, not angels met in judgment. Eunice, there are 5 honest men on that court, and 4 from whom I would never buy a used car. But of the honest ones, 1 is senile. We'll see what we shall see. So we will, Jake, but don't give Parky a thought. The worst he can do is strip me of money, which I wouldn't mind. I've discovered that more money than is needed for current bills is a burden. Jake, I've got enough tucked away that even you don't know about, that I'll never miss any meals. Parky can't touch it. As for Parky himself, I've erased him from my universe, and suggest that you do likewise. He's damned by his own IQ. Leave him to nature. Solomon grinned. Okay, I'll try. And now you go do whatever it is you have to do, and forget that I tried to inveigle you into a pub crawl. Twin, you're giving up too easily. Who is giving up? Eunice, if you really want to... No, Jake, your heart's not in it. While you are in Washington, I may sample the flesh pots of this decadent village, but I promise you that I will be closely guarded. Shorty, probably. He frightens people just with his size. Nor will I go alone. Alec told me that he and Mac didn't have much trouble slipping the leash, and Winnie can make a 4th. Eunice? Yes, dear? I am like hell going to step aside for those 2 wolves. Why, Jake, you sound jealous. No, God save me from falling prey to that masochistic vice. But if you want to see the seamy side of this anthill, I'll find out where the action is and take you there. Dress for it, girl. I'm going to shake the moths off my drinking clothes. Formal, I mean.
Bare breasts?
Could you have done better, pussycat?
Pick up the pup, Twin. I concede.
Much too good for the common people, unless you intend to paint heavily, plus a lot of that sparkly glitter stuff.
I'll try to do you proud, dear, but you will take a nap, please.
A long nap at once and a dinner tray in my room. H hour is 2200. Be ready, or we jump off without you.
I'm scared. Want help to get to sleep? Me or Winnie or both?
No, I've learned how to do it by myself. Perfectly. Though I admit it's more fun with two pretty little girls chanting with me. You get a nap. I may keep you up all night.
Yes, sir.
And now, if I may be excused...
Mr. Salomon stood up, bent over her hand, and kissed it.
Adios.
Come back here and kiss me right. He glanced over his shoulder.
Later, my dear. I don't believe in letting women be notional. He left.
Who won that round, boss?
He thinks he did, Eunice. And you tell me that's how it ought to be.
You're learning, Twin. You're learning.
They had been lunching in her lounge. She went into her boudoir, sat down at her steno desk to phone, picking it rather than the view phone because its phone was not a view phone. She used it with hush and with earplugs. Shortly she was answered. Dr. Garcia's office?
This is Mrs. McIntyre's secretary. Is the doctor in, and if so, can he spare a moment to speak to Mrs. McIntyre? Please hold, I will inquire.
Joanne passed the time reciting her meditation prayer, was calm when he answered, Dr. Garcia speaking.
Mrs. McIntyre's secretary, Doctor. Hush and secure.
Of course, Eunice.
Roberta, dear, do you have news for me?
The Greeks have captured Athens.
Oh, you're certain?
No possible doubt, Eunice. But don't panic. You can have a D&C at once with no chance of your privacy being breached. I'll get Dr. Kystra, the best possible man and utterly trustworthy. I'll assist. There won't even be a nurse present.
Oh, Roberto, no, you don't understand, dear. I'm going to have this baby if it's the last thing I ever do. You've made me terribly happy. Now we've really got something to celebrate, boss darling. But don't tell Jake, huh?
Nobody just yet. How soon does our belly bulge?
Not for weeks, if you don't eat like a pig.
I want pickles and ice cream this instant.
So don't.
The doctor answered slowly. I misunderstood the situation, but you seemed quite nervous when I took the specimen.
Certainly I was, dear. I was scared silly that I might not have caught.
Eunice, I can't help feeling personally responsible. I know you're wealthy, but a marriage contract can exclude any fortune hunter possibility, and, well, I'm available.
Roberto, I think that's the sweetest and bluntest proposal a knocked-up broad ever got. Thank you, dear. I do appreciate it. But as you pointed out, I am wealthy, and I do not care what the neighbors think.
Eunice, I'm not simply accepting my responsibility. I want you to know that I do not regard marrying you as a chore.
Roberta, darling, it is not your responsibility. For all you know, I've been sweetheart to the regiment. We've tried, haven't we, Twin?
Don't joggle my elbow, dear. He wants to be noble.
It's my baby. Who helped me is my business.
Sorry.
I meant that you mustn't feel any responsibility. If you did help me, I'm grateful. I'm grateful even if you didn't. Roberto, instead of trying to make an honest woman out of me, difficult, why don't you remove that implant from Winnie's pretty thigh, then place another sort of implant where it will do the most good? Then make an honest woman out of her. Much easier. She leans that way.
It's a thought. Truthfully, it's a thought I've considered quite a lot lately. But she doesn't want to leave you.
She need not.
Oh, she could stop pretending to be my maid, but this is a big old barn, several spare suites. If you got her pregnant, she and I could chum and giggle about it and have our babies almost together. I'll shut up and stop trying to run your life.
2 questions. I had planned to go out on the town tonight to celebrate the good news I expected to hear from you. Must I stick to soft drinks now?
Not at all. Shortly we'll put you on a diet and limit your drinking. But tonight you could get stinking drunk, and the only effect would be a hangover. You don't lose a baby that easily, as millions of women have learned.
May not get stinking, but I may soak up several glasses of bubbly. Last question. If you're able to sign off, would it suit you to lose a night's sleep helping me celebrate? Officially, it's to celebrate our court victory. That the Greeks have captured Athens will stay secret a while longer. You sound fretted, dear.
Well, to tell the truth, I have a date with Winnie.
Oh, I expressed myself badly. I have a date with Jake. I hope that you and Winnie can make it a 4. I wasn't asking you to spend a night with me in that sense, although I certainly would not be averse if it could be managed some other time without hurting our Winsome. The moments you and I have been able to steal have been too short, dear. I think you are a man it would be sweet to be leisurely with.
I know that you are such a woman, Eunice.
Go along with you. You tell that to all your female patients. Doctor, you are a delightful wolf. Will you wait 10 minutes before phoning Winnie? I have a favor I want to ask of her.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Roberto. Off.
Joanne switched to the house intercom.
Winnie, are you busy, dear?
Just reading. Be right in.
Joanne met her at their connecting door. Nothing much, hon. I want you to call O'Neill and tell him that I wish to speak to Finchley in my lounge. Sure, I could phone O'Neill myself, sweet, but I wanted to look more formal. Sure, Joni. Do I stay in chaperone? Winsome, you know darn well that all I ever want is fake chaperonage, and sometimes a jigger. This time I don't need a jigger, but I do want to ask Finchley something privately, and he will speak more freely if you aren't around. So let him into my lounge, come tell me he has arrived, and don't come back in. Go on into your own room and close the door. Then stay there. You are going to receive a phone call in about 8 minutes. I am? Yes, and a nice one. You and I and Jake and Dr. Garcia are going night clubbing tonight. Oh! And when we get home, just keep him here the rest of the night, and I'll see to it that Jake doesn't twig. Or does he know who Bob is? Yes, he does. I told him. It may still suit dear Doctor to cover up. Men are shy. Now skedaddle, dear, and phone O'Neill. 4 minutes later, Winnie announced Finchley and left the lounge. He said, "You sent for me, miss?" "Tomcat, these doors are soundproof. You can stop being formal." He relaxed a little. "Okay, pussycat." "So give us a kiss and sit down. That hall door locks itself. Winnie is the only one who could walk in, and she won't."
"Pussycat, sometimes you make me nervous."
"Oh, piffle." She moved into his arms. "I do have a question to ask you. Advice that I want. You can discuss it with O'Neill and get his advice, and any of the guards. But it is your advice I want. The rest is cover-up."
"Woman, quit talking and shove me some mouth."
Joanne did so. A long, thorough kiss. Presently he said hoarsely,
"You don't have much on under this."
"I don't have anything on under it. But don't get me distracted, Thomas Catus. Let me get my question in. I'm going night clubbing tonight, Jake and me, Winnie and Dr. Garcia. They're going to want to take us to Cubes. I want to see rough places. I figure you know where they are."
Eunice, the up-high places are all in bad turf."
"Well, are they safe once we're inside? And can one get inside safely?"
There's one has its own inside parking and as good armor as the doors you have. Look, I'll bring up a list, addresses and so forth, and everybody's suggestions, but I'll star my own."
"Good. Thank you, Tomcat."
"God, but you feel good. Do we have time? Can I lock that other door?"
"If I'm not worried about Winnie, why should you be? Grab a pillow and put me on the floor."
The party made rendezvous in Joanne's lounge. Jake Solomon had elected to dress with ultra-old-fashioned formality. Maroon tuxedo jacket and trousers with white turtleneck. The silky knit made a splendid background for his gold ankh necklace. Dr. Garcia was just as formal in modern mode. Scarlet tights, boldly padded, stretch-fit white mess jacket with jabot of pearls and black lace. Little Winifred wore her new emerald dress with floor-length skirt. No body paint, as Joanne had advised, but blushes caused her skin to change again and again from extremely fair to rosy glow. On her forehead, in cast-mark position, was a single emerald. Jake looked at her. "Little one, what holds that solitaire in place? Insurance?" She blushed again, but answered saucily, "It's on a corkscrew, sir. Shall I unscrew it and show you?" "No, I'm afraid you might be telling the truth." "Never in mixed company, sir. Actually, it's the adhesive we use on bandages. Won't come loose even with soap and water, but alcohol takes it right off." "Then be careful not to spill your drinks that high." "Oh, I don't drink, Counselor. I learned my lesson long ago. I'll be drinking Cuba Libre without the Libre, and screwdrivers with no drive to them." "Doctor, let's leave her at home. She's just a chaperone." "Would you make me stay home, Counselor, just for not drinking?" "Just for calling me Counselor if you do it again, and for calling me Sir. Winifred, men my age do not care to be reminded of it by pretty little girls. After sundown, my name is Jake." "Yes, Counselor," Winifred answered meekly. Jake sighed. "Doctor, someday I hope to win an argument with a woman." "If you do, tell Dr. Rosenthal. Rosie is writing a book on the difference in mental processes between male and female." "A dreamer. Eunice, does that thing cover you any better when you stand up? And what is it?" "It's a hula skirt, Jake, and it does." Joanne Eunice was wearing a floor-length skirt, with her torso covered with a myriad glittering stars. They faded out gradually at neck and shoulders. The skirt was thousands of gold nylon threads, overlying more thousands of deep blue threads. As she was seated, the mass of threads fell away from her graceful legs. Now she stood up. The threads fell back into a solid curtain. "See, Jake? A plain gold skirt. But when I move," she walked, "the blue underneath keeps flashing through." "Yes, and you too. Panties?" A rude question. The Polynesians never heard of pants until the missionaries corrupted them. "That's not a responsive answer." "Wasn't meant to be." "But as long as you're standing, let's get rolling." "Yes, dear." Joanne Eunice put on a matching opaque yashmak, let Jake lay an evening cloak around her shoulders. Jake hooked on a maroon domino which covered his distinctive aquiline nose. He had been too often on video lately, and felt that there was no point on concealing Miss J.S.B. Smith's face if his own face broke her cover. The doctor donned a small white domino, having been asked to help keep the party in character, and Winifred wore a filmy green harem veil that was only a symbol, being of the same material as her skirt. As they entered the lift, Joanne Eunice said, "Where are we going, Jake?" "Women aren't supposed to ask. The Gaslight Club is a starter." "It sounds like fun," Joanne agreed. "A piano player with sleeve garters and such?" "And derby hat and fake cigar. He can sing and play anything written 100 years back, or fake it." "I want to hear him, but, Jake, since this is to celebrate my uhuru, would you indulge me a little?" "Probably. Show your openers." "There's a club I've heard about, and while you were napping I reserved a table for 4 for $22.30. I'd like to try it." "Winnie, you haven't been coaching her enough. Eunice, you're not supposed to be capable of making such a decision. Less than the dust beneath my chariot wheels and all that. All right, where is this dive? What's its name? We'll try the Gaslight later. There is a waitress there alleged to have the most pinchable bottom in the state." "Probably foam rubber. Winnie has that distinction. It's the Pompeii now, Jake. I have the address in my purse." Mr. Salomon's eyebrows appeared over his domino. "We won't need it, Eunice. That box is in an abandoned area." "Does that matter? They have inside parking, and assured me that they are armored against anything short of a nuke bomb." "We would still have to get there and back." "Oh, I have confidence in Finchley and Shorty. Don't you?" "Twin, that's a crotch chop. Not nice." "Big sister, do you want to go to the Gaslight and listen to bad piano and watch Jake pinch bottoms? If so, say so." "I just said it wasn't nice." "So you phrase the next answer. Jake's a tough case. Joanne Eunice, when I take a lady out for the evening, we go in my car, not hers. Whatever you say, Jake. I was trying to be helpful. I asked Finchley, and he said that there was a route in that what do they call it? The organization keeps open. No doubt Finchley can tell Rockford. I call it the Mafia. If there is an acceptably safe route, Rockford knows it. He's the most expert driver in town. More experienced than your boys, he drives more. Jake, you don't want to go there. So let's go to the Gaslight. I want to try sticking a pin in that rubber fanny. They went to the Pompeii now. There was no trouble getting inside, and the club had a card lounge for its patrons' mobile guards. The maître d'hôtel led them to a ringside table across from the orchestra, swept a reserve sign from it. Will this be suitable, Mr. Jones? Yes, thank you, agreed Solomon. 2 silver bucket stands with champagne appeared as they sat down. The maître d'hôtel took a magnum from the sommelier and displayed it to Solomon, who said, "That's a poor year for Paul Roger. No Dom Perignon, 95? At once, sir." The sommelier hurried away. The maître d'hôtel asked, "Is there anything else not to your liking, sir?" Joanne Eunice leaned toward Jake. "Please tell him that I don't like this chair. It was designed by Torquemada." The floor manager looked upset. "I'm sorry Madame feels that way about our chairs. They were supplied by the #1 Hotel and Restaurant Supply Company." "As may be," Joanne answered. "But if you think I'm going to spend an evening perched on a shooting stick and pretend that it's fun, you are mistaken. Jake, we should have gone to the Gaslight." "Perhaps, but we're here now. Just a moment, dear. Maître d'hôtel." "Yes, sir." "You have an office here, no doubt?" "Why, yes, sir." "With a desk and a chair? Probably a padded swivel chair with arms and an adjustable back. A man who is on his feet as much as you are wants a comfortable chair when he does sit down." "I do have such a chair, sir, and while it's hardly suitable for a dining room, Madame is welcome to it if it pleases her. I'll send for it." "One moment. In a club with so many activities, you have a gaming room, do you not, and other things? I feel sure that it is possible to round up 4 such chairs." I'll try, sir, although our other patrons might find it odd if we supply 1 table with special chairs." Mr. Solomon looked around. The place was less than half filled. "Oh, I imagine that if you explained to anyone who asked just how expensive such special service is, he might not want it. Or you might find it possible to accommodate him, too, if he is willing to pay. I think those guards pretending to be waiters standing around the edge of the room can handle anyone who is unreasonable." "All our staff are guards, sir, in a crunch." "Very well, sir. If you will be patient a few moments, your party will all have desk chairs." Quickly he distributed wine cards and drug lists and left. Roberto and Winifred were already dancing. Joanne leaned toward Jake again and said, "Jake, will you buy this place for me?" "Does it attract you that much?" "No, I want to make a bonfire out of these chairs. I'd forgotten what indignities nightclubs expect their customers to put up with." "You're spoiled." "I intend to be. Jake, much of what is wrong with this world would be righted if the customer screamed every time he feels cheated. But I'm not out to reform the world tonight. I simply want a comfortable chair. The cover charge, I checked it when I made reservations for Mr. Jones, is high enough to buy a decent chair. What are these other activities? A whorehouse upstairs, maybe?" "Eunice, see those 3 tables of beautiful people over in the corner? Attractive men and women, all young, all smiles, no frowns, and each with a champagne glass that may hold ginger ale. It's high odds that if the Greeks had a word for it, they have a price for it." "Why, one of those girls doesn't look more than 12. "She may not be that old. Who's going to check on her age in an abandoned area? I thought you weren't going to reform the world tonight, my dear." "I'm not. If the government can't police these areas, I certainly cannot. But I hate to see children exploited." "Twin, that pretty child may have an IQ of 80 and no other possible profession. She may think she's lucky, proud of her job, and seeing where she is, she's either got an implant or cut tubes. Not like that cheerleader I told you about." Eunice, doesn't it bother you?
Some, Chum, but only some. People usually are what they are because it suits them. I learned that from Joe. The girl's mother may be one of the other pretties there. 2 get you 7. Want to rescue them both?
Oh, shut up, darling. Let's have fun.
I'm willing.
A waitress came past, refilled their glasses. She was pretty and was dressed in sandals, cosmetics, and careful depilation. She smiled and moved on.
Jake, is she one?
Couldn't say. I don't know the house rules. Shocked, Eunice? I told you not to come here.
Shocked at skin? Jake, dear, you forget that my generation thinks nothing of nudity.
One more remark like that, and I'll call you Johann the rest of the evening.
I'll be good, mostly. Darling, our waitress suddenly reminded me of the Chesterfield Club, Kansas City in the palmiest days of the Pendergast machine, 1934.
In 1934, I was barely out of diapers, Eunice. It was something like this.
Not as much fake swank, and lower prices, even allowing for inflation, but otherwise much the same. It specialized in complete nudity even at high noon at the businessman's lunch, just up the street from the Federal Reserve Bank. Jake, she's headed back. Find out for me.
How? I don't even have a hat to tip.
Simply ask her, dear. Ask her if she's available. Slip her $10 as you do. She won't be insulted.
The waitress came back, smiled, and said, "Have you looked over our drug list? All illegal drugs at the controlled international prices plus 25%. Guaranteed pure. We obtain them from government sources." "Not for me, thank you, dear. Eunice, want a trip?"
"Me? I don't even take aspirin. But I want a steady supply of champagne. And I could use a sandwich or something. Chiquita, is there a kitchen?"
"There is always a gourmet chef on duty, ma'am. It says so at the bottom of your wine card. Anything from snacks to Maine lobster. Would you like to see a menu?"
"No, thank you. Maybe a big platter of little sandwiches for all of us, Jake. And don't forget that other matter."
Joanne Eunice saw Jake get out a $10 bill. It disappeared, and Joanne decided that the girl must have folded it with one hand and palmed it. Jake spoke to her in a voice lower than the music. She smiled and answered clearly.
"No, sir, I'm not even allowed to dance with customers, and I'm not in that branch of the business. I'm married, but I can arrange it."
The waitress glanced toward the beautiful people and looked back.
"For you, sir, or for both of you?"
"No," Jake answered. "It was just curiosity."
"My curiosity," Joanne put in. "I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have made him ask you."
"Ma'am, a high roller can be as inquisitive as he wishes. Baby needs shoes." She smiled.
"Twins. Boys. 2 years old. I was licensed for 2, and now I'm arguing with the board as to whether twins use up my license. Since twins are okay under a 1-baby license, I'd like to have a little girl, too." "Jake, be a high roller again. I want to ask—"
Joanne leaned forward, read the girl's name written or tattooed above her left breast.
"Marie, another question."
"He's paid for more than one question, really, ma'am." But a second note disappeared as quickly as the first.
"Marie, do you live inside the turf, with kids?"
"Oh, goodness, no. My husband would never permit that. An armed bus picks me up after supper and delivers me home around breakfast time. Most of us use it, except—" She indicated the exception by inclining her head toward the corner.
"My husband is on night shift at Timken. We match up pretty well." "Who takes care of your twins at night? Nursery?"
"Oh, no. Mama lives with us. No hoo-hoo. Actually, ma'am, this is a good job. I've been a waitress where I had to wear uniforms, and the work was hard and the tips were small. Here, the work is easy and the tips are usually high. Oh, sometimes a customer gets drunk and gropey, but I don't bruise all that easily, and drunks are often the highest tippers. Never any trouble. The guards watch everything." She smiled at Joanne.
"You could get a job here in 2 seconds, ma'am. All it takes is a friendly manner and a good figure, and you've got both."
"Thank you, Marie. I'd better go. The maitre d' is bringing a party to another of my tables. Excuse, please. Sandwiches will be right in." The girl left. Joanne said, "Jake, Would you say that she has found her niche? Seems so, as long as she keeps her figure and saves her money. She doesn't pile up Social Security points here. This doesn't count as a job under the rules. It's off the map.
She doesn't pay income tax?
Oh, certainly. The fact that her income doesn't exist legally means nothing to revenuers, though she may hold out a good portion. I would. My dear, do you want to try this music?
Jake, I thought you didn't dance.
I don't dance this modern stuff, but I can try if you want to. I wonder if that combo can play rock. This new stuff has so little beat, I don't see why they call it dance music.
Joanne chuckled. I'm so much older that I despised rock instead of liking it. Swing was my era, Jake, and on back clear to the bunny hug. So I didn't learn to dance until the foxtrot crowded out the rest.
I can foxtrot. I'm not all that young. But I doubt if that bunch of disappointed harpists can play one. Eunice, can you tango?
Try me. Just try me. Learned it when Irene Castle was alive. And with this new body, I'm 8 times as good as I was then. Been teaching it to Winnie. Do you have a firm lead?
Firm enough for you, wench. I'm going to flag the maitre d'. It's possible that they can play one. It's the only tempo that has stayed evergreen through all the passing fads.
Of course, Jake, because the tango, danced correctly, is so sexy that you ought to get married afterwards. See if they can play one. But they were interrupted by busboys arriving with 4 swivel chairs, and Joanne decided that it would be polite to sit in hers a while since she had made a fuss over chairs. Then sandwiches arrived and more champagne, and she found she wanted both. Bubbly to make her tiddly, and sandwiches to soak it up so that she wouldn't get tiddly too fast. Roberto and Winifred returned to the table. Winnie said, "Oh, food! Goodbye, waistline. Bob, will you love me when I'm fat?"
"Who knows? Let's operate and find out," he answered, reaching for a sandwich with one hand and champagne with the other.
"Winsome, pour that Coke into the wine bucket and have champagne." "Joni, you know I mustn't. My nemesis." "But this time there's food to go with it, and not the other hazards."
Winifred blushed.
"I'll get drunk. I'll get silly." "Roberto, will you promise this poor child that if she passes out, you'll get her home safely?" "What's safe about home, Twin? You ought to hang out a red light."
"Nonsense, Eunice. Our man won't marry us, so what do you want me to do? I don't give myself to men I don't respect, and I've got years to make up for. I'm nearly 95 years old, and knocked up, and healthy, and can't hurt anyone physically, and won't hurt anyone socially, a man's pride or anything else. Why shouldn't I be no-pants Smith?"
"Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Boss, your Bible Belt background is chafing you again. Certainly sex is no sin, but you don't really believe it."
"I do so. Always have. I've been almost enough of a busybody to keep you happy. Why do you needle me?"
"Beloved boss, you've shown amazing talent for juggling eggs, and I've enjoyed every second of it, and I hope you have too."
"You know I have. So much I'm scared of losing my judgment. My caution, rather, Eunice. I never dreamed how much more it is to be a woman. It's our whole body."
The cabaret was crowded now. The lights changed, and the floor show began. 2 comics.
Joanne listened, tried to look amused, and tried to amuse herself by trying to remember how long ago she had heard each new gag. She could see only one improvement in the routines. The dirty story of his youth had disappeared. Being based on shock of breaking taboo, the dirty story had bled to death when there were no more taboos. There was sex humor. The comics used plenty of it. Sex remained forever the most comical thing on a weary globe. But it was harder to work out real comedy than it once had been simply to shock. But she applauded the comics as they left. There was a blackout, and the dance floor changed instantly into a farmyard scene. She found herself more intrigued by trying to guess the mechanics of that magic than she had been by the comics. The farmyard set was used for one of the oldest, possibly the oldest, she decided, of all sex stories, and it was done in stylized, very old symbols in both costume and props. The farmer, the farmer's daughter, and the city slicker with his $100 bills. It was pantomime with theme music from the orchestra. She whispered to Jake,
If she's a farm girl, I'm Adolf Hitler.
What do you know about farms, my dear?
Plenty for a city boy. On one nearly every summer when I was a kid. Followed the harvest in high school and college. Good money, plus occasionally a farm girl. Always was a peasant at heart. Wanted the biggest manure pile in the valley. And got it, save that it was cash. Jake, couldn't we buy an abandoned farm? A simple little place with drawbridge and moat and our own plant and water supply? Get out of this dying city?
If you say to, dear. Getting bored with this? Want to move on?
Not during their act, dear. I'm curious to see how he fakes it.
Me, too. To her surprise, the entertainers did not fake it. Money caused the farm girl to go from offended to coy to consent to active cooperation, with a haystack as locale of consummation, and actor and actress made certain that the audience could see that it was in no way faked. Winifred blushed to her waist and never took her eyes off it. The ending had a variation that Johann conceded was new to him. As motions grew vigorous and the orchestra kept time to loud squeals and grunts, the farmer showed up, as expected, with pitchfork. But the hay caught fire, apparently from the action, and the farmer dropped his pitchfork and grabbed a seltzer bottle conveniently at hand on an empty table and doused his daughter and the city slicker in putting out the fire, aiming first at the apparent source of the fire. Joanne decided that it rated applause. Winifred hesitantly joined in, then clapped hard when Roberto did. Jake joined in, but was interrupted. "What is it, Rockford?" Joanne turned her head, surprised. Jake's driver guard was looking very upset. "Mr. Salomon, I've got to speak with you." "You are. Speak up." Rockford tried to make it just to his employer, but Joanne watched his lips. "That crazy fool Charlie has got himself killed." "Oh, for God's sake, where? How?" "Just now, in the guard's lounge. Not drunk. This is a tight joint. They won't let a guard drink. We were playing stud, and Charlie kept needling this Polak. No excuse, and I told him to knock it off, but he didn't. Polak got sore, but tried to avoid a showdown. Charlie kept crowding him, and, what's the use? The Polak broke his neck before I could get around to that side of the table." Rockford said, "Boss, seeing where we are, I could dump him. Best, maybe." "Of course not. I have to report it. The body has to go to the morgue. Damn it, Rocky, I'm his parole officer." "Yeah, but maybe you don't know about it. He skipped, dropped out." "Shut up." Salomon turned to Joanne. "My dear, I'm terribly sorry." "Jake, I should never have asked you to take me into an AA." "That has nothing to do with it. Charlie was a congenital killer. Rockford, get the maitre d'. No, take me to the manager. Friends, Bob, Winnie, stay here, please. I've got to take care of something." Garcia said, "I caught most of it. Take me with you, Jake. I can certify death, and it's smart to get that done at once." Who's going to stay with the girls?" Joanne put her hand on Jake's arm. "Jake, Winnie and I are safe. Lots of guards. I think we'll go to the powder room. I need to. Winnie probably does, too. Coming, Winnie?" The party was over, but it was 2 hours before they were home. Too many details, tedious ones rather than legal complications, as Dr. Garcia certified death, and he, the manager, Mr. Salomon, and Rockford endorsed the certificate that death had occurred in an abandoned area at the hands of a party or parties unknown. In fact unknown, as the card-room was empty save for the body. There was no point in inquiries. It had happened in an abandoned area, and was not a crime de facto, nor in any practical sense de jure. Nor did anyone weep. Even Rockford did not like his driving partner. He simply respected him as a fast gun in a crunch. To Garcia, Jake grouched that he should have known better than to try to rehabilitate a congenital, and got no sympathy, as Garcia believed that such creatures should be exterminated as soon as identified. Both tried to keep the grisly aspects from the ladies. Winifred and Joanne Eunice spent an hour alone at the table, fiddling with champagne and trying to look amused, while the men tidied up the mess. But Joanne helped on one point. The body had to be sent to the morgue, and Jake was unwilling to leave it to the management. He was certain they would dump it. Nor was he willing to send Rockford without someone to ride shotgun. So a phone was brought to Joanne, and she called O'Neill, was answered instantly, and she wondered if her chief ever slept. Finchley and Shorty were on duty. O'Neill said they would be rolling at once, but Joanne ordered him to have them first pick up Fred to ride shotgun for Rockford. As an afterthought, she told O'Neill to have the night pantryman place a cold supper and a case of chilled champagne in her lounge. The night on the town had turned out a dismal flop. She was darned if she would let it stay that way. Charlie was better dead, and his death did not rate one crocodile tear. 10,000 human beings had died around the globe in the hours since his death. Why weep over a worthless one? Eunice, what happens to a cark like Charlie after he's dead? I'm no authority, boss. Maybe the bad ones die dead, like a potter destroying damaged work. Ask the front office. I don't know its wavelength, sweetheart. Maybe you can tell me this. How can I get this party rolling again? Look at Winnie, drinking champagne but not smiling. Boss, darling, I recommend more champagne and money hums mixed 50-50. Eunice, I thought you didn't approve of liquor. Never said that, boss. I didn't drink it because I didn't need it. But nothing is good or bad in itself, just in its effects. Try it. Can't hurt, might help. So when at last the four reached the big, ugly fortress, Eunice insisted that they go to her lounge for a nightcap and a snack. Who knows? We might feel like dancing yet. Roberto, has Winnie introduced you to our relaxing routine, the money hum? I've tried to teach it to him, Joni, but Bob is a dreadful cynic. Jake, let's uncynic Robert. I've thought of a new way to recite it. Sit in a circle and pass around a loving cup. 3 recite while 1 drinks, and pass the cup to the next one. I vote yea, Jake answered. Doctor, if you want to be cynical, go do so by yourself. You can have the guest bed in my suite. We'll form a triangle instead. I'd better stay to keep the party orderly. Very well, sir. But one unseemly word while we are at our devotions, and you will be severely punished. How? Joanne Eunice answered. By having to down the loving cup unassisted, of course, and then start it again. Joanne Eunice woke up feeling rested but very thirsty. She glanced at the ceiling, saw that it was after 10, and thought idly of turning on floor lights as a gentle preliminary to stronger light. Then she realized that she was not alone. Should she wake Jake gently for a pleasant good morning, or slide out softly and sneak back to her room and hope not to be seen? Or did it matter? Was she already a topic of gossip in her own house? Better not wake Jake in any case. The poor darling planned to go to Washington tonight. She started to slide out of bed. The man by her reached out and pulled her to him. She at once gave in, went soft and boneless. Didn't know you were awake, dear. I meant to... Roberto! You were expecting Santa Claus? How did you get here? You invited me. I did? Well, yes, I did. I told you that you were welcome in my bed quite a while back. But where's Jake? Did he go to sleep on us? And what about Winnie? She thumbed on the floor lights, saw that she was, as she was beginning to suspect, in her own bed. Winnie's next door, in her bed, with Jake. Good God, Roberto! I've finally spent a night with you, and I don't remember it. I do. Whee! Well, I don't, Eunice. Not in detail. Confused. You're a drunken little bitch, boss. But we had fun. I'm sure we did. I wish I remembered it. Dr. Garcia sighed. Ah, well, I should not complain. It's coming back to me, she lied. Just disoriented as I woke up. You were especially sweet to me. You didn't think so when I wouldn't let you go to bed with your makeup on. Joanne allowed enough general illumination to come on to let her see herself, noted that the star sequins were gone, as well as body paint they had adhered to. She had not scrubbed it off herself, ergo someone else had. Not Winnie. Winnie had been potted as a palm. That's part of what I meant by especially sweet, Roberto. Not many men would take such good care of a drunken wench. Was I hard to handle? Not really, but you were pretty tight. Too tight? Not too tight, just pleasantly so.
I'm not sure I understand that, and I don't think I want to. Roberto, darling, even if I did fuss over it, thank you for washing me. Only a slut leaves paint on when she goes to bed. I'm a tart, but I don't want to be a slut. Hi, slut. And thank you most of all for a wonderfully sweet night. I hope I wasn't too drunk to make it sweet for you, too. Eunice, you would be more woman passed out cold than most can manage at their best. I'm glad you said would be rather than are. But, Roberto, I'm uneasy. Not about you and me, dear, but about Winnie. Does this affect that thought you've been considering? About Winnie, I mean? On the contrary, Eunice, it was Winnie's idea. Her notion of how to celebrate our engagement. Wait a moment. Am I engaged to you? Huh? No, I'm engaged to Winnie. Oh, Roberto, I would happily marry you. You would make a numero uno esposo. But I don't need one, and Winnie does. Did I know this last night, about you two? You seem to. You said that was why you wouldn't wait to scrub off your sparklers. You were right now about it. Roz, I remember being terribly eager, but I seem to have drawn a blank as to why. Roberto, did I spill the news about the Greeks capturing Athens? I don't think so, Eunice. Not when I was around. I'm fairly sure Winnie doesn't know it. I'll tell Winnie. It's Jake I want to keep in the dark. Eunice, did Jake do it? Capture Athens and the Parthenon as well? Watch that Hippocratic oath, dear. Parthenogenesis might be the answer. Let me keep this up in the air a while longer. You say this was Winnie's idea. After you told her you would marry her? Yes. How did she ever get up her courage to propose? I've been urging her to, but she's so damn shy. Dutch courage? Yes, but my own. Sure, she's shy, but under her blushes, Winnie is as rugged as a nurse has to be. She said, all right, if I would let her tie it down tight that she is no angel. I told her I had no use for angels, in bed or out. She said she hoped I meant that, because she was about to ask Jake to sleep with her. Roberto, I missed a lot of this. How much champagne did I drink? Who counts? Jake kept opening bottles, and we kept passing the loving cup around, while reciting that amphigory. You got your share. We all did. Am I engaged to Jake? Not that I know of. That's good, because when Jake finds out I'm knocked up, he's going to be noble, just as you were, dear, but Jake will be much more difficult. And I've discovered that I don't need a husband. I just want loving friends. You, Jake, Winnie, some others, people who will love me as I am, clay feet and all, not because of a contract. Did Jake make any fuss over the sleeping arrangements? Truthfully, I don't think anyone was displeased with Winnie's suggestion. Jake picked Winnie up under one arm and announced that he was reenacting the rape of the Sabines. The faithless old darling. So I picked you up and carried you in and scrubbed you, and you squealed and protested and told me that was a hell of a way to run a rape. I think I was right. In vino veritas. So now I'm going to put a pillow over your face so that you can't squeal and protest. You won't need a pillow. Just put your hand over my mouth if I'm noisy. But all these doors are soundproof. You think I don't know it? When I lived here for most of a year, Miss Johann Smith, I know more about your house than you do. Oh, you bastard. Call me Eunice. Or put a pillow over my face so I can't hear you, Roberto. I'm so happy that you're going to marry our Winsome. So am I, Eunice. Now shut up. Yes, sir. Eunice, nobody ever tells me anything. Shut up, twin, and pay attention to what you're doing. Joanne Eunice reached for the intercom by her bed, tapped it for Cunningham, then reached for Roberto's hand. Yes, miss? Cunningham, I want breakfast for 4 served in my lounge. Yes, miss. Placed in my lounge, rather, with warmers and coolers. No service. I have no idea when Mr. Salomon and Dr. Garcia will wake up, but I want to be hostess-ish and ready to serve them myself when they do. But Winnie and I want to eat. She winked at the doctor, squeezed his hand. Certainly, miss. They need their sleep. Tell me, Cunningham, you've known me a long time. Have you ever pinned one on? Pardon me, miss? Go on a luau. Get so fried you can't find the floor with both feet. Drunk and disorderly. I have sometimes, in the past, come down with that ailment. Then you know what a delicate condition we are in, Winnie and myself at least, and I have reason to believe that the gentleman will not be in much better shape. But there was an excellent excuse. I heard about the trouble, miss. Too bad. Cunningham, I did not mean Charlie. This may be callous of me, but he was a bully who picked a fight and lost. Oh, if I may say so, miss, he was not liked below stairs. We really did not like having him in the house. I know. I would have put a stop to it long ago, except that he worked for Mr. Salomon, not me. And I owe Mr. Salomon a great deal. No, the excellent excuse was something else. We were celebrating an engagement. Cunningham said cautiously, Should I offer congratulations, miss? Yes, but not to me. Dr. Garcia is marrying Winifred. Oh, that's fine, miss. But we'll miss her. I am hoping that we will not have to miss her. This is a big house, Cunningham, much too large for one person, or for two whenever Mr. Salomon can be persuaded to honor us. Not often enough, that is to say. But the counselor is afraid that he will cause gossip about me. May I speak plainly, miss? Any time you don't, Cunningham, I shall be offended. Mr. Salomon is a fine gentleman, but if he worries about that, well, it's silly, that's all I can say. The staff do not gossip about his presence. They respect him. Perhaps you can tell him. He won't listen to me. But today I'm simply concerned that he sleep as late as possible. He must go to Washington tonight, you know. When you bring up breakfast, don't go past his door. Go around the other way. You can't disturb me or Winnie. We are awake. And be certain that Hubert doesn't come fussing around until Mr. Salomon sends for him. He won't, miss. He never does. He used to sometimes when he was tending me. Be a touch noisy when he thought I should be up. So keep him off this floor. Keep everyone off this floor until I call you. That includes all cleaning, everything. Except, of course, that I want you to bring up breakfast, with whatever help you need, promptly. Yes, miss. Perhaps coffee and juice at once? No, we don't want to be disturbed twice. My ears might fall off. You'll find evidence of the debacle in my lounge. A case lot of empty magnums. Remove them quietly. For heaven's sake, don't bang one against the other. I can hear an ant stomp this morning. Pencil ready? We need a simple, nourishing breakfast. At least 4 cups of coffee each, double orders of orange juice, half grapefruits, either pinks or the big Arizonas, scrambled eggs, poached eggs, some link sausages, and breakfast steaks. Better include cold cuts and sliced cheeses. Oh, toast and muffins and jam and such, flat bread, and a big pitcher of ice-cold milk for cereal. I think this is a cereal morning. Some decent, quiet, well-brought-up cereal that doesn't snap, crackle, or pop. That's all, unless you know a remedy for a hangover. Well, miss, when I was tending Mr. Armbruster before I went to work for you, I used to mix something that he thought well of. Yes? Silver fizz, miss, using vodka rather than gin. Cunningham, you're a genius. 1 each, plus largish dividends in thermos glasses. How soon will breakfast be ready? Can't be sooner than 20 minutes, miss, even though Della has started the sausages. But I could still fetch up coffee and juice. 1 trip only, then steal quietly away on stocking feet. This is a hospital zone, Cunningham. Winnie and I need at least 20 minutes to put our eyeballs back in. They're bleeding. I'll expect you not sooner than 20 minutes, not later than 25. Off. She put down the bedside intercom, said, Doctor, did I handle that? Eunice, sometimes I think you're not truthful. And sometimes I'm going to be a hermit and not have to dodge servants. Where are your clothes, Roberto? In the lounge? Yes, I'd better get into them. Better think again. We've got 20 minutes of privacy. We'll use it. Oh, Eunice. Courage, comrade. I'm not a black widow spider. We'll use it to gather up all clothes in the lounge, toss feminine items in here, fast, then take your clothes and Jake's down to his suite, where I'll grab a robe and pajamas and slippers for Jake, and a second set of his for you. If you're a sissy, you'll stay there and put them on. If you're not, you'll stay in skin and come back here with me and dress when you feel like it.
Then I'll switch on a light that tells Winnie I'm awake. Better than phoning the love bugs. They might be love-bugging, and even a bug hates to be disturbed at such times. Come on, you bony, hairy, wonderful man. 16 minutes. We can do it in 12, I'll bet. Pussycat, sometimes you make me nervous. Oh, Piffle, I own this house, although I may sell it and buy a nudist resort in California, then run it just for me and my friends. Roberto, I like skin, when it's the wonderful skin I have now. It's meant to be seen and touched, not hidden away in clothes. Did you like our waitress last night? A healthy young woman, apparently. Oh, Piffle, twice. I'll bet you were thinking about her when you took me to bed last night. I know men, darling. I was one, much longer than you've been alive. 15 minutes. Let's move. Chapter 23. Dabrowski handed her out, and Fred locked the car. They escorted her to and into the lift. Joanne Eunice looked around. This must be where it happened. Her driver said, Eunice, I wish you would change your mind. Anton, Tom, and Hugo should have driven me today, but I was afraid the poor dears would get upset when they saw the inside of this lift. I thought you and Fred could stand it. Fred, are you nervous? You know damn well I am, Eunice. Over what? She entered this lift alone. I've got the two with me. Well, you're a stubborn one. I don't know what Ski is going to do, but I am going to wait outside the door until you come out. Eunice, what do you do with stubborn men? It's hard, twin, especially when they love you. You would best use female jujitsu. Let them have their own way until it turns out it's your way. I'll try. Fred, Eunice lived here for years, utterly safe, except for one mistake. I have the radio link, and I promise you both, solemnly, that I won't stir outside Joe's door until I know you're waiting for me. We'll be waiting, all right, all the time, right, Ski? Right. Eunice, you don't even know Joe Branca still lives here. But I do. It's just that he didn't pay his phone bill, so they cut him off. Joe's still there, or was at 16 o'clock yesterday. Look, how does this sound? First, you know that Joe wouldn't hurt me, don't you? Anton? Oh, sure. Joe might not want to see you, but Joe Branca would put a fly outdoors before he would swat it. Then I'm safe as long as I'm inside with Joe. But you're right. He may not want to see me. He may not let me in. Or I may be inside only minutes. So wait an hour, then go home. I'll call you when I want you to take me home. 2 hours, suggested Fred. All right, 2 hours. But if I don't come home tonight, you are not to come back and buzz Joe's door. You can come back tomorrow at noon and wait an hour, or even 2, if that will make you feel better, and again the next day. But I'll stay in Joe Branca's studio a full week if it takes that to make his mind easy. Or a month, damn it. Or anything. Boys, I've got to do this. Don't make it harder. Anton said glumly, All right, we'll do it your way. Am I Eunice now, or Joanne Eunice? He grudged a smile. You're Eunice. She would do it. That's why I must. Look, darlings, she put an arm around each of them. Last night was wonderful, and I'll find a way to manage it again. Perhaps next time Mr. Salomon is away. You know he fusses over me like a mother hen. But you two do also, and you must not, except when you're guarding me. Right now, I must try to find a way to soothe Joe's soul. But I'll be your playmate another day. Be darlings and kiss me. The lift is about to stop. They did so. She hooked up her veil. They left the lift and headed toward the Branca studio. Joanne found she knew the way, as long as she didn't stop to think. She stopped at the door. She always kissed you goodbye? Here, with Joe watching? Yes. If he lets me in, kiss me goodbye the same way. Just don't stretch it out. He might close the door. Oh, I'm shaky. Steady down, boss. Om Mani Padme Hum. Don't use the button. Try our voice on the lock. Open up, like that. Open up, Joanne said. She unhooked her veil, faced the door. The lock started clicking, but the door remained closed. A transparency flashed on the wall. "Please wait." Joanne stood in front of the door peep, wondering if Joe was scanning her. "Eunice, will he let us in?"
"I don't know, boss. You shouldn't have come. But you wouldn't listen to Jake nor to me."
"But I am here. Don't scold me. Help me."
"I'll try, boss, but I don't know."
Through the door, not as soundproof as her own doors, Joanne heard a high voice. "Joe? Joe!" "Who's that?"
"Could be anybody. Joe has lots of friends."
The door opened. She saw Joe Branca standing in it. He was dressed in much-worn shorts which had been used repeatedly for wiping paintbrushes. His face showed nothing. A girl, a wrapper pulled sketchily around her, looked out from behind him.
"See? It's her!"
"Gigi, get back." "Hello, Ski. Hi, Fred." "Hi, Joe." Joanne tried to keep her voice steady.
"Joe, may I come in?"
He finally looked at her. "You want to? Sure. Come in, Ski, Fred." Joe stood aside. Dabrowski answered for them. Not this time, Joe. Thanks. Roz, other time, any. Welcome. Too, Fred." "Thanks, Joe. See you." The guards turned to leave as Joanne started to enter. She checked herself, remembering that she must do something. "Boys?" Fred kissed her quickly, nervously. Dabrowski did not kiss her. Instead, he held his mouth to hers and said almost soundlessly, "Eunice, you be good to him, or damn, I'll spank you."
"Yes, Anton. Let me go."
Quickly she turned, went inside past Joe, waited. Slowly he refastened the hand bolts, taking an unnecessarily long time. He turned and glanced at her, glanced away. "Sit."
"Thank you, Joe."
She looked around at the studio clutter, saw 2 straight chairs at a small table. They seemed to be the only chairs. She went to one of them, waited for him to remove her cloak, realized that he was not going to do so, then took it off and dropped it, sat down. He frowned at her, seemed uncertain, then said, "Coffee?" "Gigi, job of Miss Smith." The girl had been watching from the far end of the room. She tightened her wrapper and went silently to a kitchen unit beyond the table, poured a cup of coffee, and prepared to flash it. Joe Branca went back to an easel near the middle of the room, started making tiny strokes on it. Joanne saw that it was an almost finished painting of the young woman addressed as Gigi.
"That's a cheat pick, boss."
"A what?"
"Project a photo onto sensitized canvas, then paint over it. Joe does them if someone wants cheesecake, or a cheap portrait, or a pet's picture, but claims they aren't art."
"Can't see why, Eunice. It's still an original oil painting."
"I can't either, but it matters to an artist. Boss, this place is filthy. I'm ashamed of it. That bitch Gigi."
"She lives here, you think?"
"I don't know, boss. Could be Joe's sloppy housekeeping. He likes things clean, but won't stop to do it. Only 2 things interest Joe, painting and tail."
"Well, he has both, looks like. I see he's kept your gad about."
"I'll bet it won't run by now. Joe can't drive."
Gigi fetched coffee, placed it on the table.
"Sugar? Isn't any cream."
She leaned closer, added in a fierce whisper,
"You don't belong here."
Joanne answered quietly, "Black is fine. Thank you, Gigi." "Gigi!"
"Yes, Joe?"
"Throne." The girl turned and faced him.
"In front of her?"
"Now. Need you." Slowly Gigi obeyed. Untying her wrapper as she moved, dropped it as she stepped up onto the throne, fell into pose. Joanne did not look, understanding her reluctance. Not modesty, but unwillingness to be naked to an enemy. "But I'm not her enemy, Eunice."
"Told you this would be rhino, boss."
Joanne tried the coffee, found it too hot and too bitter after the delicately fragrant and expensive high-altitude brew Della prepared, but she resolved to drink it once it had cooled. She wondered if Joe recognized what she was wearing. La Boutique had reconstructed at great expense a costume Eunice Branca had once worn. one in last year's half-and-half style, scarlet and jet, with a tiny ruffled skirt joining a left leg tight to a right side half sweater. Joanne had hired the most expensive body paint artist in the city and had rigidly controlled him in reconstructing the design Eunice Branca had worn with it, as nearly as memory and her inner voice could manage. Eunice, was Joe too upset to notice how we dressed? Boss, Joe sees everything. Then he's gone back to painting not to notice us. Maybe, but Joe wouldn't stop painting for an H-bomb. That he let us in at all is a blue moon, in the middle of a painting. How long will he paint? All night? Not likely. He does that only for a real inspiration. This one's easy. It did not look easy to Joanne. She could see that the artist was working from an exact cartoon, one that looked like a dim photograph of Gigi as she was posed. But he was working also from his model, yet he was not following either model or photograph. He was enhancing, exaggerating, simplifying, making flesh tones warmer, turning flat canvas almost into stereo, realistic as life, warmer than life, sensuous and appealing. Perhaps it was not art, but it was more than a photograph. It reminded Joanne of a long-dead artist Johann had liked. What was his name? Used to paint Tahitian girls on black velvet. Lieteg? Eunice, what do we do now? Walk out? Joe doesn't seem to care either way. Boss, Joe cares dreadfully. See that tick on his neck? Then what do I do? Boss, all I can tell you is what I would do. Wasn't that what I said? Not quite. Any time I came home and found Joe working from another model, I kept quiet and let him work. First, I would get out of my working clothes, then shower and get off every speck of paint and makeup. Then tidy things. Just tidy. Heavy cleaning had to wait for weekends. Then I would get things ready to feed them, because Joe and his model were going to be hungry once they stopped. They always did stop. Joe won't overwork a model. Oh, he sometimes painted me all night, but he knew I would ask to stop if I got shaky. Are you telling me to strip down? Won't that upset him still more? Boss, I'm not telling you to do anything. This visit wasn't my idea, but he's seen our body thousands of times, and you ought to know by now that nakedness isn't upsetting, it's relaxing. I felt that it was rude to stay dressed when a model was nude, unless I was certain she was easy with me. But I'm not telling you to do this. You can go look out the peep and see if Anton and Fred are still there. They will be. And unbolt the door and leave. Admit you can't put Humpty Dumpty together again. I suppose I should. Joanne sighed, stood up, kicked her sandals off, peeled the half-sweater down, shoved the ruffled skirt down, and got out of the tight. Joe could not see her, but Gigi could. Joanne saw surprise in her eyes, but she did not break her pose. Joanne looked at her and put a finger to her lips, then picked up dress and cloak and sandals, headed for the bath unit while avoiding, she thought, Joe's angle of vision, hung her clothes on a rack outside the bath, and went in. It took only minutes of soap and shower to rid her body of jet and scarlet. Face makeup off, too? Forget it. You don't wear as much as I used to. Towels in the cabinet under the sink, or should be. Joanne found one clean bath towel, 3 face towels, decided that it wasn't fair to grab the last bath towel, and managed to get dry with a face towel. Looked at herself in the mirror, decided that she was passable, and felt refreshed and relaxed by the shower. Where do I start? Here, of course. Then make the bed, but see if it needs changing. Sheets in the box with bed lamp on it. The tiny bath took little time, as scouring powder and plastic sponge were where they almost had to be. The toilet bowl she was forced to give up on. She got it clean, but stains left by flushing water did not respond to scrubbing. Joanne wondered why a civilization that could build mighty spaceships could not cope with plumbing. Or was it a civilization? She washed her hands and went out. The bed seemed to have been slept in no more than a couple of nights. She decided it would be presumptuous to change sheets. As she was straightening the bed, she noticed lipstick on one pillow. Turned it over. Gigi? Might be, boss. It's her shade. Proves nothing. Now what?
Work around the edges. Don't ever touch Joe's stuff. You can pick up a tube of paint and dust under it, but only if you put it down exactly where you found it. The edges kept her busy for a time. It seemed likely that Joe must have noticed her, but he gave no sign. The painting seemed finished, but he was still working on it. The sink was loaded. She found soap powder and got busy. Once she had dishes washed, dried, and put away, and the sink was sparkling as the dishes, she looked over the larder. "Eunice, did you keep house with so few staples?" "Boss, I didn't keep many perishables on hand, but this is skimpier than I ever kept it. Joe doesn't think about such things. I never let him shop, because he would come back with some new hungry friend, having forgotten the bread and bacon and milk I'd sent him for. Try the freezer compartment." Joanne found some ready packs in freeze. Dinners, a carton of vanilla ice cream almost full, spaghetti, pizza of several sorts. There were more of the last, so she decided that she could not go wrong offering them pizza. What else? No fresh vegetables. Fruit? Yes, a small can of fruit salad. Hardly enough, but she could put it over scoops of ice cream, plus wafers if she could find any. Yes, lemon snaps. Not much of a meal, but she didn't have much to work with. She started getting things ready. Set the table for 3. Well, she was either going to be accepted or sent home. She set it for 3. "Eunice, there are only 2 chairs. "The kitchen stool adjusts in height, boss." "I'm stupid." "Wouldn't have bet you could find your way around a kitchen at all." "Maybe I wouldn't have learned if Mama had had a daughter. I'll bet I've cooked more meals than you have, sweetheart. Not that this is cooking." Just as Joanne had everything laid out, she heard Joe say, "Rest, Gigi." She turned around. "Joe, will you 2 have supper now? It's ready to flash." Joe Branca turned at her voice, looked at her, started to speak, and with pitiful suddenness went to pieces. His features broke. He started to sob. His body slowly collapsed. Joanne hurried toward him and stopped abruptly. "Boss, don't touch him." "Oh, God, Eunice." "Don't make it worse. Gigi has him. Down on the floor, fast. Om Mani Padma Hum." Joanne dropped into lotus seat. Om Mani Padma Hum. Gigi had given him a shoulder, eased him down. He sat on the floor with his head against his knees, sobbing, while Gigi knelt by him, her face showing the ages-old concern of a mother for a hurt child. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. "Can't I help her, Eunice?" Om Mani Padma Hum. "No, boss. Ask Gigi to help you." "How?" Om Mani Padma Hum. "Ask for a circle. Om Mani Padma Hum." "Gigi, help me form a circle, please." The girl looked up, looked very startled, as if seeing Joanne for the first time. Om Mani Padma Hum. "Help me, Gigi. Help us both." Gigi slid into the lotus seat by her, knee to knee, reached for Joanne's left hand, took Joe's right hand, 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 Joe's right hand.
Side 10. I will fear no evil.
"Joe? Joe, you must listen. Close the circle with us. Now." She started chanting with Joanne. Joe Branca stopped sobbing, looked up, seemed not to believe what he saw. Then slowly he straightened his legs, moved until he filled the 3rd side of the triangle, and tried to assume the Padmasana. His paint-smeared shorts were too confining. They got in the way. He looked down, seemed puzzled, then started unfastening them. Gigi let go his hand and Joanne's, helped him to get them off. Then he settled easily into lotus, reached for their hands. Om Mani Padma Hum. As the circle closed, Joanne felt a shock through her body, somewhat like electricity. She had felt it before, with 3, with 4, but never so strongly.
Then it eased off to a sweet feeling of warmth. Om Mani Padma Hum. The prayer rolled around the circle, rolled back, and was chanted in unison. They were still softly whispering when Joanne stopped feeling or hearing anything other than utter peace. "Wake! Wake up! Come back!" Joanne fluttered her eyelids, felt her eyeballs roll down. "Yes, Winnie, I'm awake." "You said you had supper ready to flash. Want to do it, or shall I?" "Oh." She became aware that the circle was still closed. "I'll do it, if I may." Joe looked inquiringly into her face, his own face serene. "You okay? Good vibes?" "She's okay," Gigi answered. "Go take a pee and we'll get supper on. Wash your hands. I left turpentine in the medicine cabinet." "Okay." He got up, gave a hand to each of the girls, pulled them to their feet together, turned to do as he was told. Joanne followed Gigi to the kitchen unit, noticed the clock of the flash oven. "Gigi, is that clock right?" "Near enough. Do you have to leave? I hope not." "Oh, no, I can stay. But how long did we hold the circle?" "An hour? Hour and a half? Maybe longer." "Long enough. Does it matter?" "No." Joanne put her arms around the other girl. "Thank you, Gigi." Gigi put her arms over Joan's, hugged her. "Thank you. This is the first time I've seen Joe truly at one with the all, accepting his karma, at peace with it, since Eunice was killed." "Yes. He's kept coming back to the crazy notion that if he hadn't gone to Philly to see his ma, it wouldn't have happened. He knows that's not so, but now he knows it in his belly. I can tell." "Boss, say hello to Gigi for me." "Break cover?" "Oh, hell, we better not. I don't think she'd tell Joe, but we can't risk it. And things are okay the way they are." "Gigi, I think Eunice would want to thank you, if she could. Things look okay the way they are now." "Looks like. Say, what do I call you? I can't say, hey, you, but Johann Sebastian Bach Smith seems like a hell of a name for a girl." "My name is Joanne now. My full name is Joanne Eunice Smith, but my middle name is, well, sort of a memorial. Roser?" "Roz. That's nice. I think that's perfect. Joanne Eunice." "I think you're perfect, boss. You did it. You know why I didn't want to come here? I was scared for Joe, but twice as scared for me." "I knew, sweetheart. We both were scared, and so was Joe." "Gigi, better not use my middle name. Joe might be upset. Bad vibes." Gigi shook her head. "I don't think so. If I'm wrong, if he needs to soak in the circle some longer, tonight we've got the right circle. Might not have if he found out later." "All right, Gigi. I'll tell him." "Yes, but wait until after we eat. A circle is fine, and I can stay in one all day if needed, but I'm starved. Sandwich about 5 hours back, and I don't eat much breakfast." Gigi pulled her closer, kissed her. "So let's eat." "Somebody say eat?" "In a minute, Joe. We got to talking, and we need a crack at the plumbing, too. First dime is yours, hon. I'll flash the packs." "Go ahead, Gigi." "Oh, come along. Joe, you flash the packs." They had finished eating. Joanne Eunice was saying, "Like your Eunice Evans Branca Memorial, Joe, because I don't want anyone ever to forget Eunice, especially me." Joe Branca nodded soberly. "Is good. Eunice'd like." Suddenly he smiled. "You okay, Joanne Eunice?" He put down his cup, started stacking dishes, and added, "Get up you had on, same like one Eunice had." "It was one I had seen her in, Joe, so I had one made like it." "Good job. Dress, not skin paint. Sign painter, maybe?" "Joe, I didn't have anyone of your skill to do that. I had to use whom I could find. Is it possible that you might paint me, body paint, I mean, sometimes? Professional job, professional fees, no obligations." He smiled and shook his head. "Not cosmetics man, Joanne Eunice. Sure, paint body for Eunice. She liked. Gigi, too, when she wants. Paint you, sure, but no fee." "Joe, I won't take up professional time of an artist without paying. But I see your point. Cosmetic painting for your wife is one thing, but it isn't your real work. But fun, he answered. Maybe do Jet and Scarlet job right before you go home, huh? That would be sweet of you, Joe, but don't bother. I wouldn't be showing it. I'll go straight home. But let me ask you one question, please, about body paint. Do you remember that you once painted Eunice as a mermaid, and she wore it to work? Sure. Well, Gigi, this was when I was Johann Smith and very old and very ill. I hurt all the time, but couldn't stand heavy dosage of painkillers. Had to tough it. But here was Eunice, lovely as a flower and cute as a kitten, painted to look like a mermaid. And, Joe, this is the silly part, I don't think I noticed any pain all day long. I was so busy trying to figure something out, and never could. Was that a real brassiere Eunice had on, or paint? Joe looked smugly pleased. Paint. Fool the eye. Boss, I told you that. Yes, little imp, and sometimes you fib, too. You certainly fooled my eye. I could see those big seashells. I could almost feel their rough texture. Then Eunice would turn in profile, and I wouldn't be sure. I spent that whole day staring while trying to seem not to. Joe, you're a great artist. It's a shame you prefer canvas to skin. Not quite right. Like to paint skin on canvas. Fool the eye forever, not just one day. I stand corrected. Like that one. Joanne nodded at the easel. Gigi, let me do the dishes, please. I want to. Pile in sink, Joe ordered. Inspiration. 2-figure compo. Okay, Joe, Gigi answered. Joanne Eunice, do you feel up to posing late? Joe said 2-figure, so he means you too. But I warn you, when Joe says inspiration, you don't get much sleep. No, Joe denied. Can short it. Cheat some. Get posed right. Shoot 8, 9, 10 shots. Then... He suddenly looked distressed, turned to Joanne. Maybe not here tomorrow. Or could be not want to pose. Damn, I forget. Think you sleep here. Crazy. Damn. Joanne said, I don't have to be anywhere at any time, Joe, and I would be greatly honored to pose for you. But, she turned to Gigi, may I stay tonight? Is it all right? Oh, sure. I wonder. Since you showed me your wedding ring, I've been wondering how much I'm butting in. Gigi giggled. Hon, if you think that's a ring in Joe's nose, well, I'd better never think so. Joanne, I left Sam a good month before I let Joe give me that ring and marry me. Cubical and comical, couldn't believe he meant it. I can't think of another couple we know who are married. It's nice, but I still get the giggles. Sure, you stay if you want to. We got a cot to set up. Not much, but we'll put Joe on it. Watch it, boss. This is dynamite. 10 to 1, Joe won't be on that cot. Of course not. I will be. Think I'm a fool? Sadly, I do, boss. You're lovable, but you just barely have sense enough to stay out of lifts, not out of beds. Joe wants me to pose, I pose. If he wants anything else, he can have that too. Anything. That's what I thought. Eunice, Joe doesn't want me. Gigi is his woman now. Okay, twin, but when did I last hear you say that marriage isn't a form of death? Joe Branca appeared to regard the matter as settled. Housekeeping details seemed of no interest to him. He said, You oil after shower? And reached out and fingered Joanne's left ribs. No. Gigi? Chop, chop, Joe. Gigi ducked into the bath, returned with a bottle of olive oil. She said to Joanne, Lanolin is good, but I'd rather smell like a salad than a sheep. Joe, get her ribs. I'll do her leg. Then we give you a quick oiling all over, hon, and wipe you down. Get all off that your skin doesn't absorb. Some red paint back here where you can't see. But olive oil cuts it. Joanne, I've had twice as good a complexion since Joe has been making me take care of my skin. You have a perfect skin, Gigi. Joe's a tyrant about it. Now for a wipe down. Not too much wipe, Joe warned. Need highlights in cheat shots. Easy on the wipe down. Some oil on me, Joe? Da. Okay, maestro.
Joanne, we'll polish each other bone dry before we go to bed, if you're not too tired to care. No importa. Disposable sheets. Joe, are you going to tell your slaves what this pick is?
Sure, need acting. Gut acting. Les pick.
Huh? Joe, you can't put Joanne in such a pick. You can't.
Wait, mate. I don't draw comic books. You know, pick so square can hang in church. But symbols so gut-loaded, old Butch pays top money. But Joanne Eunice can change face if you say.
He looked anxious. Joe, paint the way you want to. If somebody recognizes me in one of your paintings, I'll be proud.
Okay.
Rapidly, Joe Branca built a low platform of boards on boxes, heaped floor cushions on top, covered it all with a ragged, heavy cloth.
Throne. Gigi first. Gigi Butch, Joanne Eunice sweetheart.
He moved them like lay figures, shoving them into position like a butcher handling meat, so that Gigi was supported by cushions while she held Joanne in her arms and looked into Joanne's eyes. Joanne's position fig-leafed Gigi. Joe raised Joanne's left knee so that she fig-leafed herself. Then he placed Gigi's right hand under Joanne's left breast, not cupping it, but touching. Stepped back and scowled. Stepped forward, changed the composition slightly, moving them so little that Joanne could not guess what difference it made. Apparently satisfied, he shoved cushions in more tightly so that each could hold the pose without strain. He placed a platter just below them, slanted with careful casualness.
Is Greek Lyre, he said. Title? The Lightest Sings. Song just paw. Action not yet. Golden moment between.
He looked at them carefully, still scowling.
Joanne Eunice, you knocked up?
Joanne was very startled. Does it show? I haven't gained an ounce. Erase and correct. 19 ounces. Yes, but not enough to show. Aside from pizza just now, I've stuck to Roberto's diet. You know I have. Joe shook his head.
Figure not show. You happy, Joanne Eunice?
Joe, I'm dreadfully happy about it, but I haven't told anyone yet.
Be easy, Louisy. Gigi don't yatter.
He smiled in benison, and Joanne saw for the first time how beautiful he could be.
What counts? You happy. Happy mama, happy baby. Knocked up broads look different. Better. Skin glows, muscles firm, folds under eyes fill out. Whole body better tone. I can see, but most can't see what they see. Lucky I got you for model right now. But Sal's problem been eating me.
What, Joe? How? Eunice, is this all right? Sure, Twin. Joe approves of babies as long as he doesn't have to bother with them. He's pleased that you're happy, and doesn't think about how it happened or what you'll do about it. But not callous. If you were broke, he would take you in and try to support your baby and still not ask where you got it. He doesn't find the world complex, dear, so it isn't, to him.
Puzzle problem. You look like Eunice. How else? But look better. Impossible. Know why now. Any broad looks best doing her thing.
Joe, do you think pregnant women are beautiful later? Say, 8 or nearly 9 months gone?
Sure.
Joe seemed surprised that she would ask.
More beautiful. Healthy, happy woman ready to drop. How not? Top symbol of the all. Shut up now. Work.
Please, Joe, one more question. Will you paint me when I'm big as a house, between 8 and 9 months? Could be a cheat job. Might have to be. I might not be able to pose very long when I'm heaviest.
He smiled in delight. You bet, Annette. Artists don't get that chance much. Most broads silly about it. But now shut up. Must look gutsy, so think gutsy. Don't act. Be. Sweaty. Eager.
Joanne Eunice, Gigi's got you set up. Eager. But scared. Virgin.
Gigi, you just eager. Maybe gloating. But think, don't do. Not even face. Just think.
He stopped to reposition lights, scowled at his models, changed his lights a little, brushed an oily rag on Gigi's right shoulder and breast.
Is right. Nipples up? Joanne Eunice, can't you get 'em tight? Try thinking about men, not Gigi.
I'll fix it, Gigi assured him. Listen, darling. She started whispering.
telling Joanne in blunt detail what this ancient Grecian lesbian was about to do to the virgin helpless in her arms. Joanne found that her breasts tightened so hard that they hurt. She wet her lips and looked back at Gigi, hardly noticed that they were being photographed. "Break," announced Joe. "Off throne. Paw tonight. Got good shots." Joanne straightened up, peered across the room at the clock. "My goodness, blackbirds already?" "So bed," he agreed. "Pose tomorrow." Gigi said, "I'm still going to do those dishes, Joe. You set up the cot." "I'll do them, Gigi." "I'll wash. You can wipe." By the time they finished, Joe was in the cot and apparently asleep. Gigi said, "Which side do you like, hon?" "Either one." "Crawl in." Chapter 24. Joanne woke with her head on Gigi's shoulder. Gigi was looking at her, which helped Joanne to remember where she was. She yawned and said, "Good morning, darling. Is it morning? Where's Joe?" "Joe's getting breakfast. Had enough sleep, dear?" "Guess so. What time is it?" "I don't know. The question is, are you rested? If not, go back to sleep." "I'm rested. I feel grand. Let's get up." "All right, but I charge one kiss to get past me." "Outrageous," Joanne said happily, and paid toll. But Joe was not at the kitchen unit. He was projecting the photographs he had taken the night before. Gigi said, "Look at that, Joanne. Forgotten all about offering to get breakfast." "It's no matter," Joanne said softly. "Don't bother to keep your voice down. Joe can't hear when he's working, unless you shout." "Well, let's scrounge. Then we'll try to get him to eat." Not much to offer a guest." "I don't need a big breakfast. Juice and toast, coffee." "No juice." Gigi poked around futilely. "I could give you a ready pack, spaghetti or something. I've got a grocery shop. Send Joe out for groceries, and he comes home with a new picture book and some paint, happy as a kid. No use scolding him." Joanne Eunice caught an undertone in Gigi's voice, said softly, "Gigi, are you broke?" Gigi did not answer. She kept her face turned away, got out half a loaf of bread, prepared to make toast. Joanne persisted, still speaking quietly. "Gigi, I'm rich. I suppose you know. But Joe won't take a dime from me. You don't have to be that stubborn." Gigi measured out powder for 6 cups of coffee. Then she said, almost as softly, "Joanne, I was a whore when Big Sam and I were together. Somebody had to pay the rent, and half his pupils never paid what they promised, and the rest paid so little it hardly made up for the coffee and donuts they ate. Hell, some of them came to class just to eat, so somebody had to work. I never hustled men much. Sam didn't like it if I made it with another man, unless it was a swing scene that he had set up. But an old butch is often generous. When we had to have money, I would go sit in one of the Les coffee shops and bring some money home. Sam didn't mind that. I finally got wise that I was being used, not just supporting him. Those swing scenes, a guru needs a young chela for openers or it won't get off the ground. Joanne, a woman will do anything for a man, but she hates to think it's a one-way street. Now take Joe. Doesn't sell many paintings, and we usually have to split 50-50 to get them hung. But Joe doesn't use a woman, no matter how thin things are." She looked around at Joanne. "When I first posed for Joe, he paid me guild rates. None of this cark about a fin now and another fin when he sells the picture. He had some money from Eunice. Insurance, I suppose. But Joe was a soft slob, and everybody borrowed it, and everybody spent it, and nobody paid it back. And it was gone before I shacked in with him and started minding his money. Somebody's paying the rent and utilities on this studio. You, maybe?" "No." "You know about it?" "Yes. A man who greatly admired Eunice took care of it. Joe can live here the rest of his life if it suits him, and I can drop a hint and the phone will be turned back on. The phone was an oversight when the rent and power and water and such were arranged for." "We don't need a phone. I think half the people on this level use Joe's phone as a free public phone. Some still try and get sore when I tell them there's no phone here. Please go away." "Joe is working." That man who admired Eunice, named Johann, maybe?" "No, not Johann. And his name isn't Joanne now. Gigi, I can't tell you without his permission, and I don't have it. Has Joe ever said anything about the rent?" "Truthfully, I don't think he's thought about it.
He's a child some ways, Joanne. Art and sex. Doesn't notice other things until he bangs his nose into them.
Then maybe he wouldn't notice this. I've got my car radio link in my purse. I can call for it. If you tell Joe you've got to grocery shop, he'll let you go, won't he?
Oh, sure. Won't even fuss, even though he has his heart set on painting us all day today.
So you tell him you must, and I offer to take you in my car.
We can pick up a big load, with a car and 2 guards to carry for us.
Maybe Joe won't suspect that I've paid for it. Or maybe you can tell him that a picture's sold. Gigi looked thoughtful. Then she sighed.
You tempt me, you cuddlesome little broad. But I'd better hold off and eat pizza till we sell another painting. And we will. Best not to monkey with a setup that works, I think.
She's right, boss.
Leave it alone.
But, Eunice, there's not a thing for breakfast but coffee and dry toast. That's no matter. But there are only 4 ready packs in there and 3 pizzas. We ate 3 last night. A few other items, not much. I can't leave it alone.
You've got to leave it alone. You trying to cut off his balls? Or split him up with Gigi? Gigi's good for him. She'll find a way. Do I or do I not know more about Joe than you do?
You do, Eunice, but people have to eat.
Yes, boss, but it doesn't hurt to miss a couple of meals.
Damn it, girl, what do you know about being hungry? I went through the 30s.
Okay, boss. Louse it up. I'll keep quiet.
Eunice, please. You said I did fine last night.
So I did, and you certainly did. Now keep up the good work by leaving them alone or finding some way to let Gigi come buy groceries honestly. But don't give them anything.
All right, sweetheart. I'll try.
Gigi, here in the fridge. Bacon grease in this can? Yes, I save it. Can be useful.
Can indeed. And I see 2 eggs.
Well, yes, but 2 eggs split 3 ways is sort of feeble. But I'll fry 1 for you and 1 for Joe.
Go soak your head, Cuddle Baby. I'm going to teach you depression cooking I learned in the 1930s. Gigi Branca suddenly looked upset.
Joanne, you gave me goosebumps. I can't realize how old you are. But you're not, really, are you?
Depends on which rubber ruler you use, dear. I remember the Great Depression of the 30s. I was about as old as you are now. By that scale, I'm 95.
Looked at it another way, I'm only weeks old and not able to crawl without help, always making mistakes. But by still a third way to measure it, I'm the age of this body, Eunice's body. And that's how I like to be treated. Don't let me be a ghost, dear. Hug me and tell me I'm not. What you got against ghosts, boss?
Nothing at all. Some of my best friends are ghosts. But I wouldn't want my sister to marry one.
Very funny, boss. Who writes your gags? We did marry a ghost in Dr. Olson's examining room.
Ouch. Sorry about it, Eunice?
No, boss, darling. You're just the old ghost, pardon me, I want for our little bastard.
Love you too, busybody.
Gigi hugged her. First we melt the bacon grease and make sure it's not rancid or not too rancid. Then we soak the bread in it and fry it. We scramble the eggs, and since we don't have cream to stretch them, we use what we find. I'll settle for powdered milk or flour or cornstarch, even dry gelatin. We don't salt the eggs. The grease may be salty enough. Salt to taste afterwards. But if you have Worcestershire sauce or A1 or anything like that, we add a little before we scramble. Then we spoon this goop onto 6 slices of fried bread, 2 to a customer, and garnish with paprika or dried parsley or chopped most anything to make it look fancy. This is creative cookery a la WPA. We set the table the best we can manage. Fancy cloth and real napkins if you have them. A flower, even an artificial one, or a candle, anything to swank it up. Now, do I fry the bread while you stretch the eggs, or vice versa?
Joe reluctantly came to the table, absent-mindedly took a bite, looked surprised.
Who cooked? We both did, Joanne answered. So? Tasty. Joanne showed me how, and we'll have it again sometime, Joe, Gigi amended.
Soon.
All right. Joanne, you can read, can't you?
Why, yes.
Thought you could. There's a letter from Joe's mother. Been here 3 days. I've been meaning to find somebody to read it, but Joe's kept me busy posing, and Joe is particular who reads his mother's letters.
Gigi, Joanne's company, not polite.
Joe, am I company? If I am, I won't finish breakfast and I won't pose. I'll call Anton and Fred and go home. That's telling him, fat lady.
That's a vulgar joke, Eunice.
I'm vulgar, boss. Come to think about it, you're about as vulgar as they come yourself, though I wasn't sure of it till I woke up inside your head.
I give up, but Joe can't make us company.
Of course not. Quiver your chin and make him kiss you. He's never kissed you with the lights on.
Joe said soberly, Sorry, Joanne, Eunice. Joanne pouted her lip.
You ought to be. You ought to kiss me and tell me I'm family, not company. She's right, agreed Gigi. You've got to kiss and make up.
Oh, hell. Joe stood up, came around to Joanne Eunice's chair, took her face, tilted it up, and kissed her. Family, not company. Now eat!
Yes, Joe. Thank you. He can do better.
So we both know.
But, Joe, I won't read your letter unless you want me to. Gigi, you startled me when you indicated you could not read. I thought I could tell by the way a person talks. Is it your eyesight? Eyes are okay. Oh, I'm a real talking woman. Had some coaching, done some little theater. Probably should have learned to read, though I can't say I've missed it. Computer fouled up my preschool test records, and I was in 6th grade before anybody caught it. Then it was sort of late to change tracks, and I stayed on the practical. There was talk of putting me through a remedial, but the principal put his foot down. Said there wasn't enough budget to handle the ones that could benefit from it. She shrugged. Maybe the fact that he was a third had something to do with it. Anyhow, I don't miss it. Joe, shall I find the letter?
Sure. Joanne Eunice's family. Joanne found Mother Branca's handwriting difficult, so she read the letter to herself to be sure she could read it aloud, and ran into trouble. Eunice, how do I handle this?
Twin, never tell a man anything he doesn't need to know. I censored as necessary, even some of your mail when you were sickest.
No, you did, baggage, as I reread some you had read aloud.
Boss, some went straight into the shredder,
and this one should have gone there, so censor it. You were married to him, sweetheart, but I'm not. I have no right to censor his mail.
Twin, between being right and being kind, I know which way I vote.
Oh, shut up. I won't consider Joe's mail.
Takes a while to get used to strange handwriting, Joanne Eunice said apologetically. All right, here it is. Darling baby boy, Mama don't feel so...
Don't read all, Joe interrupted. Just tell.
That's right, agreed Gigi. Joe's mother puts in a lot of cark about noisy neighbors and their pets and people Joe never heard of. All he wants is news, if any. You see, Twin?
Eunice, I'm still not going to censor. Oh, I can leave out trivial gossip. Maybe edit the wording.
You damn well better, boss, and you know it. All right. Your mother says her stomach is troubling her.
Mama don't feel so good and can't seem to get no relief nohow. The Medicare man says it's not stomach cancer, but what does he know? Sign says he's an internist, and everybody knows an internist is a student, not a real doctor. What do we pay taxes for when just a student can half kill me like I was a dog or a cat or something they're always cutting up behind locked doors like they say on TV?
Joe, she says that her stomach has been bothering her, but she's been getting tests from an internal medicine man. That's a doctor who specializes in such ailments. They're very learned, and he has assured her that it isn't cancer or anything of that sort.
The new priest ain't no help. He's a young snot that thinks he knows it all, won't listen. Claims I get just as good treatment as anybody when he knows it ain't true. You got to be a nigger to get anything around here. We white people that built this country and paid for it are just so much dirt. When I go to Medicare clinic, they make your mama wait while Mexican women go in first. How about that?
She says that there is a new priest in your parish, a younger one than the last, and that he has investigated and has reassured her that she is getting the proper treatment. But she says that she sometimes has to wait a long time at the clinic.
Why not? Said Joe. Got nothing but kill time. Don't work.
Anna Maria is going to have a baby. That snot priest says she ought to go to a home. You know what terrible places those homes are, and it's un-American to bust up families. They don't do that in the old country, and that's what I told the visitor. You'd think the way they throw away money on people that don't deserve it, they could spend a little on a decent family that just wants to be left alone and not bothered. The other Johnson twin, not the one that dropped out, the one I told you was out on parole again, got busted again, and about time. There's a family the visitor could look into, but oh no, he just told me to mind my own business. Someone named Anna Maria is pregnant. Gigi said, "Which one is that, Joe?" "Baby sister, 12, maybe 13. Joe shrugged. "Well, your parish priest thinks she ought to go into a home for expectant mothers, but your mother feels that she would be better off at home. There is something about a neighbor family named Johnson." "Skip." "Baby boy, Mama don't hardly never get a letter from you since Eunice died. Ain't there no letter writer in your block? You don't know how much a mother worries when she don't hear from her little boy. I watch the mailbox every day. Be sure nobody swipes it for I get it. But no letter from my little Josie. Just ads, and once a month, the check." "She says she hasn't heard from you in a long time, Joe. I'd be glad to write one for you before I go, anything you dictate, and send it by Mercury to be sure she gets it." "Maybe. Thanks." Joe did not seem enthusiastic. "See you later. Paint first. Any more? Just tell." "Eunice, here comes the tough part." "So skip it." "I can't. I seen you in the TV and almost dropped dead when you said you gave away $1,000 million you had every right to. Don't your own mother mean nothing to you? I didn't raise you and love you and take care of you when you busted your collarbone to be treated like that. You go straight to that Miss Johann Bassing Box Smith and tell her she can just wipe that nasty sneer off her face, because I want my rightful share of what's coming to me, and I'm going to get it. I already been to a lawyer, and he said he'd take my side for 50-50 as soon as I paid him $1,000 for expenses. I told him he was a thief. But you just tell that stuck-up Miss Smith to pay up, or my lawyer will put her in jail. Sometimes I think the best thing is just pack up everybody and go visit you till she pays up. Maybe just stay. Would be hard to leave all our old friends here in Philly, but you need somebody to keep house now that you haven't got no wife to do it for you. It won't be the first time I've made sacrifices for my darling boy. Your loving mother." "Joe, apparently your mother watched my identity hearing on video and heard your testimony. She seems disappointed to learn that you gave money to establish a memorial to Eunice when you could have kept it." Joe made no comment. Joanne went on. "She says she may pack up all the family and pay you a visit, but the way it's phrased, I don't think she will. That's all, except she sends you her love. Joe, I can see how your mother could be disappointed in what you did about—" "My business, not hers." "May I finish, Joe? From this letter, I think she must be poor, and I have been poor myself and know how it feels. Joe, I think that your memorial to Eunice was a wonderful thing, the most gallant tribute of a husband to the memory of his wife I've ever heard of. I heartily approve, and I think Eunice must feel honored by it." "I do, boss, but maybe he overdid it, huh?" "Jake could have set up a little annuity for Joe, eating money, I mean, with part of it, but Joe never did know how to do anything part way. Whole hog or nothing, that's Joe." "Maybe we can fix it, dear." "Joe, if I paid your mother an allowance, you know I can afford it. It wouldn't be you accepting money from Eunice's death." "No." "But I would like to. She's your mother. It would be sort of an additional memorial to Eunice. Say, enough to—" "No," he repeated flatly. Joanne Eunice sighed. "I should have kept quiet and arranged it through Jake Solomon." She memorized the return address, intending to do it anyhow. "Joe, you are a lovable man, and I can see why Eunice was devoted to you. I've fallen in love with you myself, and I think you both know it, without any intention of crowding you out, Gigi. I love you just as much. But, Joe, sweet and gallant as you are a bit stiff-necked, too." "Sure he is, boss, darling, but it's no use trying to change people, so drop it. You didn't need to sneak that address. I could have told you." "Joanne?" "Yes, Gigi?" "Hate to say this, hon, but Joe's right and you're wrong." "But—" "Tell you later. We'll talk while we pose. Grab the bathroom if you need to while I put dishes to soak. Joe wants to start." Joanne was surprised to learn that she could visit with Gigi while they posed.
but Joe assured her that he had the expressions he wanted from the photographs. He simply wanted them to hold still. He took even more pains to get them arranged than he had for the camera. Talk did not bother him as long as it was not to him. Nevertheless, Joanne tended to whisper while Gigi used the normal tones of a face-to-face conversation. "Now I'll tell you why you must not send money to Joe's mother. But wait a sec. He's done it again. Joe, put on your shorts and quit wiping pigment on your skin." Joe did not answer, but did so. "Joanne, if you've got money to throw away, flush it down the pot. But don't send it to Joe's mother. She's a wino." "Oh? Yeah. Joe knows it. Her welfare visitor knows it. They don't let her have a family allowance in cash. She gets one of the pink checks, not a green one. Just the same, she'll take groceries around the corner and trade 'em for muscatel. That stomach trouble, forget it, unless you want to help her drink herself to death. No loss if you did. The kids might be better off." Joanne sighed. "I never will learn. Gigi, all my life I've given money away. Can't say I did any good with it, and I know I've done lots of harm. Me and my big mouth." "Your big heart, dear. This is one time not to give it away. I know. I've had a lot of her letters read to me. You trimmed that one, didn't you?" "Did it show?" "To me it did, because I know what they sound like. I learned from the first one never again to have somebody just read them aloud to Joe. He gets upset. So I listen. I'm a quick study. Used to learn my sides and cues just from 2 readings aloud when I was finding out I wasn't an actress. And then I trim it to what Joe needs to hear. Figured you were smart enough to do it without being told, and I was right. Except that you could have trimmed it still more, and Joe would have been satisfied." "Gigi, how did such a nice person as Joe, and so talented, come from such a family?" "How does any of us happen to be what we are? It just happens. But, look, it's never polite to play the dozens, is it?" "I shouldn't have asked." "I meant, it isn't polite for me to, but I'm going to. I've often wondered if Joe was any relation to his mother. He doesn't look like her. Joe has a picture taken when she was about the age he is now. No resemblance." "Maybe he takes after his father." "Well, maybe, but Pa Branca I'm not sure about. He left her years back. If Pa Branca is his pop. If she has any idea who his father is." "I guess that's often the case. Look at me, pregnant and not married. I can't criticize." "You don't know who did it, dear?" "Well, yes, I do. But I'm never going to tell. It suits me to keep it to myself, and I can afford to do it that way." "Well, none of my business, and you seem happy. But about Joe, I think he's an orphan. Somebody's little bastard who wound up with this bitch, though I can't guess how. Joe doesn't say so, although he never talks much, unless he has to explain things to a model. But his mother has had one good influence on him. Guess." "I can't." "Joe won't drink. Oh, we keep beer for friends when we can, but Joe never drinks it. He won't touch pot. He won't join a circle if it calls for a high. You know how it is with drugs. All of them against the law, but as easy to buy as chewing gum. I could show you 3 connections in this one complex where you can buy you name it. But Joe won't touch any of it." Gigi looked sheepish. "I thought he was some kind of a freak. Oh, I was never hooked, but I couldn't see any harm in an occasional trip with friends. Then I shacked with him, and he was broke, and I was too, and groceries were our only luxury, and, well, I haven't touched anything since he married me, and don't want to. I feel grand. New woman." "You certainly look happy and healthy. This Big Sam, did he have a habit?" "Not a habit, but Sam would eat, drink, or smoke anything somebody else paid for. Oh, he didn't mainline. Doesn't fit the image for a guru, and needle-mark show. And he was proud of his body." "What did you do before you were his chela?" "His meal ticket, you mean? Same thing, model and whore. What else is there to do? Babysat, served drinks in my skin for a while, but they let me go when they found a girl who could write. Discrimination, and I could have fought it, as I never got my orders mixed up. My memory is better than people who have to write things down. But hell, no use trying to hang on when they don't want you." "Joanne, you said you'd been giving money away all your life." "I exaggerated, Gigi.
Never had much until after World War II. I just meant I wasn't stingy, even as a kid, when every nickel came the hard way. Nickel? A 5-cent piece. They used to be minted from a nickel alloy and were called that. Dimes and even dollars used to be silver. We actually had gold money when I was a kid. Then, during the Great Depression, I was flat broke for about 6 months, and other people helped me. And then later, I helped some, sometimes the same people. But giving money away on a large scale, I didn't start until I had more money than I could spend or wanted to invest. And the tax laws at that time fixed it so you could do more giving it away than by keeping it. Seems a funny way to run things, but of course I've never paid taxes. You just think you haven't. You started the day you were born. We may eliminate death someday, but I doubt if we'll ever eliminate taxes. Well, I won't argue it, Joanne. You must know more about it than I do. How much money have you given away? Oh, it didn't amount to more than a few thousand until after World War II, and most of that was loans I knew I would never collect. Kept records for years. Then one day I burned the record book and felt easier. Since then, I'd have to consult my accountant. Several millions. Several millions? Dollars? Look, Cuddly, don't be impressed. After a certain point, money isn't money. It's just bookkeeping figures or magnetized dots in a computer. I wasn't exactly impressed. Confused, Joanne. I don't have any feeling of any sort for that much money. $100 I understand, even 1,000. But that much is like the national debt. It doesn't mean anything to me. Nor does it to me, Gigi. It's like a chess game. A game played just for itself. And one I'm tired of. Look, you wouldn't let me buy groceries, even though I am helping to eat them. Would you accept $1 million from me? No. It would scare me. That's an even wiser decision than the one you made before breakfast. But Page Diogenes. Who's he? Greek philosopher who went around searching for an honest man. Never found him. Gigi looked thoughtful. I'm not very honest, Joanne, but I think I've found an honest man. Joe. I think so, too. But, Gigi, may I say why I think you were smart to say no? Oh, it was a gag, sort of. But if you had said yes, I would not have welched. But I would hate to do it to you. May I tell you why? What's wrong with being rich? I thought being rich was supposed to be fun. It's fun, some ways. When you're really wealthy, and I am, money is power. I'm not saying that power isn't worth having. Take me. If I hadn't had that much raw power, I wouldn't be here chatting with you. I'd be dead. And I like it here, with your arms around me and Joe painting a picture of us because he thinks we're beautiful. And we are. But power works both ways. The man or woman who has it can't escape it. Gigi, when you're rich, you don't have friends. You just have endless acquaintances. 10 minutes, said Joe. Rest time, said Gigi. Huh? But we've been resting. So get up and stretch. It'll be a long day. If Joe says we posed 50 minutes, we have. He uses a timer. And have a cup of coffee. I'm going to have one. Coffee, Joe? Yes. Can we look? No. Lunch break, maybe. Must be going well, Joanne, or Joe wouldn't even make a guess. Joe, Joanne tells me that a rich person can't have friends. Hey, wait, I didn't finish. Gigi, a rich person can have friends, but it has to be someone who isn't interested in his money. Like you, like Joe. Even that doesn't mean he's a friend. First you have to find him. Then you have to know this about him, which maybe is hard to find out. There aren't many such people. Even other rich people aren't likely to qualify. Then you have to win his friendship, and that's harder for a rich man than it is for other people. A rich man gets suspicious and puts on a false face to strangers, and that's no way to win friends. So, in general, it's true. If you're rich, you don't have friends, just acquaintances, kept at arm's length because you've been hurt before. Gigi suddenly turned around from the kitchen unit. Joanne, we're your friends? I hope so. Joanne looked soberly from Gigi to her husband. I felt your love in our circle, but it won't be easy, Gigi. Joe looks at me and can't help remembering Eunice, and you look at me and can't help wondering what effect it has on Joe. We don't. Tell her, Joe.
Gigi's right, Joe said gently. Eunice dead. She wanted you to have what you got. Me? Over my gut ache. All done in the circle.
Boss, do you mind if I get out for a moment and trot around in my bones? A girl likes to be missed a little.
Eunice, we must not hurt him. It was all we could manage to heal him.
I know, but the next time he kisses us, I'm going to be tempted to speak up and tell him I'm here.
Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum, and cark on you and Diogenes both. Let's go home and phone Roberto.
Sweetheart, we'll stay here until we've cracked the bone and eaten the marrow.
Okay. That Gigi is as cuddly as winsome, isn't she? Joe, I want us three to be friends and never break our circle in our hearts. But I'm not going to put too much strain on it. Not fair to you, not fair to Gigi. Not even fair to me. Gigi, I wasn't saying that I didn't have any friends. I do have. You too. A doctor who took care of me and honestly doesn't give a damn about money. The nurse he is about to marry, who is the nearest thing to a sister I've ever had. My 4 driving guards. I've tried very hard with those 4, Joe, because I knew they were your friends and Eunice's. But that's an odd situation. I'm more their baby they take care of than I am either employer or friend. And one, just one friend, left over from the days when I was Johann Smith. Rich and powerful and mostly hated.
Joe Branca said softly, Eunice loved you.
I know she did, Joe. God knows why. Except that Eunice had so much love in her that it spilled over onto anyone around her. If I'd been a stray kitten, Eunice would have picked me up and loved me. More than that, boss.
Sweetheart.
And Joe, you know, or at least have met my one friend who carried over, Jake Solomon.
Joe nodded. Jake okay.
You got to know Jake?
Close. Good aura.
Gigi said, Joe, is he the one you told me about? The fixer?
Same. Joe looked back at Joanne Eunice. Ask Jake. Thrown now.
Come on, Joanne. He bites if you don't pose the instant rest period is over.
Joe fussed over getting them back into position, then moved both of Joanne's legs and one of Gigi's into position somewhat different from the original pose, stepped back and scowled at the change, turned to his easel and started scraping part of the canvas with a palette knife. Gigi said quietly,
Now we won't get to look at lunch break.
Why not?
God only knows. I'm not sure Joe knows why he's making a change, but something was wrong, and now he's abandoned the cartoon and is working directly from us. So it won't be far enough along that he'll be willing to let us look at it that soon. So freeze, darling. Don't sneeze. Don't get an itch. Don't even breathe deeply. Not talk? Talk all we like as long as we don't move. I won't move, Gigi. I was so pleased to learn that Joe and Jake got to know each other well. Did you know Jake, too? I've met him just in passing, me leaving and Mr. Solomon arriving. It was when I was a hired model before I moved out on Big Sam. Twin, she's being vague about this, and Jake has never mentioned laying eyes on Joe after clearing up business matters a long time ago.
Eunice, what are you getting at? It was probably while Jake was straightening out your bank account and the lease and things.
And things. You are so right. Look, boss, don't be naive. They were crying over the same girl, me, and Joe is amby as an oyster when it suits him.
Eunice, you have a dirty mind.
Coo! This from No Pants Smith. I know whereof I speak, twin. I lived with Joe for years. Don't be so darn 20th century.
Eunice, of course you know Joe better than I do, and I would never criticize Joe no matter what. I meant Jake.
What makes you think you know Jake better than I do? And take a look at Joe. Purty, ain't he? Jake has eyes. Boss, what are we fussing about? Find out what Gigi knows.
I suppose, Joanne said carefully, that Jake had to come here on business. Eunice died without a will, and I know Jake arranged it so that Joe could draw against her bank account. There may have been insurance to clear up, too. I'm not sure.
Joanne, I don't know. Why don't you ask Jake, as Joe suggested? Because Jake will lie about it, boss. Forget it. Men lie about such things far more than women do. Who cares where a man has lunch so long as he gets home in time for dinner? Not me. You give my dirty mind quite enough to keep it busy. But, boss, you're a devious little slut. You can't be truthful even to yourself.
Wench, if I could get my hands on you, I'd spank you.
And if you could, I'd let you. Kind of fun to be spanked, isn't it, dear? Gets the action moving like a rocket.
Oh, stuff it.
Where, Twin? What? And how big is it?
I have no need to ask Jake, Gigi. I know they met through business matters. I know that Jake admires Joe's integrity. I simply hadn't realized that Jake thought of Joe as a close friend. If he does. Gigi Branca looked thoughtful.
I couldn't say. I was working guild hours then, as Joe was paying me. Mr. Salomon, Jake you call him, showed up one evening as we were quitting, and Joe introduced him to me as his former wife's fixer. Lawyer, he said. Joe doesn't use jive when he doesn't want to. Saw him a couple more times, I think, about the same way. But he hasn't been here since we got married. Double talk, boss. All it means is that she won't spill other people's secrets. Well, that's nice to know, considering.
No importa. Gigi, how did Joe get his art education? Or is it native genius with no instruction?
Both, Joanne. Let me tell it bang, as it would take you forever to get it out of Joe. Joe says that all an artist can teach is technique. He says creativity can't be taught, and that each artist has his own sort, if he has any. Joe thinks that most people who call themselves artists haven't any. He calls them sign painters, and adds that he would rather be a good sign painter than a fraud who calls himself an artist. You've seen what Joe has. That one of me he did yesterday, and others around the studio. You'd see lots more if you prowled the coffee shops and bookstores and art shops at this end of town. Nudes that look better than life. You wouldn't need to look for his pink sit. Most of them kind of square, except that they grab. Oh, Joe can do sex pics. I seen him prove it, then scrape off the paint. Because I asked him why he didn't do sex pics since they sell so well. He shrugged and said those weren't his symbols. Joe knows he's not Goya or Picasso or Rembrandt or any of the masters, and doesn't want to be. He just wants to paint his symbols his way and sell enough for us to eat. Oh, sometimes I get so mad, knowing that if he would paint just one Frimp scene as grabby as he so easily can, it would keep us eating for months. But I've given up suggesting it because Joe just shrugs and says, "Don't paint comic books, you know that, Gigi." Joe is Joe, and doesn't give a damn what any other artist does, or whether his own work makes him famous or a lot of money or anything. He cares so little. Well, many of our friends are artists or call themselves artists, but Joe isn't interested in what they paint and won't talk shop. If they're good people, warm people, good vibes, Joe likes to go see them or have them here. But Joe wouldn't waste a floor cushion on Rembrandt if Joe didn't like the way he behaved. Joe just wants to paint his way and not to have to sleep alone.
Joanne said thoughtfully, "I don't suppose Joe has had to sleep alone very often."
Probably not, but Joe wouldn't sleep with Helen of Troy if he didn't like her attitude. You mentioned your Brinks boys, the two who brought you here, and there are two more, aren't there? One a big soul, Hugo?
You know Hugo? Joanne asked in delight.
Never met him. He sounds like an African myth. I know just two things about him. Joe wants to paint him, and Joe loves him. Spiritual love, I mean. Although I'm sure Joe would sack in with Hugo if Hugo wanted to. He'll have to stand in line. I saw Hugo first.
Shut up, you bang-tail.
Can never happen, I gather, and Joe never makes a pass. Never made one at me. I never made one at him. We just sacked in our first time without a word and combined as naturally as ham and eggs. Some girls have all the luck. I had to trip him.
You're the eager type, sweetheart. Gigi isn't.
You'll pay for that crack, boss. I'm sure Joe never crowded Hugo about posing. He would rather have Hugo's friendship than have him as a model, though Joe told me he has two pics in mind. One would show Hugo on an auction block, historical background and honky ladies in the crowd, close shot, full figure, Hugo looking patient and weary, and just heads and shoulders of the honks, and the honk females just barely not slobbering. But Joe says he can't paint that one. It would stir up old trouble. The second he really aches to paint, just Hugo. Big as a mountain and no sex symbols at all. Except that a big stud can't help being sexy, I think. Just Hugo, strong and wise and solemn dignity, and loving. Joe's words, pieced together by me. Joe wants to paint it and call it Jehovah. Gigi, maybe I can help. Huh? You can't just tell Hugo to pose for Joe. Joe wouldn't like that, wouldn't hold still for it. Dear, I'm not foolish, but maybe I can make Hugo see that it's all right to pose for Joe. Can't hurt to try. Boss, let Hugo know that you have been posing naked for Joe. Then let it soak. Of course, Eunice, but that's just the gambit. Twin, you're not thinking of trying to seduce Hugo, are you? Damn it, I won't stand for it. You leave Father Hugo alone. Eunice, I'm not that much of a fool. Hugo can have anything I've got. He killed the creep who killed you. But I would never offer what he won't accept. If I did, I think he'd quit, and then pray for me. I vote with Joe. I'll take Hugo as he is. Never try to twist his arm. You couldn't. His arms are bigger than our thighs. I meant psychologically, Twin, and you know it. Just one thing, Gigi. Joe would have to give up that title for the pick. You don't know Joe, Joanne. He won't change the title. Then he'll have to carry it just in his mind. Hugo is as firm in his rules as Joe is in his. He won't let a picture of himself be titled Jehovah. It'll be sacrilege in his eyes. But if Joe is willing to keep the title a secret, I think I can deliver the body. You talked to Joe, but you never did tell me where Joe got his training. Oh, Joe could always draw. I'm sure he could have learned to read. He remembers what he sees. When he was about 14, he was being held overnight with some other boys in the precinct lockup, and the desk sergeant got a look at some sketches Joe had done while he was killing time, waiting to be taken up in front of the judge and warned. One was of the desk sergeant, and Joe had seen him only a few minutes. That was Joe's break. The desk sergeant turned him over to the priest and got him off the blotter, and both of them took him to a local artist and showed him the kid's sketches. This artist was a mixture, fine art and commercial. I mean, he made money. He was another sort of mixture, too. An oyster. He may not have been impressed by Joe's sketches, but he made a deal with him. Modeling. Joe could hang around his studio and use his materials and sketch from his models if Joe would pose when he needed him. They both won on the deal. You know how Joe looks now. At 14, I bet he was more beautiful than any girl, and no doubt that oyster thought so. So Joe did, and soon he was eating and sleeping there and got away from his mother entirely. Best thing that ever happened to him. Joanne, it was a one-bed studio like this one. You mean Joe was his sweetheart? Gigi, I decline to be shocked. Even though I'm 95, I try to think modern. Joanne, I never can believe that's your age. It isn't real, like that $1 million. I said oyster, not homo. The artist was married or shacked with his #1 model. Possibly she got Joe's cherry. Either way, she taught him plenty and mothered him and was good to him, and it was a happy Troy. But the artist, Mr. Tony as Joe speaks of him, while he gave Joe the use of his studio and table and bed and wife, was nevertheless a strict master. He wouldn't let Joe paint with a palette knife or a wide broom, or do distortions or abstracts or psychedelics, and made him learn to draw. Anatomy, composition, brush techniques, color values, the whole endless drill of academic art, and wash brushes and sweep out the studio. Joe says that if it hadn't been for Mr. Tony, he would still be sketching sausage skins. Joe found out what he could do, what he wanted to do, and learned to do it. But, so he told me, not what his master did, but in both cases founded on old-fashioned academic training, the hard way. Oh, Joe's learned shortcuts, but he can paint directly on canvas, he's been doing it since our last break, and make it as close to a photograph as he cares to, or as different. Never said that poor is better than rich, Gigi. It is not. But both rich and poor have shortcomings. Somewhere between is probably best, if you could get off the treadmill at that point. But, look, does Joe guard you when you go grocery shopping? Huh? Of course not. Oh, sometimes he comes along and helps carry, but not to guard. Well, he does ride down the lift with me if it's a time of day when it might be empty. I mean, he's no fool, and neither am I, and I don't go looking for a mugging. Same coming back up, and if I'm later than I said I would be, he's always there waiting. But I move around by myself, always have. I'm just not foolish about where and when. Gigi, I'm sure you're not foolish. I doubt if you ever go into a park. Not even at high noon. I've been raped once and didn't like it. I'm not looking for a gangbang where they take turns holding you down. They ought to bulldoze every park in the city. Bulldozing the whole city might be better. But, Gigi, you move around rather freely. I can't. I don't dare appear, even with guards around me, without being veiled. I can't risk being recognized. I have to be wary all the time. Sure, you bolt your door, but my house has to be strong enough to take a bomb tossed against it. That's happened several times since I built it. I have to watch for everything from kidnappers and assassins to mere nuisances who want to touch me. I'm talking both about the way I am now and the man Johann I used to be. Too much money attracts crackpots and criminals, and there is nothing I can do about it but keep guards around me day and night and live in a house that's a fort and try to avoid being recognized at any time and never, never try to live what is called a normal life. Besides that, Gigi, can you imagine what a treat it is to me to be allowed to wash dishes? Gigi looked startled. Huh? Joanne, you've lost me. Oh, I know how complicated it is to be rich. I've watched video. But washing dishes isn't a treat, it's a horrid bore. Too often I've let them in the sink, then had to face them before breakfast. By the time breakfast is ready, I don't want any. Let me give you a tip, Gigi. I did know something about Joe's mother. Eunice was my secretary for years. I never mentioned her, boss. Will you let me tell this lie my own way? She was and is a pig, and lives like one. This place isn't big. If you'll keep it spotless, Joe won't care when you get wrinkles, and we all do someday. But a dirty toilet bowl or dishes in the sink reminds him of his mother. Gigi said, Joanne, I try, but I can't clean house and pose at the same time. Do your best, hon. If necessary, lose sleep. Joe is a man worth making extra effort to keep. But I was talking about doing dishes. It's a nuisance to you, but a luxury to me. Washing dishes means freedom to me. Look, here we are, 3 of us, no servants, and presently I'll be gone and you'll be alone with your husband and the world shut out. I can't shut it out. Let me think. 4 mobile guards, a security chief, 12 in-house watchmen under him, 3 always on duty and the others on call, which means the married ones, which is most of them, have their families under my roof, a personal maid, a valet who used to tend me and now takes care of guests. Couldn't fire him. I never fire anyone without cause. A butler, a head chef, 3... I don't remember. There were about 60 adults in my house the last time I asked. My God, Joanne. Yes, my God. To take care of one person. Yet not one could I let go without replacing him. I planned that house and kept tabs on the design, intending to keep staff down to a minimum. So it's loaded with gadgets, things like robo-footmen and a trick bed that was designed to let me get along without a nurse a few more years as I got older. Do you know what that means? I lost. I have to have a building superintendent and maintenance mechanics, or the gadgets don't work. All this complication and never any real privacy just to take care of one person who doesn't want it that way. Joanne, why don't you get rid of it? Move and start over. Move where, dear? Oh, I've thought about it, believe me. But it's not actually to take care of one person. It's to take care of too much money. Money that is fastened to me so that I can't risk kidnappers or anything else. I can't even cash it and flush it down the pot. That's not the way big money works. And even if I could and did, nobody would believe I had. I would just have taken off my armor and probably would not stay alive 2 days. Besides, do you like cats? Love 'em. Got a kitten promised now. Good. Now tell me, how do you get rid of a cat you've raised? Huh? Why, you don't. Not if you're decent. I agree, Gigi. I've lived with many cats. You keep them. If you are forced to it, you have a cat humanely destroyed. Or, if you have the guts, you kill it yourself so that it won't be bungled. But you don't give away a grown cat. It is almost impossible. But, Gigi, you can't kill people. I don't understand, Joanne. What would I do with Hugo? He's been with me many years. He's doing the only thing he knows how to do, except preach, which doesn't really pay. Gigi, loyal servants are Chinese obligations, just like a cat. Sure, they can get other jobs, but what would you do if Joe told you, "Get lost, we're finished"? I'd cry. I don't think my servants would cry, but I would. But I'd get along. Joanne sighed. And that platoon I have around me would get along, I think. They're able, or I wouldn't have them. And I've got money enough to make sure that ones like Hugo are taken care of. That's one of the good things about being rich. If money is all it takes to remedy something, you can. Gigi, there is some solution to this silly fix I'm in, and I'm going to find it. I was just trying to show you that it isn't as simple as it looks on video. The solution may be something as easy as changing my name again and changing my face with plastic surgery and going somewhere else. Oh, no, you mustn't change your face. No, you're right. I must not change this face. It's Eunice's. I'm only its custodian. If I changed it, Joe would not like it, nor several other people. Starting with me, boss. I won't change your lovely face, sweetheart. I'll cherish it. I'll keep it as it is, but I have to keep it veiled. It's been on video too much, photographed and printed too many million times. But there's some way to tackle it. Joanne Eunice looked at the nearly finished painting almost with awe. She knew what a beautiful body she had inherited. She knew that Gigi was a beauty of another sort. She could see that these Grecian damsels were herself and Gigi, and she could not see any detail in which the painting was not a perfect likeness of each. Yet Joe Branca's realism was fantasy. These two nymphs in a glade were voluptuous, sensuous, enticing in a way that she knew that she and Gigi had not been. Sprawled on a platform of boards and gossiping about everything from an alcoholic to dirty dishes. "What do you think?" Gigi asked. "Say what you like. Joe doesn't give a hoot about any opinion but his own." Joanne took a deep breath, sighed. How does he do it? Here I am with my nipples tight just from looking at it, and yet it's you and me, and we lay there talking for hours and never got in a sweat about it. Discussed everything but topic A. Wasn't even a cuddle because we had to hold still. Yet this paint and canvas reaches out and grabs you by the gonads and squeezes. I'm certain it would have just as much effect on a man. From behind them, Joe said, "Fool the eye." Joanne answered, "Fool the eye hell, Joe. My eyes are not fooled. I'm enchanted. I want to buy it." "No." "Huh? Oh, Cark. You planned to sell it to some old butch? God knows 95 is old, and I feel butch enough to qualify when I look at the painting." "Yours." "Huh? Joe, you can't do this to me. You intended to sell it. You said so. Gigi, back me up." Gigi chose not to answer. Joe said stubbornly, "Yours, Joanne. You want it, you take it." "Joe, you are the most stubborn man I've ever met, and I don't see how Gigi puts up with you. If you give me that painting, I'm going to destroy it at once." Gigi gasped. "Oh, no." Joe shrugged. "Your ache, not mine." "But if you'll sell it to me at your going rates, I'll take it with me and give it to Jake Salomon to hang at the end of his bed so he'll wake up happy each morning." "You bombed him, twin. Now swing back and strafe the survivors." "That's the choice, Joe. Give it to me and I'll chop it into shreds. But sell it to me, and Jake Salomon gets it. Oh, you could welch, then hang it for sale, and put me to the trouble of hiring detectives to follow it to where you hang it so that I can buy it through an agent. What I do with it then, I won't tell. Or you could even keep it for your own jollies. It's quite a job." Gigi said, "Quit being stubborn, Joe. You know you'd like Jake to have it." "Gigi, what does Joe charge for a painting like that?" "Oh, I set the prices. Mostly I sell them by the yard, by size." So, how much is this size? Well, I try to get $250 for that size. Ridiculous. Really, Joanne, considering that it took both my time and Joe's all yesterday evening and today, not to mention your time, but you're buying it, so I didn't add on for the second figure in it. Considering all that and the commission we pay, it's not very much. Darling, I meant ridiculously low. I haven't bought much art the last 20 years, but I do know that is not less than a $1,000 picture. Then up like a kite to whatever the traffic will bear. I can tell you this. When Jake dies and that painting is auctioned off, it won't go for as little as $1,000. And it might be much higher because I'm certain to be at that auction and in no mood to let it get out of the family. But I'm not raising the price now. I never do that. You named a price of $250. I accept. It's a sale. Joanne, you never did let me finish. Oh, sorry, hon. I try to get $250 for that size when I hang it in a shop, but half of that goes to the owner of the shop. That's the only way I can get space. So the price to you is $125. No. Why not? Just no, the way Joe said it to me. As good business practice, you should never undercut your retailer. I think he's robbing you. The commission should be 25%, no more. But don't undercut the price you want him to ask. That's no way to stay in business. I don't know much about art, but I know one hell of a lot about business. Cash or check? Cash is fine, if you have that much with you, or pay when you feel like it. I want to pay now and get a receipt so that it will be legally mine before your stubborn husband can thwart me again. Shall I write the receipt for you, Gigi girl? Oh, I've got Woolworth's printed forms for that, and I can write numbers and sign my chop. No hoo-hoo. Good. But I want something else. What, Joanne? I want to be kissed. I've been a good girl and posed all day and haven't even been kissed for it. So I want Joe to kiss me for being so stinky difficult, and I want to kiss you for helping me with him. Joe, will you kiss me? Yes. That's better. Joe, will you escort 2 nice girls, me and Gigi, I mean, and no smart cracks, down to the supermarket? If Gigi will buy us a steak to celebrate, I want to prove I can broil it. Will you buy us a steak, Gigi? Sure. Beef or horse? Hon, I'm forced to admit that I haven't shopped for groceries in years. What do you think? Well, it had better be horse. Whatever you say, as long as they don't sell us the harness. Chapter 25. In the United Nations, the Burmese delegation charged that the so-called lunar colonies were a cover-up for a conspiracy by China and the United States to build military bases on the moon. The Secretary of Conservation and Pollution Control denied a report that deer in Yosemite National Park were, quote, dying in hordes from polluted water and emphysema, end of quote. He stated that a healthy ecological rebalancing was taking place, no need for alarm, and the new herd would be stronger than ever. The Reverend Dr. Montgomery Chang, D.D., most humble supreme leader of The Way, Incorporated, testified before the Subcommittee on Unwritten Law of the Senate Judiciary Committee in support of the pending bill to require federal licensing of teachers of Zen Buddhism and related disciplines as, quote, therapists de facto and de jure, end of quote. He said, these bootleg gurus are giving rational mysticism a bad name. A man should no more be allowed to teach meditation, asanas, or transcendental philosophy without strict control by a licensing board than he should be allowed to ski or to surf or to frame a picture without passing an examination. The idea that this bill would abridge the sacred guarantees of the First Amendment is the sheerest nonsense. It protects and frees them. Under questioning, he stated that he would be humbly willing to serve as chairman of such a board if such sacrifice were asked of him. Survivors of Hurricane Hilda were still being rescued, and the known death toll now stood at 1,908. The Department of Internal Defense placed a temporary exception on interstate transmittal of intelligence concerning public disorders involving more than 3 persons, then placed a second exception with strict penalties on the publicizing of the first censorship order. The Secretary reported to the President
that news services and video nets were cooperating voluntarily in the interests of the general welfare. In Ray, the matter of identity of conglom tycoon Johann S.B. Smith, the Supreme Court, in the declaratory relief opinion made notable only by Mr. Justice Handy waking up in the middle of its reading, slapping the desk and roaring, "Divorce granted," then going back to sleep, ruled 7-2 to sustain a lower court in expanding and clarifying the principle originally set forth in Estate of Henry M. Parsons versus Rhode Island. 4 of the majority and 1 dissenting justice ruled also that a legal sex change was involved in the matter. 2 justices thought otherwise. 1 justice, Mr. Handy, used 20 pages to prove that such a composite of sexes was contrary to public interest and to the laws of God, and that both Johann Smith and Eunice Branca were legally dead, and that the resultant monster had no legal existence of any sort. The 9th justice, in a 1-sentence separate assent, opined that sex was irrelevant in the entire matter. 1 of the majority, in another separate assenting opinion, stated that the donor body should have been sterilized surgically in the public interest, and that the Congress would do well to make such sterilization mandatory in any future similar situation. No mention was made by any justice of 13 amici curiae briefs and 1 petition filed with the court. In an opinion issued the same day, Illinois versus Sam J. Roberts, conviction was set aside on the grounds that the householder, deceased, had not advised Roberts of his rights before attempting to place him under citizen's arrest. A Bluebird special. Heaven Now. Couple seeks couple to share safe house and loving friendship. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, Merck Serve, all utilities, near licensed private school, Atrium Garden. Computer types, Rankin program, male 690047, female 890047, any 85%, plus match considered. 1 for all for 1. No deposit, but please send stereo pics with notarized Rankin reports. Box 69, Bluebird Limited. On the basis of evidence submitted by the Chinese delegation, the UNAEC eased the tolerance levels for strontium-90 for whole milk. The Reverend Thomas Barker of Long Beach, California, in an Equal Time for God video sermonette, declared that the world had ended at midnight, December 31st, 1999, PCT, and that all since that time was, quote, illusion of the devil without form, substance, or reality, end of quote. Miss Smith greeted O'Neill and asked him to have Dabrowski and Fred fetch upstairs with her 2 big flat packages, one so large that it had to be tilted to get it through the door of the lift. When packages, mobile guards, and she herself were fitted inside, she locked the door and pressed the hold touch plate without signaling a floor, then dropped her cape. "Let me kiss you, thank you, goodbye, boys, but for heaven's sake don't get paint on you or muss it. Better just hold my face in your hands. But no need to hurry." Shortly thereafter, she looked at herself in the lift's mirror, decided that makeup and hairdo had suffered only minor wear and tear, let Dabrowski lay her cape around her, then punched for her floor and fastened all the cape's frogs so that she was again fully covered. When the lift stopped, she hooked up her veil. "These go in your boudoir, miss, or your lounge?" "First, let's see if Mr. Salomon is receiving." They followed her down the long hall to the green suite. Joanne noted that the please don't disturb ruby light was not burning over the door of Jake's lounge, so she touched the door signal. The speaker above it bellowed, "Come in." The door opened. She went in. "Put them inside, and that will be all." "Very good, miss." As they left and the door closed, Jake came out of his bedroom, looking tousled. He stopped abruptly. "Well, where the hell have you been?" "Out." 5 days. 5 whole days. "So? Chickens fed? Hogs slopped? Cows milked?" "That's not the point. That is the point, Jake. Nothing has been neglected through my being away. You won't marry me, so I am not answerable to you when I come and go. Though as a courtesy I did leave a note with Cunningham telling you where I had gone. Did you receive it?" "Yes, but—" "Then you knew I was safe, and in emergency could have sent me a message, or joined me.
You would have been welcome. You know Joe would have made you welcome, and Gigi is friendly as a puppy.
Gigi?
You know her. You've met her, I mean. Mrs. Joe Branca.
What?
Why the surprise, Jake? People do remarry, especially if an earlier marriage was happy. Joe's was, and now he has, and I'm happy for him, and certain that Eunice is happy for him, too. Sure I am, boss, but let's not be too noble. Being noble is a male prerogative. So they think.
I can't believe it.
What's odd about a widower remarrying?
I can't imagine anyone who had been married to Eunice ever marrying some other woman.
My fan. Twin, we're going to be especially nice to Jake tonight.
If he doesn't start being nice to me, he's going to sleep alone tonight. But I shan't. I wonder if Anton and Fred have left the house.
Calm down, boss, and get Jake calmed down.
Not yet, I won't. He's wrong and I'm right.
Twin, honey, how long is it going to take you to learn that being right has nothing to do with getting along with a man? Men aren't logical. Their minds don't work that way. But it's the only game in town. So when a man is wrong and you are right, it's time to apologize. Tell him you're sorry, and mean it. Om Mani Padma Hum.
Om Mani Padma Hum. Sometimes I find being a woman just too frimping difficult. If it weren't so darned much fun... Okay, sweetheart, watch me take him.
Jake, dearest, I'm sorry it upsets you that Joe has remarried. But why not wait before deciding that he has made a mistake? Joe needs a wife, even if she's not Eunice. And I'm terribly sorry that I worried you by not being here when you got home. And sorry on my own account. I expected to welcome you with open arms and a happy smile. But I didn't expect you to be away less than a week, and I had an impression that you expected it to take longer, possibly much longer.
Well, yes, I did think I might have to sit it out quite a while, but I got in to see the Chief Justice the second day, and he assured me that he would put it at the top of the calendar, and that he had seen, unofficially, an advance transcript of the record, and that was that.
Campaign contributions are sometimes worthwhile.
Joanne Eunice, don't ever talk that way, especially in reference to the Chief Justice of the United States. Yes, this is your house. Nevertheless, it might be bugged.
I'm sorry, Jake. It was a thoughtless remark. My appreciation really goes where it belongs. To you.
To Mac more than to me, my dear. That boy has been on the ball. How he got an advance copy to, the right man so quickly is something I don't want to inquire into.
I appreciate Mac's efforts. I appreciate Alec's efforts. But mostly, I appreciate my darling, always dependable, utterly wonderful Jake.
Is that too thick, Eunice?
Boss, I keep telling you, it's impossible for a woman to lay it on too thick with a man. If you tell a man he's 8 feet tall, and say it often enough, with your eyes wide and the throb in your voice, he'll start stooping to go through 7-foot doors.
Jake looked pleased, so Joanne went on.
I suppose it will all be settled soon, then.
Little one, don't you ever listen to the news.
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, you should. It is over. You've won, finally and completely.
Really? I never doubted that we would win, Jake, the wonderful way you've handled everything. My surprise is solely that it has happened so fast. Yes, I suppose I should follow the news, but I haven't been able to these last few days. Had this difficult job to do. Joe, I mean. And while you were away seemed the best time, so I gritted my teeth and tackled it.
Joanne Eunice, I told you never to go near Joe. I told you. If this new marriage of his ever stood a chance... Yes, intellectually, I know that a man should remarry. If it ever did stand a chance, you must have put a horrible strain on it. Too much strain, probably. How did he take it? Badly?
Jake, I stayed 5 days. If it had gone badly, would I have been there even 1 day? I accomplished the mission. Everything is all right.
Jake looked surprised, then thoughtful. That's a one-room studio. And if I follow your meaning, you stayed right there the whole 5 days. My dear, just how did you accomplish your mission? Or have I no right to ask? I no right to ask. 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 I no.
Side 11. I will fear no evil.
She looked up at him and spoke seriously. Jake, I owe you so much that you will always have the right to ask me anything, including my comings and goings, and I should not have given a snippy answer. Didn't quite tell him he had a right to a truthful answer, did you, boss, honey? Devious little bitch. Eunice, I don't lie to Jake. Oh, what a whopper. More than is necessary to his happiness. Jake, I accomplished my mission. I set Joe's mind at rest about Eunice through a prayer meeting, with Gigi's utterly necessary help, which is only part of why I feel sure that she's good for him. But if you mean I offered him a zombie, his dead wife's reanimated body, I knew that was not the way to do it. Joe hasn't touched me. Oh, he does touch me now, easily and without strain, the way he might touch his sister. Any incest in Joe's family, twin? I've never been sure. Oh, shut up. He even kisses me the same way. But Jake... Huh? What, dear? If Joe wanted this body I'm wearing, of course he could have it. I owe him anything I can give him. You see that, don't you? You agree? Or am I wrong? Well, yes, I agree. But I think it's well that Joe does not want to. It could be disaster for him, and a terrible strain for you. I know it would be a strain for me, but I would do my best to smile and never let him guess. As it is, I'm honored and relieved and deeply grateful that Joe has given me his loving friendship instead. Okay, Eunice? Okay. Now get him off that subject. I'm glad, Eunice. Jake, do we have to stand here, me still in street clothes? I have presents for you. Welcome home presents. She smiled her best happy little girl smile. Want to see them? Of course I want to see them. And where are my manners letting you stand? Here, let me seat you and take your cloak. Sherry? Later. Or champagne to welcome you home. To welcome us both home. She turned and let him take her cape. He turned to lay it aside and turned back just as she did so too. Holy cow! Didn't know you were a Hindu, Jake. She posed in graceful and calculated display. You wore that all the way across the city? Just paint? Why not, dear? It's your first present, from Joe to you, sent with his love. I had my cape over it before I left Joe and Gigi's studio, and then kept it on when I got home, until you unwrapped your present. Didn't want my mobiles to see it, of course. Oh, of course, twin, except that Joe let them watch every brushstroke, once Gigi was sure you didn't mind. Say, Joanne, Gigi would go for a Texas Star with Anton and Fred, I feel certain. And Joe would go along. He likes them. What do you think? Easy way to keep your promise to them, huh? Eunice, we've got this man on our hands now. Oh, poor you. Best way in the world to work up steam with one man is to let your mind rove about other men. You've still got some Puritan in you, girl. Which Puritan? When? And why didn't I notice? You can't mean Jake. He's Jewish. Speaking of Jake, has he noticed that slight omission in this get-up? And why haven't we been raped? I doubt it. His eyeballs are spinning. As for the latter, I have hopes. Joanne Eunice, do you realize that is a reproduction, exact, I think, of a body paint design Eunice once wore? Of course I realize it. She wore it here, and I wasn't so near dead that I didn't stare. Could never make up my mind whether those were seashells or paint. Now I know. Joe wanted to be sure that you had seen it that first time when Eunice wore it. I told him that I was almost certain that you had been here that day. Well, yes, I was, briefly. That's why I recognized it. So? It had seemed to me that I recalled that as one of the days you took Eunice home. Joanne, are you trying to be snoopy?
Yes.
Woman, I will not satisfy your prurient curiosity.
How do you feel about satisfying prurience itself? Mine, I mean.
That's another matter.
I was wondering. So far you haven't even kissed me. Shall I take a shower first? Or let me put it this way. Did Eunice take time to get the paint off first?
Let me put it this way. Shut up and keep quiet and pipe down and not another damn word out of you until I give permission.
Yes, sir.
She obeyed in essence for a reasonable time.
May I talk now?
Yes, as long as you limit yourself to polite words of endearment. Some of your spontaneous remarks were quite unladylike.
That's because I'm quite unladylike, Jake, my only darling. I'm a failure as a lady. But I'll go on doing my best to simulate one in public. Be a credit to Eunice.
Joanne Eunice.
Sir?
That's the way Eunice herself did it. A perfect lady in public, utterly uninhibited in private. It was a major part of her great charm. Some of her spontaneous expressions at such times were far more unladylike than I've heard you use.
Really, Jake? Did she know any that I don't? And do you like them?
I don't think she knew any that you don't know. She was just easier about it once she trusted me. Yes, I do like them, used spontaneously.
Jake, I trust you without limit, and I'll try not to inhibit any future spontaneity. Haven't meant to. Still learning.
Darling girl, you do just fine when you get your rest. I mean, my rest. Now that I've got you helpless, and seeing that you trust me without limit, what did happen at Joe's?
Sir, the fact that I trust you, and I do, does not mean that I'm going to satisfy your prurient curiosity.
Neither did Eunice, ever.
Instead, you tell me what happened to you at Joe's.
We seem to have reached a stalemate. Let's wash off this paint. I wish I had taken a photograph of our mermaid before I smeared it.
No hoo-hoo, Jake, my beloved. Joe took several, and I have them in my purse. For you. And I have 2 of Eunice in the same get-up. 1 for you, and 1 for me. And besides that, Joe gave me a 4x5 Kodachrome of a most incredible trompe-l'oeil painting he did of Eunice as a mermaid diving, plus a smaller transparency which shows how he did it. Same get-up, minus seashells.
Would it surprise you to learn that I've seen them both? Just didn't have the crust to promote Joe for them.
No, not surprised, I guess. But I did not pressure him, Jake. He said he had a present for me, and these photos turned out to be the present. I should refuse? God forbid. But I'm going to put Snoops to work and trace down who bought that painting. I intend to own it. Price no object.
Your money won't help you, Miss Smith. Would it surprise you to know that I own that original Branca? It's at the Jib.
I'll be dipped. Jake, you're a dirty old holdout. I take back 10% of any compliments I've handed you.
That's okay. I didn't believe more than 90%. But if you're a good girl, I'll give you that painting.
I accept, but, well, it's hardly worthwhile opening those packages. There'll be disappointments.
Would you like a spanking?
Yes.
I'm too tired. Let's open packages.
Well, we might open the smaller one. Let you see what Gigi looks like if you don't remember. She's worth looking at.
We'll open both of them.
Scrub first?
I suppose we should.
Well, let's give it a lick and a promise, not turn it into a social event.
Joanne Eunice insisted on opening Delightus Sings first.
Well, Jake?
He gave a respectful wolf whistle. The boy's a genius.
Yes, I hadn't suspected, but you already knew it.
Well, yes. His decision to use strong sunlight on your 2 contrasting skin colors was inspired.
Especially as he had no sunlight, just smog-filtered north light, soft as old linen. Those highlights come from photographing us under floods the night before. Then he painted from us the next day. Changed the pose, though, and I don't know how he corrected the highlights, but I'm no genius.
What's in the big package?
Open it.
It was the 3 Graces, and all 3 were Joanne Eunice.
Joe calls this a cheat pick, Jake. He photographed me 3 times, erase and correct more nearly 33 times against a neutral background, then combined 3 photos for his cartoon. Had Gigi pose with me each time to get arms around waist and so forth. Then she would slither out like a snake without disturbing my pose. If he hadn't used cheat, the painting would have taken far longer. Aren't those dimples in my behind cute?
Woman, you are conceited enough.
I'm not conceited, Jake. I wasn't handsome even when I was young. I know whose beautiful bottom that is. Well, dear, I had intended Bilitis for me and the Graces for you, but you can have your choice.
What a choice to have to make.
The one you let me keep will be no farther away than down the hall. If you had married me when you so obviously should have, you lecherous old rapist, you wouldn't have to make a choice. Both would be yours. Jake, what does it cost to buy a job lot of art critics?
Well, the present crop ought not to fetch more than 10 cents a dozen, but everything is higher these days. I take it you have Joe Branca in mind?
Of course. He's selling his paintings at ridiculously low prices and paying an outrageous commission, and sells so few that the kids hardly get enough to eat, while freaks and frauds and sign painters are all the rage. I thought...
You can stop thinking. I see the swindle. We'll get him a good agent. We'll buy up what he has on the market using dummies and keep them ourselves. They're a surefire investment. And we'll buy art critics here, then elsewhere as he becomes better known. The question is, how much of a success must he be? Do I have to get him into the Metropolitan?
Jake, I don't think Joe wants to be famous. And I don't want it to be so conspicuous that he might smell a rat, or that Gigi might. She's a little more sophisticated. Not very, that is. I just want his pictures to sell regularly enough that Gigi can buy groceries without worrying and can have enough disposable sheets that she can change them every day if it suits her. The kid is trying to keep house on scraped icebox and boiled dish rag soup. I tried that in the Depression, and it's not funny. And I see no reason why Gigi should have to do it when she's married to an honest-to-God artist who can paint and works at it. One who doesn't spend his time sopping up sauce or blowing weed and talking about the painting he's going to do. Joe paints. He's a craftsman as well as an artist. Well, maybe I don't know what an artist is, but I know what a craftsman is, and I respect craftsmen. Too few of them in this decadent world.
No argument. We'll do it, even if we have to go as high as 15 cents a dozen.
Even 2 bits? Let's finish getting paint off. I must send down for olive oil. And you could be a darling and get Winnie to fetch me a heavy robe, or get it yourself, pretty please, if she isn't home. No, I can get back to my room in my street cape. No problem. And... Did I goof again?
My dear, I have an announcement. Dr. and Mrs. Roberto Carlos Garcia y Ibanez are on their honeymoon.
What? Why, the dirty little rat. Didn't wait for Big Sister to hold her hand. Good for them. Jake, that's wonderful. I think I'll cry.
Go ahead. You cry while I shower.
Hell no, I'll cry when Winnie is back. I'll take that shower with you and you can scrub me. My back, where I can't see the paint. Not my front. I'm tired, too. When was it? And do you know when they will be home? And goodness, I must pick out a suite for them. Roberta won't want to be next to mine with a connecting door. And I need to think of a wedding present. I may give them the painting you don't pick. Roberta won't let me give them anything expensive. He's a stubborn man. Boss, is there another sort?
I can't see why Bob wouldn't want to have a connecting door into your bedroom.
I think that was meant to be an insult. Perhaps you would like it, dear. I would like it, but it would not look right to the servants. Frimp the servants.
All of them, Eunice. I'm kept busy as it is. Eunice, I took the liberty of telling Cunningham to have the gold suite set up for the Garcias.
Perfect. I'll have a door cut from my lounge into theirs, and there already is a lock-off that we can unlock between its foyer and the upstairs library we joined to your suite, and then we can quit this unseemly ducking back and forth through the hall.
The newlyweds might prefer to be left alone.
Hadn't thought of that. Oh, well, I have some friends of my own, as the old gal said.
In any case, they'll be back too soon for carpentry. I have it from a usually dependable source that a reliably dishonest member of your staff agreed to phone Mrs. Garcia the instant you returned. I assume that the call was made. I assume that they will be back by, nightfall.
I wonder whom I should fire. That's a hell of a way to run a honeymoon.
I understand the good doctor was in on it. The idea being to keep you safe from harm, since between them they constitute your medical staff.
What nonsense! I'm the pioneer mother type.
Rugged. If I had crossed with the prairie schooners, they would have yoked me in with the oxen.
But I'm glad they're coming home. I want to kiss them and cry on them.
Johann, sometimes I can't make up my mind whether you are a silly young girl or senile.
The last time you called me Johann, you acquired some scar tissue. Dear, has it occurred to you that I might be both? A senile, silly young girl?
Interesting. A possible working hypothesis.
If so, I'm a well-adjusted one. Jake, I'm as happy as a cat left alone with the Christmas turkey. With Joe squared away, and the Supreme Court being sensible for a change, my last fret is gone. Life is one long giddy delight. I'm not even morning sick.
Can't see why you should be. Huh?
Boss, I thought you weren't going to tell him.
Eunice, he was bound to know soon, and I couldn't just let him find out. Can't do that to Jake. This is the perfect time. He's officially first to know.
I said I wasn't bothered by morning sickness, Jake. I'm healthy as a horse, and the only change I've noticed is that I'm hungry as a horse, too.
You wish me to believe that you are pregnant?
Don't give me that stern father look, Jake. I'm knocked up and happier than Happy Hooligan. I could have kept it to myself a while longer, but I wanted to tell you before anyone else could notice. But be a dear and treat it as privileged, because the instant Winnie finds out, she'll start mothering me and worrying, which is not what a bride should be doing. With luck, I can keep it from Winnie until she's pregnant, too. Boss, what makes you think Winnie intends to get pregnant?
Use your head, Eunice. 5 to 1 she's got a Band-Aid over the spot where that implant used to be this very minute.
I don't have a head, boss. Just yours. And it doesn't work too well.
Complaints, huh? Talk that way and I won't marry you either.
We are married, boss.
I know it, beloved. Now be quiet. I've got to juggle eggs. Eunice, are you sure?
Yes, test positive.
Did Bob make the test or some quack?
A patient's relations with a doctor are confo, but it was not a quack. Don't pursue this line of inquiry, counselor.
We'll get married at once.
The hell we will.
Eunice, let's have no nonsense.
Sir, I asked you to marry me quite some time back. You emphatically refused. I asked you at a later time. Again I was turned down. I decided not to renew my request, and I do not do so now. I will not marry you, but I will be honored and delighted to continue as your mistress until I am benched by biology, and more than pleased to be allowed again to be your concubine when I am back in commission. I love you, sir, but I will not marry you.
I ought to spank you.
I don't think it would do me any damage, darling, but I don't think you could bring yourself to strike a pregnant woman. Now kick him in the other shin, boss, you little hellcat.
Eunice, stay out of this row. I'm not only a woman scorned, I'm also old Johann Smith who never could be pushed too far. Jake can have us any time, sure, but I'm damned if I'll let him be noble about it when I'm knocked up.
Boss, aren't we ever going to marry him? This is a mistake, dear. He needs us.
And we need him, Eunice. Sure, we'll marry him. After we've whelped. After.
Boss, you're making a big mistake.
If so, I'm making it. I never make little mistakes, just big ones. I didn't say I was going to spank you, Eunice. I said I ought to. What happened? I distinctly remember you telling me that you had taken care of contraception.
Your memory is good, sir. The exact phrasing, as I phrased it most carefully. I have taken care of such matters in whatever fashion I wished. Every time. With you, with others. Each time I have taken such care as suited me, at that time, and with that man.
That's as unresponsive an answer as I've ever heard. Let me put it more plainly. Eunice, did I get you pregnant?
I won't answer. You know that at least one other man has slept with me, and I may have been the bride of the regiment. Jake, you would not marry me when I was a virgin. You still would not marry me when you made me your mistress. So where I got this child in me is not your business, and you have no right to quiz me. And much as I love you, I will not tolerate one more question along this line, not now nor in the future. Whom I choose to father my child is my business. But you may be certain that I selected him with care, eyes open and wits about me. You've been acting as if you were a father dealing with a wayward daughter, or a welfare visitor trying to establish responsibility for an unlicensed pregnancy. You know that is not the situation. I am 95 years old, much older than you are, able to afford a dozen bastards if it suits me, and it may, and wealthy enough to tell the world to go pee up a rope. Jake, I was sharing happy news with you. You will have to treat it as bad news and take me to task about it. I won't accept that, sir. I made a mistake in telling you. Will you please treat the matter as privileged and never mention it again?
Eunice.
Yes, Jake?
I love you.
I love you, Jake.
Had I been 20 years younger, even 10 years, I would have married you long before now. Since you won't tell me, and since I have no right to quiz you, you are correct. Will you forgive an old man's pride if I choose to believe that I am the man you picked? I promise that I will not discuss that belief with anyone.
Jacob, if you choose to believe that, I am honored. But I ask no promises. If you choose to proclaim such a belief, I would never shame my oldest and closest and most beloved friend by denying it. I would smile proudly and let my manner confirm it. But, Jacob, my beloved, to you I neither affirm nor deny it, and never will. I did this on my own. I alone am parent to this child. Watch your words, boss. You almost spelled it out.
He'll take it as rhetoric, or if he does suspect, investigation will prove that he's wrong. Hank Olson knows which side of his bed is buttered. Mine, that is.
And the dates are going to check out so that Jake will be certain it's his.
Still think I'm a fool, Eunice?
No, boss. Just reckless. You scare the hell out of me at times.
Well, Eunice, from the restrictions you have put on me, that seems to be all we can say about it.
That was my intention, Jake.
I understood. What would you like to do the rest of today, at least until our newlyweds return? Play cribbage?
If you wish, Jake, certainly.
I have a better idea. If you want to join me in it, could be fun, I think.
Will be fun, Jake. Anything is always fun shared with you, even if it's just cribbage.
This is a better two-handed game if it's played right. Let's phone Mac, ask him to have his clerk start the ball rolling, and get married. With luck, we can be legal by 21 or 2, and still get in a couple of boards of cribbage before bedtime.
Oh, Jake, cribbage?
Answer me, woman, a simple yes or no. I won't argue it, and I won't ask you again. And blow your nose or wipe your eyes. You're a mess.
Damn you, Jake. Yes. Let me go, and I'll blow my nose. I think you've cracked my ribs, you big brute. That's a hell of a way to treat an expectant mother.
I'll do worse than crack your ribs if I have any more nonsense out of you. Now, to call Mac. I'll have to think up a plausible lie so that he'll be justified in authorizing the county clerk to issue a special license.
Why does it have to be fancy, Jacob? I thought you were going to tell Mac that you had knocked me up.
Eunice, is that what you want me to say?
Jacob, I'm going to marry you as quickly as possible. I don't care how. I hope Winnie and Roberto show up in time, but I'm not going to wait. You might come to your senses. I thought you preferred to claim that you had done me in, and I know I agreed to confirm it. So tell Mac so. Tell anybody.
Doesn't fret you?
Jake, dearest, maybe that's the best way to handle it, because presently God and everybody is going to know about the silent witness. Jake, do you recall my first day of freedom, the day after Mac conditionally confirmed my identity and discharged me as a ward of the court?
My dear, I am not likely to forget that day.
Nor I. Count
267 days. That is when the silent witness should show up. You're telling me that I am the father of your child? Not at all, sir. I was in heat and had slipped the leash, and you may assume, if you wish, that I spent the day bouncing in and out of beds, going from one man to another. She smiled beatifically. Boss, that's awfully close to the truth, but it sounds like a whopper. It is the truth, Eunice. I worded it most carefully. That is the second best way to tell a lie. Tell the truth so that it sounds like a whopper. And I thought I knew how to lie. I've had years more practice, beloved, and as a kid had more reason to lie than you ever had. Lying is a fine art. It is learned only through long practice. Knock off the nonsense, Eunice, or I'll start married life by giving you a fat lip. Okay, we'll tell Mac that. The truth is often the simplest solution. But we have to have health certificates. Mac can get us out of the waiting time, but not out of that requirement. My doctor will phony one from me without stopping to take a blood sample and make tests. But how about that quack you mentioned? Will he cooperate? Jake, I don't recall mentioning a quack. If Roberto gets here in time, I think he would take a chance. Or Rosie would, I think. I don't think I'm harboring even a cold bug, unless I picked up something from Joe and Gigi. Most unlikely. But how about you, darling? Washington, D.C. has the highest VD rate in the country. Did you fetch anything home? Oh, nothing but big and little casino. A nice girl like me can't be expected to understand such terms. You impudent little baggage. I slept alone in Washington. Can you make the same claim for the past 5 days? Of course not, dear. I've never been interested in sleeping alone. And Gigi is very snuggly. I commend her to your attention. Take a look at that painting. I'm sure she is. Just Gigi, huh? Not Joe? Is Joe snuggly, Jake? Tell me more. Woman, you may get that fat lip before I marry you. The groom's present to the bride? Sir, if you want to give me a fat lip, I'll hold still, smile happily, and take it. Oh, Jake, darling, it's going to be such fun to be married to you. I think so, too, you dizzy bitch. My doctor will phony a certificate for you, too, if I explain the circumstances. But he'll need your blood type. Jake, the whole country knows that my blood type is AB negative. Had you forgotten it? Momentarily, yes. That's all I need, except wedding here or in Mac's chambers. Here, if possible. I want our servants for family if Winnie and Roberto don't show up. Jacob, do I dare send a car with a message and ask Joe and Gigi to allow themselves to be fetched here for this purpose? I do want them present. Gigi is no problem. She will do as Joe wishes. But I think you know Joe better than I do. I don't even know that he has clothes he would be willing to wear here. All I saw him wear were denim shorts so caked with paint they could stand alone. I agree that Eunice's former husband is entitled to be invited to Joanne Eunice's wedding, though there has never been a protocol established, that's certain. Dear, the clothes Joe wore in court would be okay for a home wedding. How about yourself, Eunice? Going to be married in white? I think I've been insulted again. Wear white so that somebody can sneak a picture and sell it? 95-year-old sex-change bride wears white? Dear, if I wear white, let's ask Life to send a photographer and cut out the middleman. Jake, I'll wear white if you tell me to. If you don't, I'll pick something, but it won't be white. Something. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. Erase and correct, Jake. Here is the 21st century version. The bride is old, the license new, the body borrowed, the groom is blue. I am like hell blue, I simply need a shave. Get out now and let me be. Beat it. Go take a bath. Try to smell like a bride. Instead of payday at Tilly's, I can take a hint. But you take a bath, too. Who notices the groom? Cunningham had a busy 6 hours, but so did everyone in the ugly old mansion. To the old tradition strains of Wagner's processional, the bride walked slowly in hesitation step through the rotunda. Twin, Here Comes the Bride always sounds to me like a cat sneaking up on a bird. Pum, pum,
Tippum. Appropriate, huh?
Eunice, behave.
Oh, I'll behave, but I prefer John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. His name is my name, too.
You can't know that one. It's 80 years old and long forgotten.
Why wouldn't I know it when you were singing it in your head every second they were dressing us?
She walked steadily down the center of a long white velvet carpet, through the arch and into the banquet hall, now transformed with flowers and candles and organ into a chapel.
Boss, there's Kurt. I'm so glad he made it. That must be Mrs. Hedrick with him. Don't look at them, Twin. I'll giggle.
I'm not looking at them, and you stop trying to. I must look straight ahead.
You do that, boss, darling, and I'll count the house. There's Mrs. Mack, Norma, and Alex Ruth with Roberto. Where's Rosie? Oh, there he is, beyond Mrs. Mack. My, isn't Della dressed fit to kill? Makes us look shabby.
The bride wore a severely simple dress of powder blue, opaque, with high neck, matching veil, long sleeves, matching gloves, skirt hem brushing the velvet runner, and long train sweeping behind. She carried a bouquet of white cattleya dyed blue to match.
Twin, why that last-minute decision for panties? They make a line that shows.
Not through this gown. It's not skin tight. The bride's not, beloved, for symbolic defloration.
Coo, don't make me laugh, boss.
Eunice, if you louse up this wedding, I won't speak to you for 3 days.
Joanne, Twin, I won't spoil it. Jake wants symbols. He shall have them.
And I want symbols, too.
And so do I, Twin. So do I. It's just that I've never been able to see life as anything but a vast, complicated, practical joke. And it's better to laugh than cry.
Yes, darling. But let's not do either right now. I'm having trouble with tears.
I thought they were my tears. Doesn't Thomas Catus look handsome? I heard you order the Mendelssohn Recessional. That one is even funnier than the Wagner. To an Iowa farm girl, it sounds exactly like the triumphant cackle of a hen after she lays an egg. I'll laugh then, I know I will.
All right, to laugh and cry both then, Eunice, and to hang on tight to Jacob's arm. Look, dearest, this is an old-fashioned wedding with all the clichés, because Jake and I are old fossils, and that's the way it should be.
Oh, I approve. Cunningham looks worried. Can't see why. He's done a beautiful job. Boss, those panties struck me so darn funny because you ordered the Bolitis and the Graces to be placed on easels in the drawing room where everyone at the reception can stare at them. Riddle me that.
Eunice, there is no inconsistency. A bride is supposed to be covered. Those paintings are meant to be looked at. With Joe and Gigi here, I darn well want them to be looked at.
They'll be looked at, stared at. Some wives may look at them with intense interest. Maybe.
Maybe. Eunice, you know I've never asked a husband not to tell his wife anything. It's not right to ask one member of a married couple to keep secrets from the other. Besides, he will or he won't no matter what you ask. And he should. He knows her better than we do. But those pics are as harmless as the fruit punch we have for those who turn down the champagne. It's irrelevant that I posed for them. I simply want Joe's genius to be appreciated, enjoyed. Joe Branca had used no small part of his genius in making up the bride. Starting with a bare, clean canvas, fresh out of her tub, he had worked long and hard to make up Joanne Eunice from head to toe, with such restraint that even close inspection could not detect any trace of his efforts. As in The Three Graces, it was simply Eunice's own beauty, invisibly enhanced, strongly enhanced, better than life, more natural than nature. He turned down the use of a hair fall and simply fluffed her own hair, still far shorter than Eunice's hair had been, and sprayed it slightly to keep it unmussed under her veil. The bride's matron of honor was made up with much less restraint. Having seen the miracle wrought on Joanne Eunice, Winnie had timidly asked Joanne if she thought it would be all right to ask Mr. Branca to improve her a little, since she was part of the wedding party, and Joanne and Gigi had enthusiastically pushed the idea. Joe had studied Mrs. Garcia, then said, 40 minutes, Joanne Eunice. Is time? Okay, Winnie. Wash face. The result exploited Winifred's red hair, made visible her transparent eyebrows and lashes, livened her too white skin, yet looked more natural than the stylized face Winnie usually wore. The matron of honor wore pastel green tabard and tights, and carried a smaller bouquet of green and brown cymbidia. She kept in step to the hesitation march, 30 paces ahead of the bride, preceded her into the banquet hall toward the improvised altar. Chief of Security O'Neill was the last one in, then posted himself in the archway at parade rest, and managed to watch events at the far end of the room while giving his attention to his rear. His features were serene, but he was uneasy, alert. The big house was empty save for 75 to 80 people in this one room. All armor was up. Every door, every real window was locked, hand-bolted, and dogged, and the night net of alarms switched on. And O'Neill had personally made sure of all this before releasing his guards to attend the wedding. But he trusted no gadgets and few people. He did not release himself from duty. The bride approached the far end. Jake Salomon waited there, with Alec Train at his side. Facing down the aisle were the Reverend Hugo White and Judge McCampbell, matching in dignity. Shorty was wearing a black frock coat, white shirt, string tie, and carried his book. The judge was in judicial robes.
Boss, doesn't Jake look beautiful? But what is that get-up?
It's a cutaway, dearest.
It's a museum piece.
I suppose so. Jake probably hasn't worn it in 30, 40 years, or perhaps rented it from a theatrical costumer. I feel certain Alec had to rent his. Doesn't Father Hugo look grand?
Must be his preaching clothes, boss. Joe ought to paint him in this, even if he never gets the pics he wants.
Good idea, Eunice. We'll plant it with Gigi, and one thing may lead to another. I have hopes that seeing the three graces will gentle him, too, as Hugo wants to pose, if he can convince himself that it's not sinful. Eunice, my knees are shaking. I'm not sure I can do it.
Om Mani Padma Hum, baby sister. We had one hell of a time getting him off the dime. Don't go chicken now.
Om Mani Padma Hum, Eunice. Hold my hand, darling. Don't let me faint. Joanne Eunice stepped in front of judge and preacher. Winifred took her bouquet from her, stepped back to one side. Alec Train moved Jake into place beside Joanne Eunice, placed himself to balance Winifred. The music stopped. Hugo lifted his eyes and said, "Let us pray."
Om Mani Padma Hum. You okay, twin?
I'm all right now. Om Mani Padma Hum. When Hugo said Amen, Joe Branca slid in from the side, shot his first picture. Thereafter he moved around like a Chinese stagehand, disturbing no one and never moving at a crucial moment, but getting his shots. Hugo opened his book, did not look at it. We read today from the book of Psalms. It says here, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." He closed his book. Brothers and sisters, the Lord saw that Adam was lonely in the Garden of Eden, and he said, "It is not good for man to live alone." So he created Eve to live with Adam. And he said to Adam, "My son, you take care of this woman, you hear me? You treat her right all the time, just like I was watching you every minute, because I am watching you every minute and every second. You cherish her and protect her like I tell you, and you'll be too busy to get into anything wrongful, and she'll be a comfort to you all the days of your life." He turned to Solomon. "Jacob Moshe, are you going to do that?" "I will." The Reverend looked at the bride. "And the Lord said to Eve, My daughter, you got to cook for this man and wash his clothes and bring up his babies and not go running around when you should be home, and love him even when he's tired and bad-tempered and not fit to speak to, because men are like that, and you must take the bad with the good. You hear me, Eve? Joanne Eunice, are you going to do that?"
"Yes, Father Hugo."
"Judge?" "Jacob Moshe, Does there exist any impediment under our laws and customs to you marrying this woman? None. Joanne Eunice, is there any reason in law or in your heart why you cannot marry this man?
There is none, Your Honor.
McCampbell spoke more loudly. If any witness knows of any cause which would forbid me to bind these two in marriage, I command him to speak.
Eunice, if anyone even clears his throat, I'll... You'll keep quiet, boss, darling. That's what you'll do. Nobody here but our loving friends. Om Mani Padma Hum.
Om Mani Padma Hum. Jacob Moshe, will you love, honor, and cherish her? I will. Joanne Eunice, will you love, honor, and cherish him?
I will love, honor, and obey him.
Huh? Boss, you demon, you haven't the slightest intention of obeying.
Solomon said, Wait a moment. Judge, she switched the words. I don't expect that, and I won't let her promise. Order. You keep quiet, Jake. I'm not addressing you. Joanne Eunice, is that what you wish to promise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Eunice, stay out of this. I know what I'm doing. I must advise you that such a promise is not legally binding under the civil marriage contract of this state. But I must warn you, too, that it is not a promise which should be lightly made in these circumstances.
I know it, Your Honor.
Boss, you are out of your mind.
Quite possibly. But it's all right, sweetheart. Jake is going to give us exactly the orders we will be humbly pleased to obey. Haven't I been right so far?
Yes, but you keep scaring me.
Suppose he tells us to keep our legs crossed. I've never been any good at that.
He never will. Instead, he'll be magnanimously pleased to humor our little follies, since we've promised to obey him. Relax, sweetheart. This is precisely the way my darling Agnes handled me, when I was not anything like as wise and tolerant as Jake is. Let me hear you state your intention again.
I, Joanne Eunice, do solemnly promise to love, honor, and obey Jacob Moshe.
And I will, Your Honor, even if he backs out and won't marry me. He doesn't have to marry me. I'd be perfectly happy just to...
Quiet, Joanne Eunice, that's enough. Reverend, this is getting out of hand. I'm going to wrap it up with the bare legalities, and you can plaster them with anything else they need in your closing prayer. All right? Yes, Judge. They don't need much prayer. They're ready. I hope you're right. Jake, you heard this stubborn little, lady. Are you willing to marry her anyhow? Yes. Jacob Moshe, do you take Joanne Eunice to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Joanne Eunice, do you take Jacob Moshe to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
Where's the ring? Alec? Jake, take her left hand in your left. Now, with this ring I thee wed. Under authority vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife. Kiss her, Jake. Take it, Reverend.
And you told me not to louse it up.
I got us there, didn't I? He's ours. I mean, we're his. Same thing. Let us pray. Chapter 26. On Luna, Kennedy Tunnel B, paralleling Kennedy Tunnel A between Luna City and the Apollo Industrial Complex, was completed, and both tunnels were then made one way, thereby quadrupling the potential traffic. The 5- and 10-year projections caused the Commission to decide to go ahead at once with tunnels C and D. On the Hong Kong and New York stock exchanges, Vacuum Industries Limited, Sol Enterprises, Pan Am, and Diana Transport all took sudden jumps against a generally sagging market. Mercury Newsletter, subsidiary of Merc-Serve, sent destruct-taped messages by special couriers to their 7-star clients. 9% of these couriers failed to report back, which caused the managing director of Merc-Serve to decide that a vacation at Las Vegas in the sky would be good for his health, even though there was no proof that internal defense agents had detained the couriers or solved the destruct combo. A source close to the president denied that there was anything more than seasonal unrest in any city in the country, and denounced irresponsible rumor mongers. CBS's Today's Day with Dave Daly was replaced by a motion picture with an explanation of technical difficulties. Today's Day resumed the next day without Daly, who was, it was announced, on sick leave to recover from extreme fatigue. Miss Molly Maguire, the hottest Sensi star of the private film industry, claimed the title of first woman in history to give birth to a child during a skydive. The babe was safely landed exactly as planned by the midwife team diving with her. The event was filmed in stereo sound and color from several angles, and the only casualty was a sprained ankle for Miss Maguire. She was able to hold a press conference 30 minutes after she landed. Since plane flight had originated in and skydive had started over Mexican soil, whereas the entire party except the plane had landed in Arizona, it was not clear what laws had been violated or whose, or what nationality the child was, as Miss Maguire's citizenship was Pakistani, with legal permanent residence in the States. The party surrendered voluntarily to the nearest U.S. immigration officer, and Miss Maguire apologized most prettily on videocast for having re-entered the country of her choice so informally through an inadvertent error in navigation by her pilot, plus a sudden gust of wind. They were released with a warning, but the films were impounded, uselessly, as they seemed to show that the child was born about 50-50 in both countries, but factors of angle and parallax and identification of ground markings, in those film sequences in which the ground showed at all, make it impossible to be certain. Grove Press bought an option on the films, then entered suit to have them released in the interest of justice. A notorious sex change case married her attorney, but the newsworthy couple managed to leave for their honeymoon before issuance of their license was noted. A famous scoop snoop chased them to Canada, only to find that the couple he had traced down were a Dr. and Mrs. Garcia, members of the wedding, but themselves of no news value. Mrs. Garcia smiled and let herself be photographed. She was quite photogenic, and was interviewed about the wedding. Then the Garcias returned home. Senator James Jumping Joe Jones of Arkansas charged that the drive to repeal the 31st Amendment permitting prayer in public schools was a plot by the devil-inspired Pope of Rome and his servile followers. The rebuilding of the Oklahoma State House was halted by labor trouble drummed up, it was alleged, by the underground Equal Rights for Whites Action Committee. The contractor's construction foreman said, quote, "Any honk thinks he's discriminated, he can take it to the hiring board and get a fair hearing. Trouble is, these people, they don't want to work." End of quote. Instant man. Safe, sanitary, sensible. Why spend lonely, sleepless nights when complete all senses relief can be yours in the privacy of your own home? Programmed for your happiness by the same great team of super scientists who created the recoverable orbital booster. Available from all leading hospital supply and rental shops. No prescription. Triple green stamps. Health Now Incorporated, manufacturers of Instant Woman. Unhappy? You needn't be. And none of those silly mechanical toys, undignified and degrading. No drugs. Just phone Old Doc Joy, hypnotherapist licensed by the state of New York. Advertisement. Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie, Liberian passports, had the penthouse floor to themselves. 3 baths, 4 bedrooms, kitchen, dining room, bar lounge, drawing room, lanai, garden, swimming pool, waterfall, fountain, garden bar pantry, foyer, private lift, magnificent view of the yacht harbor, beaches, estuary, town, and mountains beyond. But they were eccentric. Their rent included full hotel service, but none of the hotel's staff had been on that level since their arrival. They were not seen at the casinos, nor on the beaches, nor were they known to make use of other attractions of the resort. They sometimes had room service meals, but the table cart went only as far as the lift. Their servants took it up. It was rumored among the hotel staff that Mrs. Mackenzie liked to do her own cooking, but no one really knew. No one had seen her, save possibly from a copter, and few knew him by sight. Their servants had 3 suites on a lower floor, but were willing to discuss anything but their employers. She came from the garden into the lounge. He looked up from his book. "Yes, dear? Too much sun? Or did that copter come back?" "Neither. Copters don't worry me. I just turn over on my tummy so that they can't photograph my face. Jake, darling, I want you to see something pretty." "Drag it in here. I'm lazy." "I can't, dearest. It's down on the water.
A boat of some odd sort, with the gayest, most colorful sails. You were in the Navy. You know about such things.
I was in the Navy one hitch 50 years back, so I'm an expert already.
Jacob, you always know everything, and it is pretty and quite odd. Please, sir.
Your slightest wish, madame. He got up and offered her his arm. They stopped at the seaward rail. Now, which one? All those boats have colored sails. I haven't seen a suit of white sails since we got here. You'd think there was a law against it.
That one. Oh, dear, they're putting down its sails. And it was so pretty a minute ago.
Dousing her sails, Eunice. If I'm going to be your resident expert, let me expert. When you lower sails suddenly, you douse them, which this laddie is doing because he's standing in to anchor about. Yes, there goes the hook. And a vessel is always she, never it. Boats and ships are female because they are beautiful, lovable, expensive, and unpredictable.
Jake, you've always been able to predict what I'm going to do even before I know myself. Twin, why tell a whopper like that? He knows better.
He won't argue it, hon.
But what is it?
Oh, it's a trimaran, a yacht with a triple hull. Can't say that I agree that she's pretty. A sloop with a triangular mainsail is my notion of beauty.
Does look sort of squarish now, but swooping in with all its... her sails up, she was lovely. Twin, ask Jake if he thinks there is any way we could go on it.
On her, Eunice, not it. Are you a sailor, hon?
Never been on a boat in my life, boss, but I'm getting an idea, maybe.
Maybe I have the same idea. Are you thinking about that talk with Jake when he pointed out a farm would mean even more staff and less safety than our house?
I don't care who thought of it first, boss. Just make sure that Jake thinks of it first.
I shall, dear. Do you think I have to be told that a ship is she, or can't recognize a trimaran? The real question is, do you get seasick? I used to, and it's miserable. But the fact that we haven't had the tiniest bit of morning sickness makes me think that you might be immune to motion sickness.
So, let's operate and find out, as Roberto says.
Oh, trimarans have their points, Eunice. You get a lot of boat for your money, roomy, and they're almost impossible to turn over. Safer than most small vessels. I just wouldn't award one a beauty prize.
Jake, do you think you could get us invited aboard that one? She looks interesting.
Oh, there's some way to swing it. I might start by talking with the manager. But, Eunice, you can't go aboard a private vessel with your features veiled. It would be rude. Your granddaughters did you no favor when they made you as recognizable as a video star.
Jacob, a veil doesn't enter into it, because I never want to meet anyone as Mrs. Mackenzie. I'm Mrs. Jacob Moshe Salomon, and proud of it. And that's the way I must always be introduced. Jake, I doubt if our marriage is news any longer. It can't matter much if I'm spotted.
I suppose not. The copters might swarm a mite closer for a while, and some would have Pix snoops aboard with telescopic lenses, but I doubt if even your granddaughters are anxious to take a shot at you. If the snoops fret you, wear pants to sunbathe, and in the pool.
The hell I will. It's our pool, Jacob. Anyhow, briefies can't conceal the fact that I'm pregnant, and the sooner that's in the news, the less it will interest anyone later. Let them sneak a pic. Then you have Dr. Bob confirm it, and it stops being news. No hoo-hoo, dear. I learned years ago that you can't get away from it all. You just have to cope. Is it possible on a boat of that sort to have a swimming pool?
Not one that size, but I've seen trimarans much bigger than that one. Could be done, I suppose, since a trimaran can have so much deck space for its tonnage. I'd have to ask a naval architect. Why the interest, lively legs? Do you want me to buy you a yacht?
I don't know, but boats look like fun. Jake, I never had much fun in my life, my other life. I'm not sure how one goes about having fun, except that every day is a joy to me now. All that I'm sure of is that I want to do something utterly different this time, not be a Hetty Green, and not the gay, mad whirl of society. Cark! I'd rather turn whore. Would you like a yacht, Jake? Take me around the world and show me all those places you've seen and I never had time for?
You mean you didn't take time?
maybe it's the same thing. I do know that if a man acquires too much money, presently it owns him instead of his owning it. Jake, I've been to Europe at least 50 times, yet I've never been inside the Louvre, never seen them change the guard at Buckingham Palace. All I saw were hotels and boardrooms, and those are the same all over the globe. Would you care to repair my education, dearest? Show me Rio. You say it's the most beautiful city in the world. The Parthenon by moonlight. The Taj at dawn.
Jake said thoughtfully, "The trimaran is the favorite craft of the dropout."
Excuse me, I missed something. Drop out?
I don't mean the barefooted bums in the abandoned areas, Eunice, nor the ones skulking around the hills. It takes money to drop out by water, but people do. Millions have. Nobody knows how many because it has been subject to an exception for years. The government does not want attention called to it. But take those yachts below us. I'll bet that at least 1 out of 10 has registration papers for some flag of convenience, and the owner's passport is as phony as that of Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie. He has to be registered somewhere and carry some sort of passport, or the Coast Guard, wherever he goes, will give him a bad time, even impound his craft. But if he takes care of that minimum, he can dodge almost everything else. No income tax, no local taxes except when he buys something. Nobody tries to force his kids into public schools. No real estate taxes, no politics, no violence in the streets. That last is the best part, with the cycle of riots swinging up again.
Then it is possible to get away from it all.
Not quite. No matter how much fish he eats, he has to touch land occasionally. He can't play Vanderdecken. Only a ghost ship can stay at sea forever. Real ones have to be put up on the ways at intervals.
Jake Salomon looked thoughtful. But it's closer to that antithetical combination of peace and freedom than is possible on land, if it suits one. But Eunice, I know what I would do if I were young.
What, Jake?
Look up there.
Where, dear? I don't see anything.
There.
The moon?
Right. Eunice, that's the only place with plenty of room and not too many people. Our last frontier, but an endless one. Anyone under the cutoff age should at least try to out-migrate.
Are you serious, Jacob? Certainly space travel is scientifically interesting, but I've never seen much use in it.
Oh, some fallout, video satellites and so forth, new materials.
But the moon itself? Why, it doesn't even pay its own way.
Eunice, what use is that baby in your belly?
I trust that you are joking, sir. I hope you are.
Simmer down, Bulgy. Darling, a newborn baby is as useless a thing as one can imagine. It isn't even pretty, except to its doting parents. It does not pay its own way, and it's unreasonably expensive. It takes 20 or 30 years for the investment to begin to pay off, and in most cases, it never does pay off, because it is much easier to support a child than it is to bring one up to amount to anything.
Our baby will amount to something?
I feel sure that it will. But look around you. My generalization stands. But Eunice, despite these shortcomings, a baby has a unique virtue. It is always the hope of our race. Its only hope. She smiled.
Jacob, you're an exasperating man.
I try to be, dear. It's good for your metabolism. Now look back up at the sky. That's a newborn baby, too. The best hope of our race. If that baby lives, the human race lives. If we let it die, and it is vulnerable for a few more years, the race dies, too. Oh, I don't mean H-bombs. We're faced with far greater dangers than H-bombs. We've reached an impasse. We can't go on the way we're headed, and we can't go back, and we're dying in our own poisons. That's why that little lunar colony has got to survive, because we can't. It isn't the threat of war or crime in the streets or corruption in high places or pesticides or smog or education that doesn't teach. Those things are just symptoms of the underlying cancer. It's too many people. Not too many souls or honks or thirds, just too many. 7 billion people sitting in each other's laps, trying to take in each other's washing, pick each other's pockets.
Too many. Nothing wrong with the individual in most cases, but collectively we're the Kilkenny cats, unable to do anything but starve and fight and eat each other. Too many. So anyone who can ought to go to the moon as fast as he can manage it.
Jacob, in all the years I've known you, I've never heard you talk this way.
Why talk about a dream that has passed one by? Johann, I mean. I was born 25 years later than you were. I grew up believing in space travel. Perhaps you did not.
No, I didn't, Jake. When it came along, it struck me as interesting, but slightly preposterous.
Whereas I was born enough later that it seemed as natural to me as automobiles. The big rockets were no surprise to my generation. We cut our teeth on Buck Rogers. Nevertheless, I was born too soon. When Armstrong and Aldrin landed on Luna, I was pushing 40. When out-migration started, with a cut-off age of 40, I was too old. When they eased it to 45, again I was too old. And when they raised it to 50, I was much too old. I'm not kicking, dear. On a frontier, every man jack must pull his weight, and there is little use for an elderly lawyer. He smiled down at her and went on. But, darling, if you wanted to out-migrate, I wouldn't try to dissuade you. I'd cheer you on.
Jake! He can't get away from us that easily.
You're darn tootin' he can't. I'll fix him.
Jake, my own and only, you can't get away from me that easily.
Eunice, I am serious. I could die happy if I knew our baby was to be born on the moon.
She sighed. Jacob, I promise to obey you, and I happily do so. But I can't go to the moon as an out-migrant, because I'm even farther past the cut-off age than you are. The Supreme Court says so.
That could be fixed.
And raise an issue over my identity again? Jacob, darling, I don't want to leave you. But, she patted her belly and smiled, if he wants to go to the moon, we'll help at the earliest age they'll take him. All right?
He smiled and gently patted her slight bulge. More than all right, because I don't want his beautiful mother to go away for any reason. But a father should never stand in the way of his son.
You don't. You aren't. You won't. You never would. Jacob Jr. goes to the moon when he's ready, but not this week. Let's talk about trimarans and this week. Jake, you know I want to close up our house. I'd sell it, but nobody would buy it other than as land. It's a white elephant. But two things have bothered me. It has to be left garrisoned, or the free people will break in despite all armor and squat. Then someday some judge grants them title on adverse possession.
Jake said, Certainly. Historically, that's where all land titles come from. Somebody standing on it, defending it, and saying, this is mine. And lately the courts have been cutting down the period of adverse possession, especially in city cores close to abandoned areas. And your house is both.
I know, dear, but I don't want to surrender it to squatters. Darn it, that house cost me more than $9 million, not counting taxes and upkeep. The other worry is what to do about our in-house staff. I'm sick of being a feudal lord, erase and correct, lady now. Erase and correct, tart now.
Certainly, Eunice, but I haven't been too tartish since we got married.
Not much opportunity, twin, but you're getting restless, huh?
Who is getting restless? Never mind, twin sister, the day will come, but we won't rub darling Jake's nose in it.
I can't just let them go. Some have been with me 20-odd years. But if we buy a yacht and live in it, I think I have a solution to both problems.
So?
I think so. It's an idea I got during our wedding, thinking about that farm.
Well, wench, you were supposed to be thinking about me.
I was, dear, but I seem to be able to think about several things at once since my rejuvenation. Better blood supply, possibly. My help, you mean, boss?
Yes, dear. Same thing.
Our banquet hall, dressed as a chapel, looked more like a church than it has ever looked like a place to eat. So here's my notion. Give our house to Shorty. Give it to his church as a trust set-up, with Alec maybe as a trustee, and also Judge Mack if he'll do it. Arrange the trust for perpetual maintenance with ample funds and a good salary for Hugo as pastor. Is this practical?
No difficulty, Eunice, if you really want to unload the house.
I do, if you consent.
It's your house, dear, and I decided a long time ago that being a householder in a big city was more headache than pleasure. We could still keep my little house in safe harbor. No fear of squatters if you want a pied-à-terre. We won't do it quite as you described it, but you can give your house to Shorty if you wish to. I'll get Alec to work out a plan. But I wonder if Shorty can cope with it. Squatters might still move in on him, or rioters break in and wreck the place.
Oh, that fits in with the other half of my idea. What to do about our 2 faithful retainers. Offer any with 20 years or close to it retirement at full pay. Encourage the in-house guards and maintenance men to work for the trust. Same pay. Because you're right. If we hand an ill-lit a place like that with no one to keep him straight, he'll soon have a shell, not a church. Father Hugo is the best bodyguard I've ever seen. But he's a child of God and unsophisticated about management. He needs a practical, cynical man as his in-house steward. Cunningham, or O'Neill, or Mentone. Alec can work it out. Jake, I want to hand over to Shorty a complete plant, subsidized and maintained, so that he can put his mind solely on preaching and praying and soul-saving. I think you know why. I think I know why, boss. But any of the 4 would have killed that mugger.
We've managed to thank the other 3, beloved, and we'll go on thanking them. Father Hugo is a special case. Eunice, do you really think Hugo saves souls?
I haven't the slightest idea, Jacob. I don't know who is in charge of this world. Even if what Hugo does has no more real meaning than our prayer meetings, it's still worthwhile. Darling, this is a screwed-up world. Back in the days of the Model T Ford, the United States was a fine country, brimming with hope. But today, the best thing most young people can do is stay home, sit still, not get involved, and chant Om Mani Padma Hum. And it is the best thing most of them are capable of doing, the world being what it is now. It's far better than dropping out or turning on with drugs. When meditation and a meaningless prayer are better than most action open to them, then what Hugo has to offer is good in the same way, even if his theology is 100% wrong. But I don't think Father Hugo is any more mistaken than the most learned theologian, and he might be closer to the truth. Jacob, I don't think anyone knows who's in charge.
Just wondered, my dear. Sometimes pregnant women get taken with fancies.
I'm pregnant down here, dearest. Up here is still old Johann. Protects me somewhat, I think. Oh, you think so, huh? Boss, if you didn't have me to keep you straight, you'd be as filled with vapors as a cat trying to have kittens in a wastebasket. Remember, I've been through this before.
I know you have, darling, and that's why I'm not afraid. Otherwise, I'd be scared silly.
No worse than having a tooth drilled, boss. We're built for this. Roomy. Jake, did I ever tell you about the time I went into politics?
Didn't know you ever had, and can't imagine it, Eunice.
Imagine it for Johann, not for Eunice. 40 years back, I let them persuade me that it was my duty. I was easy to persuade, but I realize now that my attraction to the party was that I could pay for my campaign in a district they were going to lose anyhow. But I learned things, Jake. Learned that being a businessman has nothing to do with being a politician, and even less to do with being a statesman. They clobbered me, Jake, and I've never been tempted to save the world since. Maybe someone can save this addled planet, but I don't know how, and now I know that I don't know. That's something, even if it isn't much. Jake, I could worry about Smith Enterprises when I was running it. I can worry now about 60-odd people and make sure they're each all right insofar as money can insure it. But no one can solve things for 7 billion people. They won't let you. You go nutty with frustration if you try. Nor can you do much for 300 million, not when the real problem, as you pointed out, is the very fact that there are 300 million of them. I can't see any solution short of compulsory sterilization, and the solution strikes me as worse than the disease. Licensing without sterilization hasn't solved it." Her husband shook his head. "And won't, Eunice? Licensing is a joke. It has more loopholes than the tax laws. Compulsory methods inevitably involve political tests. No, thanks. I prefer the Four Horsemen. And the only effect that voluntary contraception has ever had has been to change the ratio unfavorably between the productive and the parasites. The population climbs anyhow. If we were as hard-boiled about weeding the culls as China is, it might not work that way. But we aren't, and we never have been. And I'm not sure I'd like it if we were."
"Then there isn't any solution."
"Oh, there is. I mentioned it. The Four Horsemen. They never sleep. They're never off duty. And there." He pointed at the moon. "Eunice, I suspect that our race's tragedy has been played endless times. It may be that an intelligent race has to expand right up to its disaster point to achieve what is needed to break out of its planet and reach for the stars. It may always, or almost always, be a photo finish, with the outcome uncertain to the last moment, just as it is with us. It may take endless wars and unbearable population pressure to force-feed a technology to the point where it can cope with space. In the universe, space travel may be the normal birth pangs of an otherwise dying race. A test. Some races pass, some fail." She shivered.
"Gruesome."
"Yes, and no way to talk to a gal in what used to be called a delicate condition. Sorry, darling."
"A gruesome thought at any time, Jake. I'm not in a delicate condition. I'm doing what this body is designed for. Building a baby. Feels good. I'm enjoying it."
"So it appears, and that makes me happy. But, Eunice, before you shut down your house and move into a yacht, I must mention one thing. I think you must put it off until you've had this baby."
"Why, Jake? No morning sickness. I doubt if seasickness will be a problem."
"Because you are in a delicate condition, no matter how good it feels. I'd feel happier if you were never more than 5 minutes from medical attention. You'd be okay at home. Bob and Winnie are there. You're okay here. A hotel resident physician, and a good one. Believe me, I checked on him. And a modern hospital over there, in sight. But at sea? Suppose you had a 7-month preemie. We'd lose the baby, and probably you too. No, Eunice."
"Oh."
"Eunice, any point in telling him that you carried your first one full term and no trouble?"
"No, Twin. How are you going to prove it? If you mention me now, you're just a female with pregnancy delusions. Boss, this is one argument you're going to lose, so concede it at once. Fall back and find another route." "Jacob, I can't argue. I lost my first wife with her first baby. I know it can happen. But what would you think of this? Could you persuade Roberto and Winnie to come with us, then not go very far to sea? If we were anchored where that trimaran is, that hospital could be just as close, and Roberto would be aboard. This hotel physician must be all right, as you have checked on him, but I would rather have Roberto. He knows me inside and out, and never mind wisecracks. I mean as my physician. Or does the fact that you know that Roberto has slept with me make him unacceptable to you as my OB man?" "Whew, Twin, that was a foul blow."
"Oh, pooh, Eunice, I'm just confusing the issue." Jake Salomon cocked one eyebrow and grinned down at her. "Little one, you can't embarrass me that easily. If Bob is the baby cotcher you want, I'll do my best to persuade him, as long as you don't mind Bob's wife being around."
"Pooh to you, sir. If you and Winnie want to stroll down memory's lane, I'll tuck you in and kiss you good night. She's certain to console you while I'm benched, and you'll need it."
"Thereby giving you carte blanche later. A woman almost always falls in love with the doctor who delivers her first baby."
"Pooh again. I've loved Roberto a long time, and you know it. Are you jealous, Jacob?"
"No, just curious. I suppose that injunction you laid on me on our wedding day still applies. It occurs to me that with respect to the day you mentioned, Bob had opportunity before, during, and after."
"Is that all it takes, dear? Just opportunity?" "Just about, Twin." She grinned at him and wrinkled her nose. "Sweetheart, all I will admit is the possibility that Roberto's name might be in the hat. But it could have been Finchley, or Hubert, or dear Judge Mack. You and Alec were awfully busy that day, but I think you will find that Mack adjourned court at his usual hour, and I wasn't home until much later." "Is that a confession?"
"Well, there might be a confession in there somewhere."
"Quit pulling my leg, my love. There are only two sorts of wives, those who cheat and those who have their husbands' friendly cooperation. In which case..."
"Isn't there a third sort?"
"Huh? Oh, you mean faithful wives? Oh, certainly, so I've heard. But in my 20 years of general practice, much of it divorce cases, I encountered so few of that sort, none I feel certain about, that I cannot venture an opinion. Wives technically faithful form so small a part of the sample that I can't evaluate them. People being what they are, a rational man should be satisfied if his meals are on time and his dignity not affronted. What I was trying to say is that if you ever want my friendly cooperation, don't assault my credibility with a wet firecracker such as Hubert. Judge Mack I could believe. Tom Finchley is a very masculine person, too, and one who bathes regularly, even though he sometimes abuses the sacred English tongue in a manner which causes me to flinch. Bob Garcia shows your good taste. But please, darling, don't expect me to believe that Hubert's name could be in the hat."
"Twin, Jake knows us too well. Better not try to fool him too much."
"Ever hear of a red herring, love?"
"Very well, sir. I'll take Hubert's name out of the hat. That still leaves endless possibilities, does it not? And I will try always to respect your dignity. But speaking of meals on time, I'd better get busy or your dinner will be late."
"Why not just cold cuts and such when we feel like it, and heat a tin of soup? I was thinking of a nap."
"Shall I join you, sir?"
"I said nap, sweetheart. Sleep. A nap with you is not restful. Old Senor Jacob needs a siesta."
"Yes, sir. May I finish quickly what I was saying? We can take care of anyone who wants to retire or wants another job or wishes to stay on with Hugo. But I'm hoping that some of them might come with us as crew in our trimaran or whatever, especially if they've been to sea before and know something about it."
"Finchley does. He was sent up for smuggling or some such."
"I was hoping that all of my mobiles except Hugo, and Rockford if you want him, might decide to sail with us. They're all strong and able and not much family problem. Fred's wife split some months back. Dabrowski has no children at home, and Olga might be willing to be a chambermaid. Stewardess, I should say, if she likes to sail. She's insisted on doing most of the cleaning and such here, even though she doesn't have to. As for the Finchleys, Tom is just what we need. It isn't smuggling drugs. They were running arms into Central America, as I recall, and he was first mate. And Hester Finchley is a good cook. Eve is no problem. She already knows how to read and write and do arithmetic, and if they tell her about this, she'll be teasing her parents to take the job. All kids want to travel. Dear, if you're going in, would you see who's on guard at the lift and ask him to dig out Finchley? He may know something about trimarans."
"I think he has the watch now. Shall I chuck you a robe?"
"Am I getting too much sun? Doesn't feel so. I've been using the lotion." "Oh, you mean for Thomas the tomcat. But, dear, we've been swimming with him and his family every day, as well as with Fred and the Dabrowskis."
"I don't give a hoot, dear, but I thought you were anxious to preserve appearances."
"Seems silly when I swim and sunbathe with all of them. As for appearances, didn't I see you patting Hester's bottom in the pool yesterday? Or was it Wednesday?"
"It was Tuesday, and it wasn't Hester, it was her daughter Eve. Just practicing to be a sex maniac. Beautiful. Nothing serious, so don't be jealous."
"Beloved, the day I'm jealous of a little girl, I want you to beat me. Not spank me, beat some sense into me, woodshed style. But it was Hester, not her daughter. My gallant, wonderful Jacob would never bother a little girl."
"Perhaps not, but that little girl bothers the hell out of me. Furthermore, she does it on purpose."
"Poor Jake. Even 13-year-olds won't leave him alone. I'm not surprised. I didn't leave him alone either."
"In this case, she's 13 going on 21. I'll make you a deal, dearest. I'll carefully avoid chaperoning you with her father, if you will be very careful always to chaperone me with his daughter."
"Yes, sir."
"To hear is to obey, my lord, though I am chagrined that you think I might need chaperoning or not chaperoning, as the case may be, with one of our servants.
But how about Hester? Must I always be sure to be in sight when she's around?"
"Mind your own business, wench. No need to be fanatical about it. I want them all to feel easy when they come up here to swim, as I don't want any of our household ever to swim in that sewage down there. You know the coliform count in that beautiful surf. That was the deal we offered. Stay off the beaches entirely, and they could swim in our pool at any time. So we sacrifice a little privacy, but don't have one of them picking up amoebiasis or some such and spreading it through our whole family. It evens out, and they're all nice people, even our precocious Eve, who's doing her best to see if she can upset me."
"I haven't minded, Jacob. It is not good to be too much alone. But we were speaking of Hester's bottom. Shapely, huh?"
"Hon, you're as bad as Eve. I'm going to go and say 10 money hums and catch that siesta. I'll send out Tom. Don't let me sleep more than an hour. Kiss."
She turned her face up. As he left, she dived in, swam a couple of lengths, and climbed out, was waiting, staring down at the yacht harbor when Finchley arrived.
"You sent for me, ma'am?"
She smiled. "Thomas Catus, that's not my name when we're alone." He glanced over his shoulder, said almost soundlessly, "Pussycat, the boss is awake." "So he is, but he's gone to his room and closed the door. Siesta. He'll be asleep in almost no time. But I don't mean to scare you, Thomas Catus, dear. Come here to the rail. Want to show you something. Have you done any sailing, or has it all been power?"
"Sailing? Oh, sure. I grew up on Chesapeake Bay. Catboats and such."
"Ever sail a trimaran?"
"Never skippered one. Crewed in one when I was 16.
"What do you think of them?"
"Depends on what for. Okay, if you want something more like a houseboat than a racer. But I wouldn't have one without an auxiliary engine. In tight waters, they can be as awkward as 2 people in a bathtub."
"Ever tried in a bathtub, Thomas Catus?"
"Sure, who hasn't? Okay for a giggle with a few drinks aboard. But a bed is better. Or a floor."
"How about a sunbathing mat?"
"Pussycat, you enjoy scaring me. You're going to get us caught yet."
"Rhetorical question, dear. I wasn't twisting your arm. Tell me, do you think Hester and Jake have ever made it?"
"Practically certain they never." He grinned at her. "But I can tell you something."
"Then do. Pretty please. Pretty tomcat with the muscles."
"Not Hester's fault they haven't. I know. She told me bang one night while we were at it. Said the boss could have it any time he reached for it. Hester thinks the boss is God's right hand."
"Well, so do I. But it doesn't keep me from appreciating my Thomas Cat. How would you feel about it? Jake and Hester."
"Me?" He looked astonished. "Look, Pussycat, you know if anybody does, I don't see no sense in putting a fence around a broad. Just makes her want to jump it. I'd rather hold open the gate for her if she wants to."
"I said, how would you feel about it, dear?"
"Oh." Her driver guard looked thoughtful. "Wouldn't get my nose out of joint. The boss is numero uno, the king. Rozer?"
"Roz."
"He knocked up a broad he'd pay. No hoo-hoo. But no hoo-hoo anyway. We were only licensed for one, and Hester had herself fixed right after she had Eve. Good broad I married. Didn't split when I dropped one. Took me back when I was paroled. Oh, she shacked, sure, but just with her boss. She worked. Didn't peddle it. Or kept it to herself. Didn't tell me. Hester and the boss? Sure, if they want to. Told her so. Bang. Have fun, I told her."
Thomas Catus, let's give them a chance. Or 6 chances. Might be insurance for us later."
He nodded thoughtfully. "Smart thinking, Pussycat. But how? And would he? The boss?"
"I feel sure he would if he knew it was safe. Private, I mean. Jake has courage under fire, just as you have, dear. Main problem is to get Eve out from underfoot." You could take me shopping or such, and I could ask Hester to get Mr. Salomon's lunch. Then, as an afterthought, I could invite Eve to come with me. Huh?
With either Fred or Ski up here? No good, pussycat.
All it needs is a time when you have the guard. Jake won't send for your relief. At most, he'll lock open the lift door. He doesn't worry about him. He worries about guarding me.
Roz. Could work if he wants it. You're filling out, pussycat. Tits prettier than ever.
Joe says a woman gets prettier as she bigs out. But I don't think many men think so.
Hester looked awful cute clear up to the last minute. And I knew it looks good, too. You're sure the boss is asleep?
Certain enough that I'm willing to risk it. But I don't mean to scare you, dear. Want to wait and see how our plans for Jake and Hester work out?
Oh, hell, we might all be dead by then.
Right here?
Copter might cruise by.
Let's go into the lanai.
Chapter 27. Harvard University Corporation voted to withhold all funds until the student government selected a new university president. Both of the rival student governments and the faculty senate sought court relief from this, quote, reckless and irresponsible action, end of quote. Khan's best cops, says Fuzz Prez. The General Secretary of the Private Police, Guards, and Security Drivers, AFL, at its annual banquet congratulated Milwaukee on joining the growing list of municipalities that had abolished the clean record rule in hiring peace officers. 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 Officers.
Side 12. I will fear no evil.
Quote, the outstanding success of parolees and probationers as licensed private security officers is finally teaching the politicians to hunt ducks where the ducks are. The Bible says, to catch a thief, you set a thief, don't it? Who knows more about hoods than a hood? Give a man incentives to keep his nose clean and put him on work he understands, and you can count on him in the crunch. My mom kept telling me that when I was just a punk knocking over candy stores. Besides, like the Secretary of the Treasury told us earlier tonight, look what it's done for the economy. In this great republic, end of quote. Today's Day newscast interviewed a midwife who claimed to have delivered Miss Molly Maguire a child 10 days before her sensational two-nation skydive. The Sensi Star promptly sued newscaster, station, and VideoNet. Equal rights for women. Don't be teased or humiliated. See his look of surprise when you step right up to a male urinal and use it with a smile. Get Dr. Mary Evers' Equal Now adapter. Patent applied for. Purse size, foolproof, sanitary. Comes in 9 lovely feminine psychedelic patterns. Requires no fitting, no prescription. All drugstores, supermarkets. The Lunar Commission made permanent its trial policy of screening out-migration solely on physical and mental examination with no percentage points either plus or minus from past record. The director said, in a new world, a man must start with a clean slate. No other policy is practical. Under sharp questioning, he admitted that contributions for unsubsidized vocations remained unchanged, but insisted that this was a fiscal matter controlled by the condominium governments and in no way affected the basic principle. Hot words in cap pun debate. Quote, does not deter, so he tells us. Is the senator from the great state of Puerto Rico aware that our major problem is recidivism? Can the senator cite one case in which a killer committed still another murder after he was executed? End of quote. Whee! Joe, see how she runs before the wind. Swell. Gets me clear down in my gizzard, Joanne Eunice said happily. Let's go aft. Winnie's got the wheel, and be sure to be impressed.
She's proud as can be that Tom has let her go on the watch list. She's a natural sailor, salt water in her veins. Gigi, what's the matter, dear? You aren't smiling. Feeling queasy? A little, maybe. I must admit that the pussycat does have a rocking horse motion when she's running free. Love it myself, but some don't. Never mind, dear. Dr. Roberto has a surefire pill for tipsy tummy. I'll fetch you one, and in 5 minutes the motion won't bother you, and you'll be hungry as a horse. I don't take pills, Joanne. I'm all right. You aren't all right, and when we go below you won't want lunch, and Hester told me she was fixing something special in your honor. Look, darling, Roberto feeds these pills to Winnie, one before breakfast every day, and he had her on them for morning sickness before they came aboard. He's a careful doctor, hon. He wouldn't give them to his own wife if they could hurt. Nobody ever gets a pill of any sort in the Pussycat unless our ship's surgeon dispenses it. Pretty please, huh?
Gigi?
Yes, Joe?
Take pill.
Yes, Joe. Thanks, Joanne. I do feel fluttery. I guess you think I'm silly, but I've seen so many kids hooked on pills, I'm scared of 'em. I don't like pills, but I take 'em when Dr. Roberto says to. He's got me on supplements right now for this little monster inside me. You stay up here in the breeze, dear, while I find Roberto.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, Mr. Jacob Salomon bellowed as he swung up into the control console. Morning, Ski. Good morning, Captain. On port tack with basic course 1-5. I see what it is. Beat it down below and get your breakfast.
Salomon slid into the saddle and glanced at the compass as he took the wheel. We didn't leave you anything, but you can scrounge ship's biscuit out of the lifeboat.
Hester won't let me starve, sir. Nor Olga. Now beat it.
Jake eyed his sails, decided he could point a touch higher, reached out with his right hand to the running rigging controls, kept tapping a switch to shorten his main sheet, his eye on her mainsail, while he handled the wheel by touch till he had her settled down on a tighter tack. Then he adjusted his jibs and relaxed.
Good morning, Captain.
Tom, save that for witnesses. It's all very well for Mrs. Salomon to want me dubbed with an honorary title, but we all know who's the sailing master by our ship's papers. You're skipper and have the responsibility. I'm just the owner and unlicensed first mate. Eunice ought not to do it, but we have to cater to the little darlings. Speaking of little darlings, how are your two this fine morning? Didn't see Eve at breakfast. She ate before you got up, sir. Seen her and told her she's going to have to wear pants from now on, except in the pool or near it. Don't see why she should. The other gals don't, unless it happens to suit them. I just don't want her swarming into my lap, naked as an eel and twice as lively. Gives me delusions of youth. I'll clamp down on her, sir. Tom, I don't want the child clamped down on. I want everybody to enjoy this cruise, one big happy family. Ask Hester to tell her quietly that old Uncle Jake loves her but doesn't like to be pawed. A lie, that last, but an official lie. Speaking of the pool, how's the filter? Filter's okay. Was just a clog in make-up feed line. Kelp. No hoo-hoo. Has the surgeon tested the water? Safe. That's good. Tom, when I was a kid, striking for quartermaster third, we used to swim off the boat booms and thought nothing of it. But today, even the Pacific Ocean can't soak up all the crud they dump into it. You can put swimming call on the bullhorn and take the skull and crossbones sign off the pool. Aye, aye, sir. Half a second while I make 8 bells. Jake reached out with his left hand, picked the last touch plate of a row of 8. The quadruple double bong, marking the beginning of the forenoon watch, rang through the vessel. He then picked still another touch plate and sounded swimming call himself. Tom, if a man didn't have to eat or sleep, he could sail this wagon around the world by himself. 3 men could do it easily, even 2. Maybe. You sound doubtful, Tom. Even 1 man could, sir, if nothing ever went wrong. Something always does. I stand corrected, and with 2 pregnant women aboard, 3 if you don't keep a close eye on Eve. Oh, Dr. Garcia got her on the junior pill. I don't take no chances, sir. So,
Tom, my respect for you, high, has just increased. She's safe from her Uncle Jacob, but I make no promises about any other male in this bucket. There is something in salt air that hikes up the metabolism, and there is much truth in the old saw about when they're big enough, they're old enough, and nothing can be done about it. Better to roll with the punch. She is, and she has, and we did. I had this here talk with the doc. Hester and me don't expect no more from Eve different than we did ourselves. Anybody knows when a broad starts getting broad, she's going to land on her back. Yes, everybody knows it, yet most parents don't believe it when it comes to their own kids. I know. I had a family law practice for years. Tom, you're such an all-around sensible man, I'm surprised that you ever got in trouble. His sailing master shrugged. Comes of believing what I was told, sir. The chief officer of this rust bucket and captain says keep my lip tight and see nothing, and we make 10 times as much on one voyage, all fixed. Only he got smart and hung on to the bribe money himself. Thought he could run it in the dark. You'd have thought he'd never heard of radar. Wham! Coast Guard. Finchley shrugged again. No complaints, sir. I was a fool. But 2 years and 4 months, and I get this much better job driving for Mr. Smith as was, smelling like a rose. Not so trusting now is all. Don't trust too much, you don't get your ass burned. Yet you don't seem cynical, Tom. I think the major problem in growing up is to become sophisticated without becoming cynical. That's over my head, Counselor. I just think people are okay, mostly, even that silly skipper, if you don't strain 'em more than they're built for. Like that piece of standing rigging there. Rated 3 tons. Probably take 5 and no trouble. Don't put 6 tons on it. We've said the same thing, I think, but your illustration is vivid. Beat it, Tom. If there's no work to be done, grab sack time, or pool time. Yes, sir. I want to inspect the starboard hull. It's making extra water. Pump can handle it, but I want to know why. He touched his cap and swung down off the platform. Jake cocked his own cap against the sun, relaxed, and started to sing. A sailor's wife, a sailor's star shall be. Yo-ho, we go across the sea. A sailor's wife, a sailor's star shall be. A sailor's wife, his star shall be. His wife climbed up behind him and kissed the back of his neck. Is that for me, dear, or for Nancy Lee? Always for you, my darling. Besides, I can't remember the part with Nancy Lee in it. I wonder if you ever remember a girl's name. You call all of us darling. Merely because it's true. But you are the only one I call my darling. And I do remember your name. It's Salomon. Jacob, you must have been a prime menace when you were a blue jacket. With that Hebrew blarney, you could talk your way into anything, then out of it with no trouble. No, ma'am, I was a sweet, innocent lad. I simply followed the ancient code of the sea. When the hook's up, all bills are paid. Leaving little Jewish bastards behind in every port, and thereby improving the breed. How about Gigi? Going to improve the breed there? She dug her thumb into a spot over his hip where his slight pot bulged out from sitting. Some dish, eh, Keed? Madam, he said haughtily, I do not know what you are talking about. Tell that to the Marines. The old sailors won't believe you. Jacob, my love, I feel certain that you know the second Mrs. Branca almost as well as you knew the first. But I have no wish to prove it. I simply offer my congratulations. Gigi is a darling. I love her to pieces. I was not throwing asparagus. Tell him she squeals, twin. I will not. Woman, you get your exercise jumping at conclusions. Then tell him it happened where Troy Avenue crosses Gay Street near the square, a neighborhood you know well, twin. Eunice, I want Jacob to feel easy about such things. I am not trying to harpoon him. You aren't equipped to, Joanne. Jake is the original Captain Ahab. Eunice, you have a dirty mind. Whose mind? I don't have one. Don't need one. Mrs. Salomon dropped the subject, opened her sextant case, took it out. Will you give me a time tick, darling? Are you going to shoot the defenseless sun? I'm going to do better than a sun sight, dearest. The sun,
the upper limb of the moon, and, if I'm lucky and can spot it again, Venus for a 3-star fix. Want to bet on how small a triangle I get?
Even money on 50 miles for the short side.
Beast, brute, cad, and me an expectant mother. I was more than 10 times that close yesterday evening. I'm getting the hang of it. I could cheat. I could get a point fix by querying Point Loma, then fudge it on the chart.
Eunice, why this passion to emulate Bowditch? One would think that radio and satellites and the like had never been invented.
It's fun, darling. I'm going to hit that nav exam for a flat 4.0 and get my limited license. After I've unloaded this pup in the hopper, and we no longer have to stick to coastal waters, I'm going to do a day's work every day all the way to Hawaii. Betcha I make landfall at Hilo under 3 miles. Oh, it's not necessary, dear. But what if it turned out to be? Suppose war broke out and everything went silent. Might help to have a celestial navigator aboard. Tom admits that he's hardly taken a sight since he got his mate's ticket.
If he ever took one. Yes, it could be useful, my darling. Because if war broke out in earnest and we were at sea, we would not go on to Hilo. We would make a sharp left turn and go south and get lost, the Marquesas, or farther south, the farther the better. That way our kid might live through it. Easter Island, if you think you can hit it.
Jacob, by then I'll split it right down the middle. Or any island you pick. Sweetheart, I wasn't playing games when I asked for the whole old-fashioned works, all the charts, all the pilots, 3 key-wind chronometers, and a hack, this lovely sextant, and a twin like it in case I drop this one. And please note that I always put the lanyard around my neck. All the HOs and the almanac. I'm no use as a deckhand now, so I decided to become a real navigator, just in case. Just in case.
My darling, I hope we never have to run for it. But have you noticed that I keep this vessel fully stocked at all times, even though we anchor almost every night and can shop for supplies any time we wish?
I've noticed, sir.
Nor is it an accident that I gave Dr. Bob an unlimited budget and saw to it that he equipped for any conceivable obstetrical problem.
I did not notice that, quite.
You weren't meant to, nor was Winnie. No need to give you gals something to worry about. But since you have been doing the same sort of planning ahead, I decided to tell you. Bob used the time the Pussycat was being refitted in taking a refresher in OB, and he spent 20 times more money on our sick bay than one would expect for a seagoing yacht.
I'm pleased to hear it, sir. With such foresight, money can do almost anything, except turn back the clock.
It even did that in your case, beloved.
No, Jacob. It gave me added years, and this wonderful body, and you, but it did not turn back the clock. I'm still almost a century old. I can never feel young the way I once did, because I'm not the way Winnie is young, or Gigi. Jacob, I have learned that I don't want to be young.
Ah? Are you unhappy, dear?
Not at all. I have the best of 2 worlds, a youthful, vital body that makes every breath a sensuous joy, and a century of rich experience, with the wisdom, if that is the right word, that age brings, the calmness, the long perspective. Winnie and Gigi still suffer the storms of youth, which I don't have and don't want. I've forgotten the last time I had a tranquilizer, but I think it was the day they unstrapped me. Jacob, I'm a better wife for you than either of those 2 lovely girls could be. I'm older than you are. I've been where you are now, and understand it. I'm not boasting, dear. It's simply true. Nor would I be happy married to a young man. I'd have to spend my time trying desperately not to upset his delicate, youthful, unstable balance. We're good for each other, Jacob.
I know that you are good for me, my darling.
I know I am. But sometimes you have trouble remembering that I am not truly Eunice, but Johann. Hey, what is this, boss? We're both.
Yes, beloved, always. But Jake needs to be reminded of Johann, because all he ever sees is Eunice.
For example, Jacob, a while ago you thought I was twitting you about Gigi.
Thought hell you were.
No, dear. Close your eyes and forget that I have Eunice's voice. think back at least 10 years when I was still in passable health. If your older friend Johann had twigged that you had kicked the feet out from under some young and pretty woman, would he have twitted you?
Huh? Hell yes. Johann would have slipped me the needle and broken it off.
Would I have, Jacob? Did I ever?
You never caught me.
So? I might have congratulated you, Jacob, just as I did today, had I felt that I could do so without offending you. But I would not have twitted you. Do you recall a young woman whose first name was, or is, Marion? Last name had the initial H? Your pet name for her, Maid Marion?
How in the hell?
Steady, darling. You let your helm fall off. That was 16 years ago, just before I asked you to spend all your time on my affairs. So I ordered a fresh snoop sheet on you before I put the deal up to you. May I say that the fact that you had dealt so carefully with her reputation was a strong factor in my deciding that I could trust you with anything, too, including my power of attorney, which you have held ever since and never abused. May I add, too, that I wanted to congratulate you on both your good taste and your success as a Lothario, for, of course, I then had to have her snooped, too, and her husband as well, before I could entrust my grisly secrets to you. But also, of course, I could not say a word.
I didn't think any part of that ever showed.
Please, Jacob, do you recall that you once told Eunice that you could hire a man to photograph her in her own bath, and she would never know it? As we've noted, money can do almost anything that is physically possible. Part of that snoop report was a photograph of you and Marion in what you lawyers call a compromising position.
Good God. What did you do with it?
Burned it. Hated to. It was a good picture, and Marion looked awfully pretty, and you looked all right yourself, you lovable old goat. Then I sent for the head of the snoop firm and told him I wanted the negative and all prints now, and no nonsense. And if it ever turned out that even one print had escaped me, I would break him, get his license, bankrupt him, put him in jail. Were you or Marion ever embarrassed by such a picture? Blackmail or anything?
No, not me. And I'm morally certain she wasn't either.
I guess he believed me. Jacob, do you still think I was twitting you about Gigi? Or was I congratulating you?
Maybe neither. Maybe trying to wring a confession out of me. It's no go, wench.
Please, Jacob, stipulating that I was mistaken but sincere, which was it, now that you know how I behaved about Marion?
Eunice, Johann, you should have been a lawyer. Subject to that stipulation, I concede that it must have been a sincere congratulation. But one I can't accept. I haven't earned it. Now, damn it, tell me how you came by this delusion.
Yes, dear, but not this minute. There comes Gigi herself. Joanne put her sextant back into its box. Sights will have to wait anyhow. This reach has taken us in so close I've lost my horizon for the sun. Hi, Gigi, you pretty, pretty thing. Give us a kiss. Just me. Jake is on watch.
I'm not all that busy. Eunice, hold the wheel.
He accepted a kiss while still seated, then took the helm back from his wife. Joanne said, "Been swimming, dear?" Yes. Joanne, Eunice, could I see you a minute? Mr. Salomon, would you excuse us?
Not by that moniker, I won't. You'll have to call me Jake.
Stuff it, dear, his wife said cheerfully. She wants a hen conference. Come along, dear. Captain, try to keep us afloat. They found a spot in the lee of the lifeboat. Got troubles, dear?
Eunice, are we about to have a beef over Jake? Surely not.
Can't be, twin. That affair started over 2 weeks ago, and both Gigi and Joe were relaxed about it from scratch, which means just what we thought. It actually is a return engagement, and Jake lied to protect the lady's reputation. Predictable. Well, sort of, admitted Mrs. Branca. Might as well say it bang. Next time you anchor and send a boat in, Joe and I want off. Oh, dear. What's wrong, Gigi? I did so hope you would stay at least the month we talked about, then as much longer as you wished. Well, we did expect to, but I got this seasickness problem, and Joe, well, he has done some painting, but the light's not right. It's too bright, and... She trailed off. Twin, those are excuses. Jake, can't be, I tell you. You've got to make her come clean. Gigi. Yes, Joanne? Look at me. You haven't missed a meal since Roberto put you on the seasick pill. If Joe prefers floodlights to sunlight, we'll clear out the dining saloon, and it can be his studio. Put your arms around me and tell me what's really wrong. Joanne, the ocean's just too darn big. Gigi blinked tears and said, I guess you think I'm a baby. No, it's big. Biggest ocean in the world. Some people don't like oceans. I do. That doesn't mean you have to. Well, I thought I would like it. I mean, you hear about it, what a wonderful thing it is to make an ocean trip, but it scares me. It scares Joe, too. He just doesn't say so. Joanne Eunice, you've been awfully good to us, but this isn't our scene. Joe and I, we aren't fish. We're alley cats. Always lived in cities. It's too quiet here, especially at night. At night the quiet is so loud it wakes me up. Joanne kissed Gigi. All right, darling, I knew you weren't having quite the happy time I wanted you to have. Didn't know why. I'll have to visit you at your place, where it's nice for all of us. I don't like the city. It scares me. But I like it loads in your studio, as long as I don't have to go outside. But is that all that's wrong? Has anyone upset you? Or Joe? Oh, no, everybody's been swell. You called Jake Mr. Salomon. That was because I was upset, knowing I had to tell you. Then you both feel easy with Jake? I know he's impressive. He even impresses me. Nothing uptight there. Oh, not a bit. Knowing we were walking out on Jake upset us as much as knowing we were walking out on you. Then may Jake and I both come visit you? Stay a few days? Will she duck this, Eunice? Why ask me, boss? You just asked her. Mrs. Branca dropped her eyes, then looked up and said bluntly, You mean a quartet? All the way? All the way. Well, we would. I guess you know that. But how about Jake? Well, how about Jake, Gigi? You tell me. Jake is relaxed with us, but he's a little uptight when you're around, seems like. Joanne Eunice, you caught on, didn't you? Or you wouldn't have braced me for a quartet. I caught on, dear. It's all right. No hoo-hoo. I told Jake I thought you had. He said, oh, no, impossible. You slept like a log. I do, except that I've reached the point in pregnancy where I sometimes get up to pee. But that wasn't it. Jake could be almost anywhere if he's not in bed, and I never check on him. What I spotted wasn't proof, just that a man has a way of looking at a woman he's sure of, and vice versa. Nothing anybody could object to. Just not uptight describes it as well as any. I'm not even mildly jealous of Jake. It simply pleased me, knowing how sweet you can be for a man. Remember, I used to be a man. I know, but I don't really believe it. I have to believe it and can't ever forget it. Knowing you, I felt smugly pleased for my husband. Tell me, have you made a 3-circle with Jake? Money hum? Oh, yes, always. Next time at your studio, it will be a 4-circle. Then our quartet will harmonize perfectly, and no one will ever be uptight again. Yes, yes. In the meantime, you're not going to have to put up with this great big scary ocean even for one more night. We won't anchor. I'll have Tom call for a copter, say for right after lunch. It'll put you down at La Jolla International, and you'll jet straight home. Copter pilot will see to things for you, and Tom will have your reservations, and you'll be home and flashing a pack in your own studio before you can say time zone. Feel better? I feel like a heel, but yes, I do. Oh, golly, Joanne, I'm so homesick. You'll be home today. I'm going to find Tom and have him get things rolling. Then I'll go tell Jake and tell him why. He'll understand, and we'll leave him at the wheel and tell him he can find you in your stateroom. If you have the nerve of a mouse, little alley cat from the big city, you'll bolt the door and tell him goodbye properly. Troy or twosome? Oh, Troy, of course. Then find Joe and tell him. 10 minutes, maybe 15. But, Gigi, That painting of Eve. I must buy it." "No, we'll give it to you."
"We settled that long ago. Joe can give me anything else but not paintings. I must pay for it because I want it to be a present from me to my husband. Now kiss me and run, dear." The Pussycat, with her sails doused, rocked gently on a light sea. 50 feet above her tallest stick, a copter hovered, while again lowering a passenger freight basket. Tom Finchley stood far aft and coached the copter pilot with hand signals. Mr. and Mrs. Branca had already disappeared into the copter cabin, having gone up on the first trip, but their baggage was on the weather deck, waiting to be loaded. There was quite a pile. Joanne had urged them to fetch along everything you could possibly need for a month or longer, for painting especially, as there will be lots of bodies around, and any of them will model, or I'll have them lashed to a grating and flogged, then make them walk the plank. Joe, darling, you can do big romantic pics if you wish. Pirate scenes with lush victims and leering scoundrels. Fun? She had sent the invitation by Merck Serve with tickets and an air freight order and instructions to Merck Serve to supply a reader for the message. Joe had taken her literally. He seemed to have cleared out his studio. Flood lamps, spots, easels, a heavy roll of canvas, stretchers, cameras, photo equipment and supplies, assorted impedimenta, and one bag each for clothes and personal articles. Seeing what Joe had fetched, Joanne was glad that she had ordered a Brinks to get them to the jetport, and was careful today to have one meet them at the far end. The basket took up a load of luggage, came back for the last. Fred and Della's 16-year-old, Hank, an eager but untrained deckhand, were loading, taking turns keeping the basket from spinning while the other placed items in it. Soon they had it all in but one large case, when a gust of wind disturbed the uneasy balance between copter and surface craft. The basket swung wildly. Fred let go and danced aside while Hank went flat to the deck to keep from being hit by it. Fred recovered and again braced the basket, now 10 feet farther forward. Joanne Eunice grabbed the handle of the last case, then used both hands. "Whew! I think Joe packed the anchor in this one." Jake yelled, "Eunice, don't lift that. You want to miscarry?" He grabbed it from her, started for the basket. Hank was on his feet again. "Here, Captain, I'll get that." "Out of my way, son." Jake trudged to the basket, found it too high, got the case into his arms, then up onto one shoulder, placed it carefully inside, and collapsed. Joanne rushed to him. Back aft, Tom Finchley noted when the last item went in, looked up at the copter's pilot and signaled "hoist away," and added the hand signal for "that's all, on your way." Then he looked down and started to run. Joanne sat down on the deck, took Jake's head and shoulders to her. Jake, darling." "Eunice, help me." Fred said, "I'll get the doc," and rushed for a companionway. The boy stood helplessly by. Salomon gave a long, bubbling sigh, and all his sphincters relaxed. "Eunice, where is he?" "Boss, I can't find him." "You've got to find him. He can't be far." "What in hell?" Here he is! Jake!" "Eunice, what happened? Somebody slammed me in the side of the head with a brick." "Does it hurt, darling?" "Of course it doesn't hurt, boss. Not now. It can't. Welcome aboard, melancholy Jaques. You'll love an old bastard. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you." "Yes, welcome home, darling. My darling. Our darling." "Eunice?" "No, I'm Eunice, Jock. Old cocky Jock. That's Joanne, or Johann, or Boss. No, Joanne is Boss only to me. You'd better call her Joanne. Look, shipmates, let's get this Troy straight before we get tangled up in our feet. Joanne, you call our husband Jake, same as always, while I'll call him Jock, as I used to. Jock, you call Boss either Joanne or Johann as suits you, and she's either Joanne or Boss to me, and I'm always Eunice to either of you. Got it straight?" "I'm confused." "No hoo-hoo, Jock, beloved. Never any hoo-hoo again. You'll get used to it. I did. Joanne has to drive while we'll sit back and neck and give advice. Tell him, Joanne." "Yes, Jake, you have us both now. Forever." Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Join us, Jake. A Thanksgiving. Om Mani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padma Hum. Joanne, let me have him, dear. Dr. Garcia was bending over her. She shook her head. I'll hold him, Roberto. Boss, knock off the female cark and let dear doctor work. Yes, Eunice. Hang on tight to Jake. Never fear, dear. I shall. Jock, can you see now? Out of Joanne's eyes? We're going to move. Of course I can see. Who's that ugly old wreck? Me. Of course not. That's just something we don't need any longer. Look away, Joanne. You're upsetting Jock. Fred, take her below. Hank, help him. Tom, I need Winnie. Get her. Dr. Garcia found Joanne in the saloon. She was lying down, a wet cloth over her forehead, with Olga Dabrowski seated by her. Tom Finchley followed the doctor in, his face solemn. The doctor said nothing, took Joanne's wrist, glanced at his watch. Then he said, "It's bad news, Joanne." "I know, Roberto. He was gone before I came down here." "He's not gone, boss. Don't put it that way. Jock is dead as I am, but not gone. Right, Jock?" "I think you're splitting hairs, Lively Legs." "Lively Legs? You haven't called me that in a long time." "How about last night?" "You called Joanne that. You didn't call me that. Not last night." "Will you two keep quiet, or at least whisper? I've got to cope." "Sorry, boss. Jock, darling, whisper to me very quietly. Is Joanne better at it than I am?" "Eunice, I can still hear you, and you have your tenses mixed." "Boss, darling, there are no tenses in the eternal now. I asked Jock a question, and he's too chicken to answer." "I certainly am." "Oh, well, with my equipment and my coaching, Joanne is probably adequate by now, plus a good start. You won't believe this, Jock, but Boss has the dirtiest mind. That lady act is just an act." "Twin, quit trying to get my goat. I'm busy. Roberto is worried about us."
"Sorry, Twin. I'll be good."
"Eunice, I want to make one thing clear. It would not have made any difference if it had happened ashore with all possible life support at hand, even with Dr. Hedrick at hand. Oh, we could have kept him alive as a vegetable, nothing else."
"Jake never wanted that, Robert."
"I've heard him say so emphatically. He never approved of the way I was kept alive." "The two cases are 180 degrees apart, Joanne. Your body was worn out, but your brain was in good shape. In Jake's case, well, I gave him that physical before we put to sea. His body was in fine shape for his age, but I know what the autopsy will show. A massive rupture of a large blood vessel in his brain. He died at once. A cerebral accident, we call it, because it's unpredictable. If it's any consolation, he didn't suffer." "Didn't suffer, huh? Try it, Bob. It felt like a kick in the head by a mule. But you're right. It was just one blow. Not even a headache afterward."
"About the same for me, Jock, darling, when I got it. Boss had a much rougher time, for years."
"What have I had? It's over now. Darlings, please keep quiet. We'll talk when they let us alone."
"Doctor, there will be no autopsy."
"Joanne, there should be an autopsy for your peace of mind."
"It won't bring Jake back, and he wouldn't like it.
As for my peace of mind, I have just one question.
Was it too much honeymoon?"
"Oh, no, just too many years. Joanne, it wasn't even from lifting that heavy load. Let me explain this sort of accident. It's like a weak spot in an old-fashioned pneumatic tire, worn almost through and ready to blow out. Then anything can trigger it. Jake could simply have stood up and keeled over. Today, tomorrow, last week. Oh, it can happen during intercourse. You often hear men say they want to die while tearing off one last load. But it's a horrible experience for the woman involved, and probably isn't a last orgasm anyhow. More likely he's chopped down just before it. Far better the way Jake got it. Still virile, I assume."
"You know darn well Jock was still virile. Ask your wife. Ask Gigi. Hell, ask anybody."
"Eunice, was my behavior that blatant?"
"Not blatant at all, Jock, you lovin' old goat. But news gets around.
Or I should say, I know, as I was his physician. Jake was happy and strong and virile, and then he was through, like snipping a film. Don't worry about too much honeymoon. Getting married may have saved Jake years of hopeless senility, or it may have chopped 2 weeks off his life as a small price for much happiness. But more likely, it extended his life. A happy man functions better. Forget it, dear. When my time comes, I hope I get it the way Jake got it, quickly and happy to the end.
Then there is no point in an autopsy, Roberto. Will you sign the death certificate?
Well, when death takes place not in a hospital and not under medical care, it is customary to notify the authorities and...
Roberto!
Yes, Joanne?
You're not going to do that to Jake. Notify whom? Somebody in Washington? We're in federal waters, and the coroner of San Diego County has no proper interest in this death. But he'd be likely to try to milk it for publicity once he finds out who Jake is, who I am. And I shan't let that be done with Jake's death. Jake was under medical care. Yours. You're our ship's surgeon. It might be that you saw him die. Think about it.
Joanne, don't ask Bob to lie. It doesn't matter if some coroner has his M.E. chop me up. I shan't permit it. Besides, Jake, I'm pregnant. Do you want me to have to go through that? Crowds and questions and pulling and hauling and sleepless nights? Tell him to make it an airtight lie, dear.
Boss is a stubborn bitch, Jock, but she's usually right.
Dr. Garcia took off his stethoscope, put it aside. Now that you mention it, there was still some heart action after I reached him. Lacking means to determine the instant of brain failure, I am forced to take cessation of heart action as the moment of death. That boy would make a good witness, girls. Come to think about it, he did make a good witness at the identity hearings.
In that case, Doctor, it seems to me that the circumstances are not open to question, and you may be sure that I will spend any amount of money to keep anyone from turning Jake's death into a circus at any later time. I would like you to certify death and the circumstances and mail a copy to whatever federal authority should be notified when next we touch shore. No copy elsewhere. We have no permanent residence other than this vessel. Oh, mail a copy to Alec Train. He has Jake's will. He'll need one for probate. And be sure to supply Captain Finchley with a duplicate original for the log.
All right, Joanne, since that's the way you want it. And I agree. Here we have a natural death, and there is no point in letting bureaucrats poke around in it. But right now I want to give you something to make you sleep. Nothing much, just a heavy dose of tranquilizer.
Roberto, what was my pulse?
That's none of a patient's business, Joanne.
It was 72, dead on normal. I counted my heartbeats during that 30 seconds from your first glance at your watch until you let go my wrist. I need no tranquilizers.
Joanne, your heart action should be higher than normal. Under the circumstances...
Then possibly I need a stimulant, not a tranquilizer. Roberto, you sometimes forget, even though you have been through the whole thing with me, that I'm not a normal patient. Not a young bride subject to hysteria. Underneath, I'm a very old man, almost 3 times your age, dear, and I've seen everything, and no shock can truly be a shock to me. Death is an old friend. I know him well. I lived with him, ate with him, slept with him. To meet him again does not frighten me. Death is as necessary as birth, as happy in its own way. She smiled. My pulse is normal because I'm happy. Happy that my beloved Jake met death so easily and happily. Oh, I'll go to my cabin and lie down. I usually nap during the heat of the afternoon. But how about Eve?
Ah?
Have you done anything about her? She's young. She's probably never seen death before. She almost certainly needs a tranquilizer. Not I.
Joanne, I've been busy, but... Olga, will you find Winnie and tell her I said that Eve was to have a minimum dose of Tranquil?
Yes, Doctor.
Mrs. Dabrowski left. Now, young lady, I'll take you to the cabin.
Just a moment, Doctor. Captain, will you get way on with both sails and auxiliary and make course for the nearest point of the 75-mile limit? I want us to be in international waters before sundown.
Aye, aye, ma'am. That would be about west by south, maybe basic course 260. I'll plot it. Good. Then pass the word quietly that burial services will be at sundown. Joanne! Roberto, do you think I would turn Jake over to an undertaker? Taxidermists. He wanted to die like his ancestors. I shall bury him like his ancestors, his dear body untouched and returned home before the sun sets. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die. Joanne paused in her reading. The sun was an orange-red circle almost touching the horizon. On a grating at the rail, steadied by Fred and the doctor, Jake's body waited, sewed into canvas, with ballast weights at the feet. A primitive rite, Johann. Jake, if you don't like it, I'll stop.
Jock, you should be respectful. This is a funeral.
It's my funeral, isn't it? Do I have to pull a long face for my own funeral? Johann, I do like it. I respect symbols, primitive symbols especially. Thank you for doing this. And thank you most of all for not letting my carcass fall into the hands of licensed ghouls. Just wanted to be sure, Jake. I'd better go on. I've marked several more passages. Go on, Johann. Just don't try to pray me into heaven. I shan't, Jake beloved. We three will face whatever comes together.
Right, boss. Jock knows it.
All go unto one place. All are of the dust, and all turn to dust again. Who knoweth the spirit of man? Two are better than one, for if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up. Again, if two lie together, then they have heat. But how can one be warm alone?
Boss, that reminds me. Do we have to sleep alone tonight?
Damn it, Eunice, don't you ever think of anything else.
Come off it, boss. What else is worth thinking about? Stocks, bonds, and other securities? I've been telling Jock about your discovery, that sex is more intense for a woman than for a man. He doesn't believe it, but he's eager to find out.
Jake, are you that eager? I intended to show respect for your memory. I appreciate the thought, Johann, but you needn't carry it to extremes. I can't see why you should mourn me when I'm still here. Tell me, is it really better?
Let him judge for himself, boss, whether it's better to spread Eunice or to be Eunice. A more scientific comparison than you have been able to make.
Quit talking like a Kinsey, Eunice. All right, partners, I'll think over the changes, but I'll be damned if I'll make a disgraceful spectacle out of us tonight. Not this night. It's got to be discreet or no game. And if one prevail against him, two shall withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken.
Boss, I like that. This makes up for the funeral I never had. Not even a memorial service.
But you did have a memorial service, Lively Legs.
I did. Who was there?
Just me, dear. I hired a little chapel and an organist. I read a couple of poems you used to like. Some flowers, nothing much.
Jock, I'm dreadfully touched. Boss, he really does love me, doesn't he?
He does, darling. We both do.
I wish I'd been there, Jock.
I didn't know where you were, dearest. Maybe just as well. You're not very well behaved at funerals.
Oh, pooh all over you, you dirty old ghost. Nobody can hear me.
Careful whom you call a ghost, Lively Legs. It might slop over onto you. Let Joanne get through with this and splash it. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might. For thy days are few, and they are numbered. Man goeth to his long home. The silver cord is loosed, the golden bowl is broken. From the deep we came. Let the body of our brother Jacob now be returned to the deep. Joanne closed the book. Fred and Dr. Garcia lifted the end of the grating. The body fell into the water, disappeared. She turned away, handed the book to Mrs. Dabrowski. Here, Olga. Thank you.
Joanne, that was beautiful. I don't see how you did it.
Wipe your eyes, Olga.
Farewells must never be sad, and Jake was ready to go. I knew my husband well, Olga. I knew what he wanted. It was not hard. She pressed Olga's hand and turned away. Winnie, stop that. Stop it at once. Jake does not want you to cry. What makes you think so, Johann? I feel flattered by having a lovely little creature like Winifred weep over me. Oh, pipe down, Jake. You were the star of the show. Now stop taking bows. Talk to Eunice. Joanne took the smaller woman in her arms. You mustn't, Winnie. Really you mustn't. Think of your baby. Winnie bawled against her shoulder. Joanne, don't you miss him at all? But, darling, how can I miss Jake when he has never left me? The jewel is still in the lotus, and always will be. Eternal now. I guess so, but I just can't stand it. Dear doctor, maybe? He'll be giving Winnie a sleeping pill, surest thing. Not Roberto, Eunice. Under his aggressive atheism, he's got a touch of what he was brought up on. He'd be shocked. Some other night. Roberto, you had better take care of Winnie. I will, but are you all right? You know I am. I have a prescription for you, however. All right. It won't hurt you to take a real knocker-outer tonight. Say phenobarb. Let's not say phenobarb. My prescription is for Winnie. Get her to eat something, then sit with her and recite the money hum for at least a half hour. Then take her to bed and hold her in your arms and let her sleep. And you sleep, sir. You've had a rough day, too. All right. Do you want to join us in saying them? We could come to the cabin, then you could go straight to bed. I've learned that it's better than barbiturates. Doctor, if you wish, you may come to my cabin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and kick me out of bed if I'm not up. But I will be. Don't go there any sooner than that. Tonight, I shall recite that hypnotic prayer with Jake. He'll be able to hear me, whether you think so or not. Joanne, I have no wish to attack anyone's faith. You haven't, dear. I appreciate your solicitude. When I need it, I will draw on it freely. But now, you take care of Winnie. Boss, how about Fred? No one to dodge. Jock, you'll be right in the middle. Lucky Adolf. But Fred won't know it. Eunice, you're out of your pointy little head. We almost scared Fred to death once before, just by being us, before we got him gentled. Look at him. He's worse off than Winnie, with nobody to console him. But we can't console him, not this night. Captain. Yes, ma'am? Let's bust up this wake. People should not stand around moping. Meal hours have become disorganized. Can Hester throw together some cold supper quickly, perhaps with volunteer help? I'd volunteer, but I have something to do. Oh-ho, the tomcat. Jock, this is going to be fun. Lively legs, is there a man in this vessel you gals haven't spread for? Oh, sure, Jock, honey. Hank. He's got his eye on Eve and thinks we're an old hag. And now that her Uncle Jock has left her, Eve might trip him. Now that I'm dead, I regret having resisted that delicious little jailbait. Wouldn't have cost me more than $1 million to buy my way out of trouble, and I had a rich wife. If you two lechers will shut up a moment, I'll set you straight about something. Not Thomas Catus. Certainly not before the mid-watch, and could be later with this wind against us. Captain Tom Finchley is going to be busy skippering. Captain, I want you to get way on and set basic course for San Clemente Island anchorage. Yes, ma'am. He trailed after her and added softly, I'd better start calling you Captain now. Set an example. She stopped. They were sufficiently alone that she could speak privately by lowering her voice. Tomcat? Yes? Don't call me Captain. You are Captain until I've passed my tests. Then we'll see. And don't call me ma'am. I'm either Mrs. Solomon or Joanne, depending on the company, just as before. But in private, I'm still your pussycat. I hope I am. Well, okay. Let's hear you say it. Pussycat. Brave little pussycat. Puss, you surprise me more longer I know you. That's better. Tomcat, Jake knew all along about your tomcatting with me. Oh, what a lie. Eunice, she never told me. And I suspected only once, and decided I was mistaken. I know, Jock. Boss is a deceitful one and not at all truthful. And besides, she tells fibs even to me.
He did?
Yes, Thomas Catus, but Jake Salomon was a true gentleman and saw only what he was expected to see. He never teased me about my little follies, simply indulged me. But he didn't tell on himself, either. Do you know if he ever made it with Hester? Now, see here, Johann. Pipe down, Jock. I've wondered, too.
Ah, hell, Pussy, all men are alike, all after the same thing.
And all women are alike. We've all got it. Well?
Hester spread for him first chance we gave him. But she didn't tell me. Ashamed. Had to catch him at it, then twist her arm.
Surely you didn't hurt her?
No, Puss. I don't rough a broad, never. Didn't catch him not to hurt, neither. Backed out fast, then asked later. Told her I knew for certain, so how about coming clean, was all. She did. She hadn't told me because of you.
Oh, I trust you then told her about me.
Her sailing master looked horrified. Pussy, you think I'm out of my frimping head? Look, I like what you got, just fine. But I ain't foolish. I don't rat on broads. If I did, you'd be last on the list. Believe.
Tell Hester if you wish, dear. It can't matter now. Then at some later time she would not be surprised if she found me doing what widows so often do. They don't tell, they don't yell, they rarely swell, and they're grateful as hell. Jock, you're a dirty old ghost.
Well, let's set our course. What ETA, Tomcat? If it's later than midnight, I'll relieve you for the mid-watch. You will like hell, ma'am, Pussycat. You sack in a full night. You need it. I'll put Fred on the wheel now and Hank on lookout, and I'll drag a corking mat back near the helm and catch some sack drill till we get close in. Pussycat, you've got to promise me you'll stay in your cabin, not go wandering around. I'll think you're meaning to jump overboard.
Is that an order, Captain?
Yes, damn it, that's an order.
Aye, aye, sir. It won't be necessary to check on me. I'll be in my cabin, door locked, and I will be asleep. I promise not to jump overboard earlier than tomorrow night.
Pussycat, you wouldn't jump, would you?
With Jake's baby inside me? Captain, I do have a concept of duty. Until I have this baby, my life is not my own. I not only must not suicide, I would not in any case, but I must also keep calm and happy and healthy and not risk so much as a dirty drinking glass. So don't worry about me. Good night, Tom. She headed for the cabin.
Nothing doing at that shop tonight, partners. We're faced with nobility. I think Anton is our best bet.
The passionate Pole? Jock, darling, I'm not sure your heart can stand it.
Fortunately, my dears, my old pump no longer has to stand anything, and the one you turned over to Joanne, Eunice, is a Swiss watch among tickers. Doesn't race even when she is racing, but you know that. Quit chattering, you two. Either of you have any idea how to get Olga out of the way?
Push her overboard?
Eunice.
Can't I joke, boss? I like Olga. She's a nice girl.
Too nice. That's the problem. Not a tart like you or me or Hester. Jake, you're not in court, dear. The subject is tail. Mine. Ours, I mean.
Johann, I simply wanted to say that if you took our problem directly to Mrs. Dabrowski, you might find her sympathetic. I always found her so.
Jake, are you implying that you've had Olga? I don't believe it.
I don't either, Jock. If you had said Eve, I would have boggled, but would have believed you. But Olga? Hell, she wears a panty even in the pool.
Which comes off very easily in private. Eunice, I think he means it. Well, I'll be damned. You and I are pikers. Me hat's off to the Duke. All right, Jake, tell us how to go about it.
About what?
Getting her out of the way? Just ask her. She's very sympathetic, and felt my death more than you wenches have.
Jock, that's not fair. We felt it, but we're overjoyed that you decided to stay anyhow.
Thank you, my dears. Conversely, if you would like to invite her in...
Do you mean a Troy?
I understand that is the current argot, Eunice. In my youth, we called it something else.
But wouldn't it be more of a pentagon? 5. The word is star today, Jock. But let me give you the first rule of happy ghosting. You must never, never, never admit that you are here, nor tease Joanne to admit it, because she might get groused and do so, whereupon Joanne would wind up in a shrink factory with us along, and there go our happy games. Look, you've been married to Joanne quite a while now, and jumping her even longer. Did you ever suspect that I was present too? Not once. You see? Don't admit it, and they leave us alone.
Eunice, Jake would never let on. But now about Olga. Jake, did you ever teach her Om Mani?
No. Boss, I begin to see. We've taught it to Anton, Jock. Is Olga limber enough to sit in lotus?
Lively legs. Mrs. Dabrowski is limber enough for anything.
That does it, Joanne. Olga will join in, even if she thinks it's heathen. Tonight she will. For you. And there is no easier way to get a party peeled down and rolling than by forming a circle. You've done it again and again.
As I recall, dears, Joanne even used it on me, when it was hardly necessary. Okay, let's find the Dabrowskis.
Chapter 28. Appointments open. Federal GS-19 Assistant Welfare Field Operative, Learner Visitor, Literacy Requirement C. Brown belt or higher gives 10% preference. Veterans preference, parolees preference, relevant experience preference, all semi-cumulative. See local civil service or welfare office for pre-examinations and salary formulas. Latter based on standard scale plus field cost of living factor and hazardous area rating, cumulative. In a compromise vote today, the Society for Rational Astrology accepted a grandfather clause in the licensing bill before the Nebraska legislature. The Committee on Agriculture and Mechanical Arts then voted the amendment bill do pass by 7-2, tantamount to passage in the state's unicameral legislature. The Protective Association of Intuitive Astrologers called it the greatest setback for science since Galileo. The Lunar Commission announced that the colonies are now 102% self-sufficient in foodstuffs, but added that the 10-year plan would continue in order to increase out-migration potential. May-December romance loses. At sea in their honeymoon yacht, the young widow remained in seclusion. Throw away your bust pads. You fool nobody but yourself, elf. No surgery, no risky drugs or hormones, no harmful injections. Learn secrets perfected 25,000 years ago by wise and holy Hindu masters. Phone MERCSERVE code ADEPT, Adept, Confo. Get a fella, Della, Roser. Door for processing. Pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Garcia. Good luck, doctor. Next applicant. Step lively. Sit down over there. Your husband not with you, or is it Miss? I'm a widow, Mr. Barnes. So? We don't get many widows, nor does the Commission encourage them. Out-migration is not an escape for emotional problems, such as bereavement, nor do we accept applicants so advanced in pregnancy unless there are overriding advantages to the Commission, not the applicant. Take the couple who went through just before you. She's pregnant, but he is a medical doctor, one of the top categories for subsidized out-migration. So I passed her. Might have passed her on her own. She's a nurse. But unless you have such a special qualification... I know, sir. Dr. Garcia is my personal physician. Even if I accept you, that is no guarantee that he would still be your physician on the moon. Unlikely, in fact. Unless by coincidence... Mr. Barnes, you have my out-migration proposal in front of you. It has been prepared with great care by my attorney. It might save time to glance through it. All in good time. You would be surprised at how many people come in here without having the slightest idea of what they are up against. They seem to assume that the Commission is anxious to have them. Nothing could be further from the truth. 19 out of 20 who sit down in that chair, I do not permit to go on through the processing door. I make it a practice to get rid of the more obvious time-wasters quickly. Salomon Eunice. Mrs. Salomon, I want to know first... Mrs. Salomon? Mrs. Jacob Moshe Salomon, maiden name Joanne Eunice Smith. Your face did look somewhat familiar, but your features, are chubby now. Yes, I've gained 26 pounds, which Dr. Garcia finds satisfactory for my height, build, and date of impregnation. That brings up other problems. A woman is often mistaken as to the date, and first babies are notoriously in a hurry to arrive. Our lunar transports aren't planned for new infants, nor for childbirth. I want you to realize the hazards. I know them. Need we go into this? I must be the judge of that. Mr. Barnes, my doctor is satisfied that I know the exact date of impregnation, and... Is all of this confo? I'll put it this way. None of it is privileged. I am a lawyer, but not your lawyer. I hear more intimate details from applicants than you can imagine, but I haven't time to waste on gossip. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Barnes, as I would be much displeased if what I'm about to tell you were to become a matter of gossip. Huh. I think I felt a chill breeze. Are you trying to impress me with your importance? Don't bother. Applicants are all the same size once they come in here. Your money doesn't mean a thing. Was my manner unfriendly? I'm sorry. Well, let's stick to the business at hand. A lawyer in the Lunar Commission Civil Service, a job with no squeeze, believe me, doesn't often find himself dealing with rich people. But it makes no difference. If you don't want to be frank with the Commission, that's your problem. But I won't approve an applicant's proposal until I am satisfied about it. All about it. Now, you implied that you had something pertinent to tell me, which you class as confo. I don't accept your restriction. Now, do you talk, or shall we terminate this interview? You leave me no option, sir. This is not a first baby I am carrying, so no first baby hazard exists. If the Goddard lifts on schedule, I have every reason to expect to have my baby on the moon. Dr. Garcia is not worried about the timing, and neither am I. So, this brings up other problems. This earlier child, does he or she affect your estate? No. That is why this must be treated as confo. I did not have that earlier baby. Huh? You lost me. Better clarify that. Please, Mr. Barnes. I am a sex change and a brain transplant. Surely you know it. Good heavens, the whole world knows it. The first baby this body gave birth to was before that time. It is the reputation of my donor I wish to protect, not mine. The child was illegitimate. Common as that is these days, no longer a legal concept in most states, and the very word almost obsolete, so great is my gratitude to the sweet and gracious lady who formerly lived in this body, I would be most unhappy were I to be the cause of any tarnish on her memory. Boss, you know I don't give a cark. Let her handle it, Eunice. This petty bureaucrat can gum up the works if Joanne does not divert him just so. Are we kibitzing, Joanne? Or are we going to the moon? Hell, yes, we're going to the moon. My yes vote plus your yes vote plus half of Joanne's vote, a natural fence straddler she is, legs always open, which works out to a 5-to-1 majority for out-migrating, a landslide. So let her alone while she handles him. If she didn't have that big belly, she could handle him a lot better, and faster. Eunice, you claim you were there, so why don't you tell poor old melancholy Jaques the straight on that? It was me, wasn't it? It was I. Jock, old ghost, I love you dearly, but if you think I'll split on my twin, you don't know me. Oh, well, a baby is a baby is a baby. I just hope it doesn't have 2 heads. 2 heads would be stretching a good thing too far. Jock, I'll settle for 2 balls. Thinking about incest, lively legs? And why shouldn't I think about it? We've tried everything else. Jake, Eunice, will you two please go back to sleep? Squire Pecksniff here is searching for fly specks on Alec's masterpiece, trying to think up more objections, which I'll have to answer. Mrs. Salomon, I find myself quite disturbed by one aspect concerning this alleged earlier child. The great likelihood that some future action might be brought challenging your disposition of your estate
when this child or some person claiming to be this child turns up. The 50% of estate required as a minimum from any out-migrant not of a subsidized vocation category is a source of capital to the colonies. The Commission is not willing to part with a dime of it once the Commission carries out its half of the bargain. Yet such a missing heir could lay claim to all of your estate.
Most unlikely, Mr. Barnes. But if you will look at Appendix G, you will see how my lawyer handled it. A small trust to buy up any such claim with a 50-year conversion of any remainder to a named charity.
Let me find it. Mrs. Salomon, do you call $10 million small?
Yes.
Perhaps I'd better look closely at the other financial provisions. Have you been advised that even though the Commission claims only half of your fortune, the other half cannot be used to buy you anything on the moon? In other words, poor or rich, on the moon, out-migrants start off equal?
I know that, Mr. Barnes. Believe me, my attorney, Mr. Train, is most careful. He searched the law and made certain that I knew the consequences of my acts, because he did not approve of them. To put it briefly, Alec Train said that anyone who goes to the moon to live must be out of his head. So he tried to talk me out of what he regards as my folly. You will find 4 other possible heirs in Appendix F, my granddaughters. It is to their advantage to accept what is offered there, as they are told bluntly how much worse off they will be if they wait for me to die. A poor bet for them in any case. I am now physiologically younger than they are. I'll probably outlive all of them.
That could be true, especially on the moon, one could add. I wish I could out-migrate myself, but I can't afford to pay for it the way you can, and lawyers are not in demand there. Well, your Mr. Train seems to have thought of most aspects. Let's look at your balance sheet.
One moment, sir. I have asked for one small measure of special treatment.
All out-migrants are treated alike. Must be.
A very small thing, Mr. Barnes. My baby will be born not long after I arrive on Luna. I've asked to have Dr. Garcia continue to attend me through that time.
I can't promise that, madam. Sorry. Policy.
She started slowly to get up. Then I'm not going through with it.
Good God! Is this really your net worth?
She shrugged. What is the worth of one pregnant woman, sir? I suppose it depends on your values.
I didn't mean that. This balance sheet. If it's correct, you're not just wealthy. I knew that. You're a billionaire.
Possibly. I haven't added it. That summary was prepared through Chase Manhattan with the assistance of accountancy firms listed there. I suppose it's correct, unless some computer got the hiccups. But give it back to me, since the Commission can't promise me Dr. Garcia to deliver my baby.
Please, madam, I have certain latitude in these matters. I simply don't exercise it ordinarily. Policy.
Whose policy, Mr. Barnes? The Commission's or yours?
Why, mine. I said so.
Then quit wasting my time, you damned idiot. That's telling him, fat lady.
Eunice, this is one fat lady who isn't going to take any more nonsense. My back aches.
The blast almost caused Mr. Barnes to fall out of his swivel chair. He recovered his balance, said,
Please, Madam Salomon.
Young man, let's have no more nonsense. I'm far gone in pregnancy, as you can see. You've lectured me about the dangers of childbirth, and you aren't a doctor. You've pried into personal matters with the gall of a Kinsey. You've tried to tell me I can't have my own doctor when he is going in the same ship, and now it turns out that it was not a Commission regulation, but merely petty tyranny on your part. Bullying. All through this nonsense, although I've appeared with a complete and carefully prepared proposal, you've kept me sitting on a hard, uncomfortable chair. My back aches. On how many poor, helpless applicants have you fattened your ego? But I am neither poor nor helpless. You spoke of a chill breeze. It's an icy blast now. I bloody well mean to have your job.
Please, madam, I said you could have your own doctor, and I am required to review each applicant's proposal.
Then get your lazy arse out of that comfortable chair and give it to me. You come sit in this ducking stool.
Very well, ma'am.
They exchanged chairs. Shortly he said, I see that you are putting almost all of the other 50% of your fortune into starship research and development. It's none of your business what I do with it. I didn't say it was. It just struck me as unusual. Why? My child may want to go in a starship. I want that research to move. Mr. Barnes, you've had time to look at that proposal. If you hadn't talked so much, you could have it memorized by now. Do whatever it is you do. Mark your X or stamp your chop, or hand it back and let me out of here. Now, not 5 minutes from now, but now. My back still hurts. You're a pain in the back, Mr. Barnes, you and your petty policy and your worthless talk. He signed it. Through that door, Madam Salomon. Thank you. She started toward it. You're barely welcome, you ancient bitch. Joanne Eunice stopped, turned back, and smiled her best golden sunrise smile. Why, thank you, dear. That's the best thing you've said to me, because it is utterly honest. Of course I'm not welcome the way I've stormed at you, and answered your bullying with worse bullying, and I am indeed both a bitch and ancient. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, but you should have. I richly deserved it, but I would never have tried to get your job. Truly, I'm not that petty. That was just backache, bad temper talking. I admire your spunk in telling me off. What is your first name? Matthew. A good name, Matthew. A strong name. Joanne Eunice came back, stood close to him. Matthew, I'm going to the moon. I'll never be back this way again. Will you forgive this ancient bitch and let us part friends? Will you kiss me good-bye? I've no one to see me off, Matthew. Will you kiss me good-bye as I leave for the moon? Please, Matthew. Mind the big belly. Turn me a little sideways. That's better. She wet her lips, lifted her face, and closed her eyes. Presently she sighed and nestled closer. Matthew, will you let me love you? Oh, I don't mean seduce you. It's too late for that. I'm about benched. Just tell me that I may think of you with love as I go to the moon. It's a long way off, and I'm a little scared. And I've lived too long without love, and want to love everyone who will let me. Any who will love me back even a little. Will you, dear? Or is this bitch too ancient? Madam Salomon. Eunice, Matthew. Eunice, you're a sparky little bitch, you really are. But I kept you sitting there, even before I realized who you were, because I like looking at you. Hell, honey, my wife says I can love any woman I want to. 10% of what I love her. 10% is a good return on any investment, Matthew. All right. Please love me that 10%. And I'll love you 10% of what I loved, still love, my darling husband. Is there enough love in that 10% for a second kiss? It's a long way to the moon. They must keep me warm all the way. She closed her eyes and waited. Hey, twin, lover boy is doing better this time. Don't bother me now. I'm busy. Presently Mr. Barnes murmured, Lovely. All swollen and fat now. That's why I wear styles that cover them. But you should have seen Eunice, the first Eunice, my benefactrix, at her lovely best, in styles to show it. I still say they're lovely. I guess we'd better stop this. I've got a room full of people waiting out there, and you have almost 4 hours of processing before you go on to quarantine. If you want to go to Andy's Port with your own doctor, you had better go now. Yes, Matthew. I love you 10%, and I'll still be loving you on the moon, at compound interest. Through that door, through there, and follow the signs. Goodbye, Eunice. Take care of yourself. Boss, that's either a new high or a new low. Was he kissing us or $1 billion? It seemed to me, though I'm still learning compared with you two trollops, that the young man started out kissing $1 billion and wound up kissing Joanne. Us. Quite well, too. Dears, I find that my animal nature has been considerably stirred. I'm looking forward to us being back in circulation again. Hell, yes, Jock, darling, we all are. It occurs to me, Joanne, that there must be lots of homesick out-migrants who will appreciate a simple country girl who learned clear back in junior high to kiss with her eyes closed and her lips open.
Eunice, that's what I'm counting on. 7 billion people makes Earth a terribly lonely place. But there are only a few thousand on Luna, and if we try, we can get to know all of them and love most of them. What do you think, Jake?
Johann, we can try.
We will. Whoops, here's our first stop. Physical. Goosebumps and indignities. But what the hell? Somebody kissed us goodbye. Chapter 29. As re-reported in the Christian Science Monitor, Izvestia condemned the announcement, Daily Selenite, Year 35, Day 69, of the Lunar Commission's call for proposal studies for terraforming Ganymede as, quote, one more provocative example of the insatiable territorial aggressions of the Mad Dog alliance of the two major imperialist, counter-revolutionary, genocidal powers, the United States of America and the so-called People's Democratic Republic of China, end of quote, and demanded that the UN Security Council take action before it was too late. In Sequoia National Park, 3 families, or possibly one extended family, were discovered living 200 feet up in a giant redwood. The group, 7 adults, 5 children, 2 less than a year old, claimed to have been up the tree more than 3 years. Extensive arrangements for their unique style of living lent substance to the claim. They were booked on a variety of charges, but the U.S. District Attorney declined to prosecute. Quote, I ain't about to waste my time and taxpayers' money on a bunch of monkeys. Let's chase 'em back up the tree, end of quote. The Iowa State Annual Picnic in Long Beach, California, suffered 243 cases of acute food poisoning, botulism D, 17 muggings, 3 rapes, and was rained out. Quote, from the great state of New York, knows that slum clearance is no answer. Must we hear the death rattle before we admit that any organism, be it man or city or civilization, in time grows old and dies? End of quote. In a letter in Nature, United Kingdom, it was claimed that scientists in Novosibirsk had solved both the problem of twinning replication and of extrauterine fetal development in vitro, and must now be reckoned as back in the great powers' race with a potentially unlimited supply of workers, soldiers, and peasants. An editorial in the same issue urged the Nobel letter writer to give up writing science fiction, or at least change his brand of hashish. Debate on proposed legislation for control of neo-psychedelics continued. Quote, has the gentleman on the other side of the aisle ever given thought to the potentially disastrous effect on our economy of actually enforcing the narcotics laws we already have? Or is he talking for the video audience? End of quote. Experienced observers predicted no vote this session. In Luna City, Mrs. Salomon, as with every woman, reached the end of her 9 lunar months. Her lovely navel had long since extruded. Her belly was an arching dome of life pushing up the sheet. She waited in the community hospital 8 levels down. The nurse seated near her was pregnant also, but not nearly so far along. Winnie? Yes, dear? If it's a boy, it must be Jacob Eunice. A girl must be Eunice Jacob. Promise me. I did promise, dear. I wrote it down as you asked me to. And I promised to take care of your baby. And that is all done, too, already recorded. I take care of yours, you take care of mine. Only we won't need to, dear. Both of us are going to be all right. We'll raise them together. Promise me. It's important. Johann, don't name that baby Jake. Call him Johann. Johann Eunice. Jake, I will not load down a boy with Johann. It forced me to learn to fight too young. Jock, don't argue with Boss. She's always right, you know that. Then call him John. His name is Jacob, Jake. I won't have it any other way. Joanne, you're the most stubborn old bastard in the entire solar system. and turning you into a woman didn't change you. All right already. I love you, my husband.
We both love you, boss, and Jake is as proud about the names as I am. I do promise you, Joan. Cross my heart. My sweet Winsome. We've come a long way together, you and I and Roberto. Yes, we have, dear. I'm ill, am I not? Joanne, you're not ill. A woman never feels good just before she has a baby. I know, I've seen hundreds of them. I told you that tube was just for glucose. What tube? Winnie, come close and listen. This is important. My baby's name must be...
Rejection syndrome, Doctor. Atypical but unmistakable. Dr. Garcia, why do you say atypical? Sometimes when she's irrational, she speaks in 3 different voices. And, well, 2 of them are dead. Split personality. So, I'm not a psychiatrist, Dr. Garcia. Split personality means little to me, but I don't see that it necessarily affects pregnancy. I've delivered some fine, healthy babies from women who are quite irrational. Nor am I a psychiatrist, sir. Let it stand that she is irrational much of the time, and that I see this as a part of the total clinical picture, which, in my opinion, gives a prognosis of transplant rejection. Dr. Garcia, you know more about transplants than I do. I've never managed a transplant case in my life, but this patient seems in fair shape to me. Right here in this hospital, I've seen women who appeared to be in much worse shape, who had their babies and were up and working in 3 days. With our low gravity, they recover quickly. Did you think this patient was hurt on the trip up from Earth? Oh, no. Those flotation acceleration cells are wonderful. Mrs. Salomon rode in one, so did my wife. I monitored them. Joanne took it even better than Winnie did. I envied them, as I found the ride in a standard chair pretty rough. No, I see no connection. Rejection symptoms did not show until this week. Garcia frowned. She doesn't know that her mind isn't clear. She's lucid off and on, but motor control is decaying. That strong young body sustains her metabolism. But truthfully, Doctor, I can't guess how long. He frowned again. It could let go any moment. Damn it, I wish I had proper support equipment. The older doctor shook his head. This is a frontier, son. I'm not running down your specialty, but this is not the place for it. Here we set bones and take out appendixes and try to keep contagious diseases from racing through the colony. But when it comes time to die, we die. You, me, anybody, and get out of the way of the living. Now, suppose we had all of Johns Hopkins here with Jefferson Medical thrown in. 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 Medical thrown.
Side 13. I will fear no evil.
Could you stop it? Reverse it? Possibility of spontaneous remission if you had your fancy support equipment? No. The best we could do would be to extend the time. So the literature says, but I wanted to hear you say it. Well, Doctor, your patient? We take the baby. Let's get busy. Joanne Eunice came awake as they were wheeling her down the corridor.
Roberto?
Right here, dear.
Where are they taking me? Am I going in for surgery again?
Yes, Joanne.
Why, dear?
Because you haven't gone into labor when you should have. So now we do it the easy way. Cesarean section. He added, there's nothing to worry about. It's as routine as taking out an appendix.
Roberto, you know I never worry. You're doing it?
No, the chief of surgery. He's far more skilled than I am. Dr. Frankel. You met him. He examined you this morning.
Did he? It slipped my mind. Roberto, I must tell Winnie something very important. It's about the name of my baby.
She knows, dear. She wrote it down. Jacob Eunice or Eunice Jacob.
Oh, good. Then everything's all right. But tell them to make it quick, Roberto. I never liked waiting around at a beachhead.
It'll be quick. You'll never notice it. Spinal and a wagon load of barbiturate, Joanne.
That's funny. You called me Joanne. My name's Johann, Doctor. Agnes is going to be all right. She is, isn't she?
Yes, Johann. Agnes is going to be all right.
I told her she would be all right. Doctor, I feel dreamy. If I fall asleep, will you wake me when Agnes goes in to have her baby?
Yes, Johann.
Thank you, Mrs. Wickland. I didn't know could be so wonderful. Roberto, where are you? I can't see you.
Right here, dear.
Touch me. Touch my face. I can't feel anything lower down. Roberto, what I bought was a wonderful year, and I have no regrets. Have they started?
Not quite. Do you want to go to sleep, dear?
Must I? I'd rather not. I feel sleepy, dreamy and good, but I'd rather not go to sleep just yet. It's on the knees of the gods now, isn't it? Time to bite the bullet and chin up and all that. But I don't need that. I'm happy. Come close, dear. I must tell you why. Closer. Can't talk. Very loud.
Clamp. Damn it, nurse, stay out of my way.
Everything always hurts, Roberto. Everything. Always. But some things are worth all the hurts. Tie me kangaroo down, mate. Tie me kangaroo down. That wasn't what I meant to say. That's Jake. He's singing again. Always sings when he's happy. Lean very close so I can tell you before I sleep. Thank you, Roberto, for letting me welcome you into my body. It is good to touch, to fuck, be fucked. It's not good to be too much alone. You have blessed me with your body, dear. Now I'll sleep a while if I may, but first I had to tell you that. Om Mani Padma Hum. Now I lay me down to sleep.
Surgeon, she's failing. A baby cried. A world began. Heart action dropping. Jake, Eunice.
Here, boss. Grab on. There, we've got you.
Is it a boy or a girl? Who cares, Johann? It's a baby. One for all, and all for one. An old world vanished, and then there was none. The end. Page 512. You readers of science fiction may also wish to order Robert A. Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, about a revolution on the moon in 2075. Order Talking Book 1307. Recorded in the Talking Book studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, June 1973. Read by Gordon Gould. Gordon